Welcome to the Laravel course, where you will not only learn core concepts about Laravel, but you would also learn about Vue, Tailwind CSS, as well as Livewire. My name is Saurabh Mahajan, and I will be your instructor through this course. By the end of this course, you will be able to develop any new web projects using Laravel, as well as maintain or extend existing Laravel projects. Besides Laravel, you also learn how to create REST API, single page application, as well as Livewire. Laravel releases a new version every 6 months, and I make sure that the course is frequently updated. Course has rating above 4.5 with over 10,000 enrollments. Course is divided into multiple sections, and code files will be provided at end of each video. You should have a basic knowledge of PHP so as to follow this course, and you should know JavaScript in order to follow the Vue.js section. So feel free to look through the course, its content, description, and reviews. And I look forward to see you in the course. Hello, and welcome to the lesson where we go through the installation process. Before we begin the actual installation of the Laravel, there are certain prerequisite steps that we need to do. We need to install PHP and MySQL. We will need to install Composer. We will need to install npm, and we will also need to install what we know as Laravel installer. So let us begin with the installation of PHP. We will need to install PHP version 7.2 or above for the current version of the Laravel 7. So if you are on the Windows, you could use a WAMP server, which is very popular, but it only works on the Windows. But I would recommend installing XAMPP. This package is available for all the operating system. Installing these packages will install everything in one go, and it is very popular and powerful. Let us see how we can install XAMPP together. You can download your version of XAMPP depending upon the operating system that you are using. I've already downloaded it, so let's see how we can install it. Click on this setup, and then we'll click on the next. We will select all the options, and we are going to install it in the C directory. Remember this destination because we will need to use it afterwards. We click on next, we select the English language and can uncheck this, and we click on next. And the installation process has started. This is going to take a while. So the setup has now completed, and it is asking if we want to start the control panel. We are going to check it and click on finish. So let's see. We have this control panel over here. Let's open it. We are going to start the Apache, and we are also going to start the MySQL. We are going to click on this admin, and it will open up this dashboard for us. If we click on PHP info, well, now it is showing that we have PHP version 7.4.5 installed. We can also go to PHP myadmin. PHP myadmin is basically a tool that we are going to use to access MySQL. So there it is. We have installed both PHP as well as MySQL. And now there's another thing that we need to do. We also need to make sure that PHP is installed at the command line interface. By default, XAMPP does not do that, so we need to do that manually. So what we are going to do is we are going to have to change the environment variables. So if we go to environment variables, and I'm going to look for path. If I click on edit, I'm going to add one more line here. Remember the path where we installed the XAMPP? C XAMPP, and I'm going to add PHP. Okay, okay, and okay. So this will install the PHP for us at the command line interface. And if we now go to the command line terminal and give this command php minus v, it is going to show that we have 7.4.5 version installed at the command line interface as well. So that was it related to the installation of the PHP and MySQL. Next, we are going to install Composer. Now, Composer is a dependency management which we could use to install various packages. I have seen that this step could be a bit overwhelming for some people. You could have that feeling that I can't even install Laravel without learning about Composer. But trust me, it is very easy, and as we will see, it is of course very useful. So you can check if you have Composer installed by typing the following command, Composer, and you see it gives me a bunch of options, and it also gives me the version. So it is already installed for me, but in case it is not installed for you, you can go to this URL, and from there you can install it. Now it is a different process for both Windows and Mac. Let's see how we can install it for Mac. First of all, you go to this download page, and you need to copy and run this installation on your command line interface. Once you do that, it will install the Composer for you, but we need to make sure that it is installed globally. So there is one more process. If you go to settings, if you go to this page and scroll down, you will see this line. So this is what you will need to uh, type to make sure that Composer is installed globally on your machine. However, if you're on Windows, you can the easiest way to install it is using this setup. You can download and run this setup, and it will make sure that Composer is installed globally for you. And once you complete this process, you can then run this command on your command line interface, and it will show you the same thing that it is showing me. So this is this process to install Composer. Another thing that we need to make sure is that we need to install npm. You can check if you have npm installed using the following command, npm minus v. So it gives me this version that is installed on my system. However, if it is not installed, you can go to this URL node.js.org, and from here the download page, you can easily download it based upon the operating system that you're using. It is a very simple process that is going to take just 15 seconds. Finally, the last thing that we need to do is to install Laravel installer. You can check the Laravel documentation here. We can download the Laravel installer using Composer. Now since we have already installed the Composer, we can just copy and run this command, and it will install the Laravel installer for us. So we have seen our first usage of Composer and how useful it can be. Now that our Laravel installer has been installed, so as discussed here, we need to make sure that our $path has the Composer bin directory. So on Mac, you will need to add this, and if you are on Windows, you will need to add this to your path directory. But before we add this value, we need to calculate the value of this variable. We can do that by going to command line and entering echo dollar user profile. So it gives me this value. So this value plus this value is what we need to add to our path variable. So let's do that. We go to environment variables, we go to path, and if we click edit, as you can see, I've already added that value to my dollar path. But if it is not present in your system, you can go ahead and add it. Alright, finally we are all set up. All our installation steps that we have done so far, you only need to do them once. Next time when you're installing a new Laravel project, you will not need to repeat any of these steps. So let's go ahead and install our first Laravel project. I'm going to go inside my XAMPP directory, and inside it I'm going to create a Laravel directory, and then I'm going to cd into it, and then I'm going to create my new project using the command Laravel new, and then we need to specify the name of our project. We are going to call it Storyfy, and we will talk more about it in our upcoming lessons. For now, just press enter, and now Laravel is going to install the Laravel and all the dependencies which are used by the Laravel. This is going to take some time. Now that we see that Laravel has been installed, and if we go into the XAMPP, we will see that it has created all these folders for us. If you have no idea about them, do not worry. We will cover them as we go ahead in this course. So let's go into the command line terminal and cd into this folder. And now we need to start our server. Now Laravel comes with its own server that we can use while development. We can start it using php artisan serve. So this is our first use of the artisan command line, and it says a server has been started on this URL. And now if we go to this URL, and we see that we get this page. So congratulations, you have successfully installed the Laravel, and now we are ready to start the development. In the next lesson, we are going to cover more detail as to how Laravel renders this page. So stay tuned. When we start working on the actual project, we will spend next few lessons understanding some of the basics of Laravel. In the last lesson, we successfully installed the Laravel project, and when we went to the home page, we saw this page. Let's get started by checking how this home page is working. By the way, I'm using Visual Studio Code as my editor, but you can use any editor that you like. If we go to the routes folder and then open up web.php, we will see this code. Now what this is telling is that if we ever get a request to the home page, then we should return this view to the user. And where is this view located? Well, in Laravel, all the views are located in the resources and then views folder. And when we go inside it, we see this welcome.play.php. This is the one that is being referenced over here. And if we open up this file, well, we will see the same links that are being displayed on our home page. So this is how the home page is being rendered. So let's create another route over here. We are going to call it route get. We're going to call it test1, and it is going to return a view. We will call that view as test1 as well. Save it, and if we type this URL, we get this exception that view is not found. We also get this another warning that database name is incorrect, but we will ignore that for the moment. So what we need to do is we need to create this view file. So let us go into our views directory and just copy this file, and we are going to rename it to test1.blade.php, and we are just going to type h1 heading, welcome to test1 page. And now if we reload our URL, we get this page. So this is how the routing works in Laravel. Let us create another route, and we're just going to copy this one, and we are going to call it test2, and we are going to create the view file. We are going to call it test2.blade.php, and we're going to change the heading from test1 to test2. If we go to this URL, sure enough, we see that view file. We can also pass variables from our router to this view file. We can do that by passing a second parameter as an array. So let's pass foo, and we give it a value of bar1. Okay, in order to display it, we can simply do echo foo. And now if we go to our test1 page, we see that value being displayed, being rendered over here. Instead of doing this PHP tag and echo, since the Laravel uses blade template, we can actually do like this. We can have these curly variables and just render the variable over here. Let's see how it works, and we see that same value is being displayed over here. So anything which is inside this bracket, the blade is automatically going to evaluate it and echo it. So this is our preferred way, and this is what we are going to use throughout this tutorial. Okay, let's do another thing. Let's pass another variable. We give it a key of haystack and value is needle. Let's display it here. We're just going to type $haystack, and if we go to our URL, reload it, and we see that value. Let's do the same thing for the test2. We are going to pass a second parameter, which is an array, and we are going to pass foo, and this time the value of foo will be bar2. And within this view file, we are going to display that foo variable. And now if we go to our browser, reload it, and we see bar2 has been displayed. Obviously, if we go to another URL like test3, since we have not defined any route for it, Laravel will display a 404 page for this one. So this is how routing works in Laravel. Depending upon the URL, if a matching route is present in the route file, then the corresponding view is displayed, and if no match is found, then Laravel displays a 404 page. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. In the last lesson, we created two routes and corresponding two view files for each of them. But as we saw that we only had a raw HTML without any styling. So let's apply some styling. We will borrow some HTML from our welcome file and copy it to test1. We will remove these links and we'll copy this code as to where links existed. So if we go to test1, well, this looks a bit better. Let's do the same changes to the test2 as well. We copy the code from the welcome file. We remove these links and paste this HTML. And now if we go to the browser, open the URL, we see some styling has been applied to both of our pages. Okay, now it looks better, but what if I want to change this Laravel to our project name, which is Storyfy? Well, I will have to make changes to both the files, test1 as well as test2. Well, this is obviously not good. This is where the concept of layout comes. So we can create a layouts folder inside our views directory. We are going to call it layouts, and within this layouts folder we are going to create a file, and we are going to name it as demo.glade.php. This layout will have the common code from both test1 and test2. So let's copy the code and remove this code which is not common to both of them. And here we are going to do a yield, and we're going to name the yield as content. And now if we go to test1, we will need to remove all the code which is present in the layout file. So it will be basically back to same file which we had before we began this lesson. Same thing we are going to do in test2. Remove all the code which is present in the layout. Now if we go to the test2, we will see that styling has been removed. Same is the case with test1. Okay, so now we need to tell that this view should use this layout. How we can do that? Well, first of all, we can use this extends, and here we can tell that this view should extend demo layout. We can pass it as layouts.demo. Okay, now within this layout we have this yield content, and here is where we want to yield our content which is present in this folder, this file. How we can do that? We can create a section and we'll name it as content. This should be the same name that was given in the layout, and we end our section here. Now if we open the URL, we will see that same styling has been applied. Now this view is extending this layout. We can do the same thing in the test2. We tell it to extend demo layout, and then we define this section. We name it as content, and here we end our section. And now if we go to the test2, we see that same styling has been applied. Now if we want to change our heading and we can easily do that inside our layout folder. So now if we go to the browser, we see that this change has been applied, and if we go to the test one, we see that same change has been applied here as well. So instead of changing in two files, now we only need to change in one file. This is the benefit of layouts. Hope you have enjoyed the session. See you in the next session. So far, we have created a route, and then that route has returned a view file to be displayed back to the browser. This is good so far, but as our project grows, this route file will be too much cluttered and it will become difficult to manage. In order to solve this problem, we need to introduce another layer, and that layer is known as controllers. So route will direct its request to a controller, and then that controller will return a view. So let us create a controller to handle the two test routes that we have created so far. Now we can create a controller manually, but Laravel provides us with a CLI tool known as Artisan, which we are going to use. Let's open up the terminal and type php artisan list. If you remember, we have already used this tool when we served up our application. And if you go over here, you see this make command, and within that we have many options. What we are interested is in this make controller option. So for any of the command, we can check its help using php artisan help and then the name of the command, which is make controller. As we see over here, it accepts an argument which is the name of the class. There are other options as well, but we are going to ignore them for the time being. So let's create a controller using php artisan make controller and then the name of the controller, which is going to be tests controller. As a matter of convention, all the controller names are plural, so we are going to use tests instead of test. Let's press enter and it says controller created successfully. So if we go to our app http and then controllers directory, we will find this file testcontroller.php. As a matter of fact, all our controllers are stored in this directory. Okay, let's create a function and we are going to call it one, and what it will do is it will return the same code that was written in route file, and we are going to create another function which is going to handle the second route, and this will also return the same thing. So now we need to make some changes to our router. We need to tell router that this test one should be handled by test controller, and within that this method that we have created one that should handle this request. How we can do that? Well, we remove this closure and instead of that we just give it the name of the controller @ and the name of the method. Okay, let's see. We reload our page and it is working fine. Let's do the same thing for the test 2. Tests controller @ 2, and if we now go to the URL, it is still working fine. So this way our route file looks a bit cleaner because all the code is now written inside the controller. Now, as a matter of convention, we always make sure that the view that is to be rendered is named as controller name and then the function name. So this is going to be tests.1. Okay, so what this means is that it is going to look for the view inside the view directory. It is going to look for the test directory, and within that it is going to look for the one.blade.php. This is the convention that is normally followed, and this is the one that we are going to follow throughout this course. So remember, test, first of all we have the name of the controller, and then we have the name of the function. So let's go to the views, create a folder, name it as tests, and move this test1.play.php inside test and rename it as one.blade.php. Now if you go to our URL test1, it still works fine. We can do the same for the test2. We are going to return the name of the view as tests dot name of the method, which is 2. So we move this file inside the test folder and we rename it to 2.play.php. And if we go to our browser, press test2, this works fine as well. So now we have structured our code the way we would want it to be. We have a controller, and our view files, instead of being present in the view folder, they are present in a separate folder inside our test folder. So this is how the controller works. We saw how in this lesson we saw how a request can be routed to a controller, and then that controller returns a view along with passing various parameters to a view. Thanks for watching this lesson. See you in the next. Hi, and welcome to this lesson. So far, we have not connected our application to any database. So let's do that. Let's go to our phpMyAdmin and create a database. I'm going to name it as same as the name of our application, and the database has been created. And within this, we are going to manually create a table. Let's call it products, and it will have 2 columns. Okay, it is going to have an ID, which is going to be an auto increment, and we'll also define it as a primary. And another column is going to be name. This will be a varchar with length of 255. Okay. Now the table has been created. Let's insert some dummy data to it. Let me insert a few more rows. Okay, now the database has been created and the table has been created. We need to connect to this database from our Laravel application. So how we can do that? Within the app folder, you will have this environment file, and there we have defined the name of the database. So we change it to the name that we just gave. Username is root and password is empty. That is by default for when you created the XAMPP folder. Okay, so as a matter of precaution, it is always a good practice to clear the cache after you have changed anything in your environment file. How you can do that? Well, you enter php artisan clear colon sorry cache colon clear. This will clear all the cache. Okay, and alternatively there is another option. You can type php artisan config colon cache. This will clear the cache and it will also configure your cache after clearing it. So if you enter it, it is going to give us the status that cache has been cleared and cache has been configured as well successfully. Alright, now we will try to connect to the database that we have just created from our controller. You will need to include this file at the top, illuminate support sarts db, and then within this function you could do $results is equal to db name of the table, which is products, and then get. We will just display them and do a die. If we go to the browser, sure enough we see all the records that we just inserted. Instead of doing this echo pre and print r, Laravel provides us a better way. You can just do dd. This will do dump and die. Let's see how it looks. And that is it. We get a collection, just 4 items. Okay, we can also do an order by name and then descending. Let's see. And now we get this third product at the top. We can also fetch a single record if we want. In order to do that, we can specify the condition here. Let's say we want to get record with id is equal to 4. Now if we go here, we get that record. And if we want to retrieve a single column, instead of doing this get, we can do value and then the name of the column, which in this case is name. If we do that, see, we get the fourth product. There are a bunch of other operations that you can do. You can check the documentation over here. Normally you would not normally you would not query the database directly. You would use eloquent models. We will get to them in the later lesson, but I would strongly recommend you to go through this documentation and see all the results that we can and see all the but I would recommend you to go through this documentation and see all the syntax. In the next lesson, we will start working on our actual project. By now, you have enough knowledge on Laravel basics and we are ready to start working on our project. So let's discuss what we are going to do. We are going to build a project where users, they will be able to log in and add their respective stories. Since we are building a CRUD application, they will be able to create, read, update, and delete their stories. Let's define the structure of our stories table. It will have a title, a body, type, and another column for whether it is active or not. We will also apply various validation before saving data to the database, and we will also check if user is authorized to perform an action or not. So let's begin the next lesson where we will start building our app by developing the authentication process. Hello and welcome to this lesson where we are going to focus on authentication. Before we do that, let's delete the database table that we created in our last lesson. We are also going to delete the routes that we have created in the routes file, and we will also delete the views folder, and we are also going to delete the test controller. Okay, now authentication is one process which you will need to perform in almost all of your projects. It includes registration, login, forgot password functionality. All this is so common that Laravel had this functionality built in its framework out of the box. Till Laravel 5, this was part of the core functionality. But starting from version 6 and above, you need to install a package. Let's see how we can do that. Open up the terminal, and we are going to install Laravel UI package using the composer. So how we can do that? Composer, require, and then the name of the package. This will install the package, and now that the package is installed, we can ask Laravel to generate all the required files. We can do that using php artisan UI view auth. It says scaffolding was done successfully, and it is asking us to run npm to compile our assets. Now remember that in the installation process, we installed npm. So let's run the following command: npm install and npm run dev. Now our webpack has compiled successfully. If we check our router file, we see that these routes have been added after we ran our commands. Also, if we check our controller files, we will see a home controller and an auth directory which contains various controllers. Also, if we check our views directory, we will see a auth folder. And if we check our layouts, we will have this new layout. By the way, we forgot to delete this demo layout. We are going to do this now. Okay, so these are all the files which were created by Laravel for us out of the box. Let's open up the terminal and try following command: php artisan route colon list. Now we see a list of routes which have been defined in the route file. So we see that we have bunch of new routes like login, logout, password confirmation, password reset, and we also have the list of controller which are going to handle these functionalities. So all these files and functionality, they have been created by the Laravel using the commands that we just ran. And if we go to the browser and reload it, to see this login and register buttons that have been created for us. Now let's try to create a user using the registration process. I'm just going to give a random name. I'm going to type the password, confirm the password. Now I'm going to click on the register, but we will soon see that this is not going to work. I click on the register and we get some sort of error. It says there is an SQL error that some table has not been found. Now obviously Laravel created all the files for us, but we do not have any DB tables. Now it is also giving us a suggestion that we need to run our migration. So let's do that. We can do that using PHP artisan space migrate. Okay, it says that migration has been created successfully, and it is also saying that it has created users table and a couple of other tables. Let's check in our database. If we go to the phpMyAdmin, check the tables, and we see it has created a bunch of tables for us. Let's try the registration process again. I'm just going to resubmit the form again. And now it says that I have been logged in, and we also see the name of the user and a logout button. Let's go to the users table and we can see our entry here. We can click on logout and we will be logged out, and if I click on login and login again, and I'm able to log in again. So you see how easy all of it was with Laravel. As a homework, I want you to check all the controller, view and layout file that are being called when you go on this dashboard page. We have already covered the basic for this in our previous lessons. Here is a hint. You can check the route here, and then you can check the controller which is being called. This will give you a hint. Hello and welcome back. Make sure that your XAMPP is running so that you can access phpMyAdmin, and also make sure that your server is running using PHP artisan serve so that you can access your Laravel project using this URL. Okay, now we need to create a table so that user can store their stories. We've already discussed the structure for it. In one of the previous lessons, we created the DB table manually using the phpMyAdmin. However, when you are working in a team of developers, you need a better way of managing and sharing the DB schema. Migrations are just that. You can think of them as a version control for your database. Now in our authentication lesson, we already saw how we can run the migration. In this lesson, we are going to create our own migration and then run it. Okay, now if we go to our terminal and type php artisan list, if we go and look below make, we have a make migration command. However, let's check the make model command first. We can do php artisan help make model. As you can see, it accepts an argument as a name, which will be the name of the class. However, if we look at the options, we also have this -m, which says you can create a new migration file for this. So it looks like we can create both model as well as migration using this command. So let's do that. We can say php artisan make model and then the name of the model. I'm going to give it as story, and we are also going to pass it an argument -m so that it will create the migration file. Please see that by convention model name is always singular. Okay, it says it has created the model file and it has also created a migration. Let's go into our editor, and if we look inside app, we have this model created, story.php. If we open it, there's nothing much here for now. Let's go to our migration. You can see it inside database migration, and here is our migration file, create storage table. Now migration will have two methods, up and down. In the up method, we are going to define the changes that we need to make in our database, which in this case is the creation of the table. And in the down method, we are going to undo the changes that we did in the up method. So as you can see, down method deletes the table from the DB. So let's define the up method. Laravel has already assumed that the name of the table is going to be stories. Please see that it is plural. Model name was singular. So if you want, you can change it, but we will keep it as it is. It has also defined the primary key, which is the ID, and then this line over here, it is going to create timestamps. It will create two columns, created at and updated at, and Laravel is going to automatically update these columns when we create or update a record. So if you want, you can remove them, but we will keep them as it is. So let's define the various column of this table inside this migration. So first column was the title. You can define that using table, and it is going to be a string. Name of the column, and we are going to say that it will have a length of 255. Okay, for body, we can define it as a long text, and give it a name as body. If you want to check the various options that you have, you can go to the browser and see various options that we have for creating a column over here. We have a lot of them. Okay, let's get back. For type, we will define it as a string, and we will give it a length of 16. I just made a mistake over here, just correcting it. And the last column is status. We are going to define it as a boolean. It will have either true or false value, and the name of the column. Alright, that defines the structure of our table. However, there is one thing missing. Remember that we discussed that user will be able to add their own stories. So we will need to define a column to store the user ID in this table. Well, we can do it as table unsigned big integer, name of the column, and we are also going to define an index on it. All right. We can also define it as a foreign key table, foreign name of the column, and it references id column on the users table, and on delete we want it to delete. And what we are telling here is that when the user row is deleted, we also want to delete the stories as well. Okay, that is it. Our migration is now complete. If you remember, in one of the last lesson we ran it using php artisan migrate, and if we run that command, it says that it has created the stories table. Let's go to our database and we do a refresh. We see our stories table, and if we check the structure, well, it has got the same structure as we defined in the migration. If for some reason I need to roll back the changes, I can easily do that using php artisan migrate rollback. Now this will roll back my last migration, and as we discussed, when it rollbacks, it is going to run this down method. So if we run this command, it says it has rolled back, and now if we check our database, the table is gone. And if we run the migration command again, it has created the table again. So that is how we run the migration and make changes to our database. This way, Laravel makes it very easy to share the DB structure between various team members, and also making a change to database or reverting any changes to the database. Thanks for this lesson. See you in the next. Hello and welcome back. In this lesson, we are going to set up our models. We have already defined both of our models, user and story. Now, before you can start using your model, you need to define what is known as the fillable property to protect your mass assignment. If we go to our user model, we see that Laravel has already defined this property for us. So I'm just going to copy it and paste it into our story model. This fillable property, it expects an array with all those columns which we are going to pass to our create or update method. So I want it to be title, body, type, and status. Okay, if you see that I'm not passing user ID, created at, and modified at field, we will handle them ourselves and not rely on user input for these columns. This way, if a user maliciously tries to send some other value for these fields, Laravel will protect us by checking against this fillable column. If you do not want Laravel to protect you against mass assignment, then we can define what is known as the guarded property. It is a inverse of fillable, and you can keep it empty. This way, Laravel will not check for mass assignment. And now if you comment it and give this as empty, Laravel will not check for mass assignment. But if you do not understand the implication, I would not recommend using it at all. So we will just comment it at the moment and use fillable property. Okay, next we need to define the relationship between our user model and story model. If you remember, we already defined that at the database level when we created a foreign key during the migration process. Now we will define them at the application level. You can check all the relationships here in the documentation. We are only going to use one-to-many, so let's see how we can use that. As you know, in our case, a user can have many stories. So in our case, the relationship is one-to-many. Let's see how we can define that. If we go into our user model, we'll define a function and we're going to call it stories. And this will return a relationship. In our case, has many. A user can have many stories. So it will return a has many. Next, we are going to pass it the name of the class. So that is it. Here the Laravel assumes that the story model has a column user underscore id. If your column name is different, you can specify that as a second parameter. But since in our case we have followed all the convention, it is same, we are going to keep it as empty and Laravel will automatically find it. Now let us define the inverse of the relationship as well. If we go into the story model, we know that a story belongs to a user, so we can define that as user, and we are going to return a relationship which is belongs to, and we are going to pass it the user class. Now the benefit of defining a relationship is that once you have a user, you can access all of his stories using this relationship. Laravel will automatically fetch them from the database. You do not need to write any query for it. Let's see how this works. This also gives us the opportunity to explore into Tinker. Now it is a package which comes pre-installed with Laravel, and it provides a command line interface to interact with the eloquent models. Now we already had one user in our database. I have created another user, and behind the scenes I have also inserted some records into the storage model and assigned them to the various user. Let's open the Tinker. You can go to the command line and type php artisan tinker. Now we can run all the queries here. Let's see how we can do that. Let's get all the user. We can do that app user and all method. It gives us two users. We can also get a user using the primary key. Let's try to get the user with primary key as 1. So we get that. We can also store this user in a variable like $user, and then we can display its email like this. Now since we defined the relation in our user model to the stories, we can also fetch all the stories for this user. Let's see how we can do that. We just have to do $user and stories. That is it. It will give us all the stories of this user. And if you look closely, it has removed all the stories for the user ID 2. It has only fetched the stories for the user ID 1 because of the relationship that we defined. Now, if you see the last command closely, we have not given any parentheses after stories. We have just called stories as it is. If we do a method call, then it is going to return the relationship that we defined. So you can fetch all the stories without using the parentheses. You can also do various things. You can ask it to give your first story. We can also get all the count, which is 4. We can also ask it to return 2 of the records. In fact, there are a bunch of things that you can do with this collection. You can see all the methods which are available to us in the documentation here. You can go through them and you will see that you will use a bunch of them when you start working on a project. Okay, back to Tinker. Let's do the inverse. Let's get a story. Let's get one with the ID 2. Here we go. And let's get its user. We can do simple user, no method call. And we get all the details of that user. We get the name, email, and all the various columns that are present in the user model. You see how easy it is. Remember one thing, all the code that you're running over here inside the Tinker, you can run it exactly the same way inside the controller or any model. It will work exactly the same way. However, Tinker provides us a way to quickly check and debug all the code before you can write it into your application. Now we are going to check the 3 methods that we can use to create, update, or delete a record using a eloquent method. Let's get our user using this. We will first check how we can use the update method. Now we have this user. We can update any of its field. Let's say we want to update name. We can assign a name, and we also want to update email. We can give john@example.org. And now if we give a save, it will update both of these fields. It returns true. Let's fetch the user again, and we see that name and email has been updated. Okay, let's see how we can create a new record. Now we know that user has many stories which we can fetch using this. Let's try to create a story. We can do that. User stories, we need to pass the parentheses so that it returns a relation, and then we need to call the create method. And within this create method we can pass various values. We're going to pass the title, success. We're going to pass the body, let's say it is y. We're going to pass type, and let's say it is short, and then the status which we are going to pass is false. Now see that we are not passing the user ID, neither we are passing the created at or updated at field. But since we have told Laravel that this story belongs to this user, Laravel is going to automatically insert the user ID for us. Let's see that. And here we go. That is the beauty of the relationship. Okay, let's see how we can use the delete. we are going to delete the story that we just created. As we can see, it has ID of 9, so let's fetch it. App story find, and we pass it 9. It returns the same story, and we just say delete, and it is going to return us boolean true. That means it has been deleted. So that is how we use the create, update, and delete methods to make changes to the database using eloquent models. Thanks for watching this lesson. See you in the next. Welcome back. So far, we don't have much to show for our efforts, but in the next few lessons, we are going to build our app very quickly. So in this lesson, we are going to display the list of stories belonging to the authenticated user. First of all, we will need to define the route. So we could go to our routes file and we define a route with get and stories URI, and this will be handled by stories controller and within that index method. So it means whenever this URL will be hit, it will be handled by the stories controller and within that index method. We haven't defined this method, this controller, but we are going to do that in a bit. But before that, we need to make sure that only authenticated users have access to this page. We can do that by including this code in a closure, and we'll have a middleware auth, and we are going to use this group function, and within this closure we are going to write our route. So what this means is that it is using the auth middleware which is provided by the Laravel. The purpose of the middleware is to filter all the incoming HTTP requests and only let them process if a certain condition is met. In this case, the auth middleware makes sure that the user is authenticated. If authenticated, it will let the request to be processed normally. However, if the user is not authenticated, it will redirect the user to the login screen. We will test this in a bit. Now let's create this stories controller. We can use artisan. So we do PHP artisan make controller, and the name of the controller will be stories with S. So it is going to be plural, which is the convention that is normally followed. So let's create this controller. Okay, if we now go to our editor and go to the controllers directory, we see this controller has been defined. So within this controller, let's define this index method. And for now, this index method will just return a view. Now by convention, we know that the name of the view is always the name of the controller followed by the name of the method. So it will be stories.index. So we now go to the resources, views, and we create this stories folder. And within this stories folder, we create a new file which will be index.blade.php. I'm just going to borrow some code from this home file. This will be stories, and I'm going to remove this and let's just have story over here. We will get back to it. Now if we go to the browser and click on stories, we are able to see the same view that we just created. Now let's do another thing. Log out and then try to access this URL. Let's see what we get now. And as expected, we are redirected to the login page. So we can be confident that our middleware is working correctly. Okay, let's log in back again. Now what we need to do is we need to fetch the storage. How we can do that? First of all, we will include our model at the top, app story, and then we are going to fetch all the stories. We can do that using story get method. We'll do a dd. Let's see what we get. Okay, we are getting a collection, but if we see in this collection, we are getting all the stories. We only want stories which are present for the authenticated user, which is the user ID 1, but right now we are getting stories for user ID 2 as well. So it seems we need to get the authenticated user. Well, we could do that by using the auth helper function, and within that we could use the user method. Let's see what we get now. And we get the user, and if we check its attributes, it has the ID, name, email, but we are only interested in ID, so we could get that using ID. And if we now go to the browser, sure enough we see that first ID. Now we need to use that ID within our query, so we could do that using the where method, where user ID is equal to this ID. Okay, let's dd stories now and see what we get. And sure enough we get 4 records. That's what we wanted. Now we need to pass this data to view. As we have seen in the previous lessons, we could do that by passing another array. Within that we will pass the keys and the values. This will make sure that the data is passed to the view. Let's just do another dd over here to make sure that we are getting the data. And yes, we are getting some header and we are also getting some views. So I will create a table to display all the stories. This is using Bootstrap. So if you are a bit familiar, we can use the table class, and we could use the t-head, and within that we are going to use tr, and the headings will be, we are going to use the title and type, status, and we are also going to have an action column. And within the body, well, within the body we need to loop through all the stories variable. We could use PHP tag and for each $stories as $story. However, since we are using Blade, we could simply say @for each $stories as $story, and we could end our for each here, and within this we could use a tr, and within that we are going to define first will be title, then the next will be type. Since okay, you can just display type as type, and next column will be status. For status we could display a yes or no. If it is 1, then we display yes. If it is 0, we display no. And we have action column. We are going to keep it as empty for the time being. Let's see what we have now. And we have all our stories listed here for the authenticated user, and it looks nice as well. Okay, couple of things that we can do before we wrap up. First of all, we need to make sure that the latest story comes up at the top. Currently it is just showing the oldest story at the top, but we would like to reverse that. So within the stories controller, what we can do is we could use order by, and we can say ID, and we need to do a descending. So now if we go and reload our browser, so this works fine. It is showing the latest story at the top. And another thing that we would like to do is we would like to introduce pagination. Now Laravel makes it pretty easy. Instead of using the get method, we could just use the paginate method. And within this paginate method, we could pass the number of records that we want to show in each page. Now since we have only 4 records in total, we just pass 3. And if we go to the browser and reload it, sure enough we only see 3 records. And how do we show the pagination at the bottom? Well, that is also very simple. We go to the bottom and we just ask it to display links, and now if we go, it is displaying the links. If you go to the second page, we see how the URL has changed, and it is displaying the 4th product. We go back to the first page, and that works fine as well. So we saw how easy it was using Laravel to display the listing of all the stories. Hope you have enjoyed this lesson. See you in the next. In the last lesson, we focused on the listing. Let's now focus on the detail page. As usual, we will create a route. We can copy this one, and here we are going to add an ID, and it will be handled by the show method. So what we are telling is, if there is a URL which has stories followed by an ID, which would be the primary key, then that URL would be handled by the show method. Now let's create this show method, and it would just accept an parameter which is ID, and we are just going to dump that ID here. Let's go to our browser, and if we go to stories 1, we see that we are getting the ID. Let's try another URL, and we are getting the ID correctly over here. Now we need to fetch this particular story from our database. Well, we could easily do that using $story is equal to story.find $id. Let's do a dump, and if we go to the URL, we do get our ID correctly. However, let's say if a user enters an ID which does not exist. Let's say he enters 15. Now we get this null. How do we handle this scenario? Well, Laravel provides an easy way. Instead of using find, we could use find or fail. What this will do is, let's open up our URL, and now we are redirected to the 404 page. So what this find or fail method does, that if a story exists, it will continue the execution, but if no record is found in the database, it will redirect the user to a 404 page. So how cool is that? But Laravel provides an even easier way. It is known as route model binding. Well, we can remove the find query completely, and instead of passing parameter ID, we could use story and $story over here, and within the routes, instead of using this ID, we could use story. You need to make sure that this variable is same as this variable. If this is same, and now if we go to a story that exists, we will see that Laravel has automatically fetched that story for us. This is known as route model binding, and it will automatically fetch the record for us without us having to do any query. And if we go to a story which does not exist, it will handle that 404 condition for us as well. Okay, now we can completely remove this. Now we need to create a view. Just copy this, and we know by convention the name of the view will be stories, which is the name of the controller, dot the name of the method, which would be show, and we are going to pass story, and this will be story. And we go to our views folder. Within the story, we create a new file. We call it show.plate.php. I'm going to copy a bit of code from the index.plate.php. I'm going to remove this table. Here we will have the header as the name of the story, which we could get from the story variable, the title. And within this, we would have the body of the story. And you know what we can do? We could use a p class font weight bold, and within this we could show the status as this, and we could also show type as $story type. Let's go to a story which exists, and there it is. So this is looking good. Now if we go to our listing method, what we need to do is that within this action we need to have a button which shows the detail of the story. So within those index.play.php, within this action column we could have a href, and it will go to stories, and then we are going to have the id of the story which we could get from story id. We will give it a class of button secondary, and we would call it view. Let's reload it, and this look nice. If we click on, we see the detail. Now even though it is working, it is not considered a good practice to just hard code the URL over here, because if we later on decide to change the structure of the URL, we would need to make changes everywhere. So in order to fix this, we could use named routes. We are just going to give a name to our route. As you see that Laravel has given this route the name of home, so we could give it a name of stories.show, and instead of using this href and hard coding this URL, we could say it to use stories.show. This is the same thing that we just defined here, the name of the route. And since this also needs the id, we could pass it as a second parameter, an array which would have story hyphen id. Okay, let's try that. And now if we click on it, we see that we are redirected back to the detail page. So this is working fine. But Laravel even provides us a better way. So instead of passing this ID, you could just pass the story, and Laravel will automatically create the route for you. See, we do not even need to pass the ID. So this is working fine. Last thing we need to do is that we need a back button over here. So again, we could go to the show, and we could have a href is equal to, so what we can do is that we could also give it a name. We are going to call it stories.index, and we are going to use route as route, name of the route stories.index, and that is it. We are just going to give it a class of float right, and it would be just back with a small. We have this back button, and if we click on it, we are directed back to the listing page. So that's how name routes work, and as we saw in this lesson, we have created the detail page of our resource. In the next lesson, we are going to standardize our controller and make it resourceful. So see you in the next. Hi, in this lesson, we are going to convert our storage controller into a resource controller. We are doing the CRUD operation on story. So in our case, we can refer story to as our resource. And when we are performing a CRUD operation on a resource, Laravel has a standard way to name and identify the HTTP routes for these various operations. You can check them here in the documentation. If we scroll down, these are the actions. So here they are using photos. In our case, it is going to be stories. So if we have a URI with the resource name with a GET request, it will be handled by the index method. And the name of the route would be photos.index. So in our case, it would be stories.index. And if we remember, we created our route name using the same convention. Next, if we check this one, if we have a GET request with the resource name and create method, this would be handled by the create method within the controller, and the route would be resource.create. This is usually done to show the add form to the user. And if we get a post request to this URI, that is always handled by the store method, and the route is resource.store. This is used to add a record into the DB. Next, if we get a GET request through the resource name followed by the ID, it is handled by the show method, and the route is resource.show. And if you remember, we have already used this route here. Next is the edit action, and the URL is going to be in this format, and route name is going to be this resource.edit. This is used to show the edit form to a user, and when the user submits that form, it is handled by the update method, and the type of the request is either put or patch. And lastly, we have a delete call, and the structure of the URL is this. This will be handled by the destroy action, and the name is going to be resource.destroy. So you are going to use this convention in all of your project. So you will be visiting this URL again and again, and you will be going through this convention again and again till the time you memorize it. Okay, so we are going to follow the same convention. So what we can do is that we could just rename our storage controller. What we are doing is we are just creating a backup, and we are going to create the storage controller from the scratch. Well, we could do that using PHP artisan. I'm just going to do a help and check the make controller command again. And if you see that we have this -r option, and it says it is going to generate a resource controller class. So that is what we need. And also we have this -m. It is going to generate a resource controller for the given model. So we could again create our resource controller using the command php artisan make controller, name of the controller, and we are going to pass it -r to make it resourceful, and we are going to pass -m and the name of the model. Let's press enter, and it says controller created successfully. Let's open up our editor, and if we open up our controller, we see that we have all the methods being created automatically, and it is also using the story model that we specified. So instead of creating all these actions manually, a simple flag has created them for us. Now we also need to define the route for all this method, but again, instead of defining them one by one, Laravel provides an easy way. I'm just going to comment this, and we could use a single line route resource and the name of the resource, which is going to be stories, and the controller which is going to handle them, stories controller. If we now go to our command line terminal and see this command php artisan route list, we have referenced this before as well, and now if we check the routes, we would see that all these routes have been created automatically for us using a single line of code. Okay, now we can copy some of our code from the backup. Okay, for the index section, we are just going to copy everything and paste it in the index section. Same thing for the show. Here we go. And now if we go to our URL, reload it, we see it is working fine. Pagination is also working fine. If we click on the view page, this is also working fine. And if we click on the back, we are redirected back to the listing. So everything seems to be working fine, but we have standardized our controller to be resource. And now we can work on the remaining CRUD operation in our next lessons. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. Our application has now started to take a bit of shape. We have this listing, we have the pagination, and we also have this detailed view working fine. One thing that I noticed is that when you log in, you are redirected to this dashboard page. Now we want our user to be redirected to the listing of the stories page. Let's see how we can change that. If we go to the controller, under auth, you have this login controller, and there we have this property redirected to. We can change this property and we can say that we want to get redirected to the stories page. Okay, let's try now. We log out. If we log in now, now we are redirected to the stories page. So that is what we wanted to do. Okay, now in this lesson we are going to focus on create. User will be able to add stories using a form. This is a very important lesson, so I want you to pay attention. Okay, let's go to the resource controller and see the list of actions. In order to be able to allow user to add stories, we need to do two things. We need to show them a form, which we are going to show through this route, and then when the user submit a form, we need to add stories to the database, which will use this route. So let's go and work on this create action, which will show user the form. We will go to the controller, and within the stories controller, well, we are just going to return a view. And as we know, the naming convention that we follow, it is going to be the name of the controller followed by dot and then the name of the action. So it will be stories dot create. Okay, let's go and create this create view. We will go to resources, views, stories, and here we will create a new file, create.blade.php. Okay, I'm just going to borrow a bit of code from show file and paste it over here. And here I would add story, and within this body we need to declare the form. Let's just go to the browser and see how this route is looking. We go to stories / create, and we see that this route has been rendered to us. So let's create a form. In the previous version of the Laravel framework, we used to have a form component which was used to create all the form elements, but it has been removed since, and so we are going to create all the form elements using raw HTML. So let's see how we can do that. We are going to have an opening tag, and it will have an action, and we want it to go to the store method of the stories controller. So we are going to specify the route for that. It is going to be stories.store, and the method type is going to be post. Okay, now within this form we are going to define all the form elements, one for title, one for body, one for type, and the last one for status. And below that we are going to have a button to add a form. So let's create them one by one. First we are going to create for the title. We are going to have a div, then a label for title, and then the name of the label. Then we are going to have an input with the form, with the class of form control. It will have type as text and name would be title. And at the end we are going to have a button with a class of button and another class of button primary. These are all bootstrap classes. And let's see how this one looks. Okay, we have a title and then we have a add button. Let's create all the other elements. The next one is body. It is going to be a text area, so we define a div, we define a label for body and the label name is body, and then we are going to have a text area with class of form control. We do not need to define the ID, rows and columns, so we can remove that, and the name is going to be body. Let's reload our page, and this is looking fine. Next we do the same thing for the type. We define a div, we define a label, the name of the label is going to be type, and then we define a select box. So we are going to have a select with class form control, name will be type, we are not going to have any ID, and within this we will have option. I'm going to keep the first option as empty and ask user to select one, and then I'm going to have one option for short and the other option would be long. So we are going to have two types of stories, short and long. Let's see how this one looks. Okay, this works fine. And last we are going to have a radio button which is going to have a status yes or no. So as you can see, we defined our stories table in such a way so that we had the opportunity to define various kind of form elements like input box, text area, and now radio button. Again, for radio button we would start with a div with class of form group. Now it has a different structure, the radio button, from the other. We are going to have a legend, and I'm going to use the legend as h6. It will say status, and we close the legend. Then we are going to have a div which is going to show us the yes radio button. It will have a div, and then we are going to have an input with class form check input. The type will be radio, and name would be status, value would be 1. And now we need to define the label for it. Label for active. It will have a class as form check label, and the value of label is yes. Alright, we do the same. We copy this div and create another div for no, and this will have a value of 0. Let's see how this one looks. It's looking good. Our form is now complete. Now we need to submit this form, and we know when we submit it, it is going to go to the store method of the store controller. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to dump all the request data using $request all, and I'm just going to dump and die. So let's create our first story using form. We are going to give it a title. Our first story body will be just a dummy body. Type would be short, and the status would be no. Now we know when we submit this form, it is going to go to the store method of the storage controller, and we are going to see all our request data because we have done a die and done. So let's submit our form, and now we get this 419 error. So what happened? Well, everyone in their earlier days of Laravel has always got this error. Laravel does not do a very good job of telling us what this error is all about. Well, actually, Laravel is protecting us from the CSRF attack. So every time a form is submitted, Laravel makes sure that the form was submitted from our own website, and it does so by generating and checking a token. So we need to include this token in our form. Let's see how we can do that. We go to our create.blade.php and we include the token using CSRF directive. Okay, let's try again. We go to the form, we fill it up again, . and let's see what happens when we submit it again. Well, now that seems to have worked, and in our posted data we could also see that we have got this token, and Laravel has automatically verified this token, and now the control is in the controller. Alright, now we need to store this data into our database. Well, we will use the create method that we discussed in one of our previous lessons. So what we could do is story create, and this create would expect an array of all the values which we need to store. So we could do title like request type. Same way we are going to do for the all the fields, body, type, and status. Okay, just to here. Well, we also need to store the user ID. Remember, we are not passing the user ID from the form, but we do need to store it in our database. Well, we could get the user ID from the authenticated user using auth helper, auth user, and then ID. We studied it in one of our previous lesson where we fetched the stories for the authenticated user. So let's submit our form again and see if this works or not. Well, now we are getting a SQL error, and it seems that the user ID is missing. Laravel did not pass the user ID that we included. Well, if you remember, this is because we have this fillable property defined in the story model, and as we discussed in one of our previous lessons, Laravel protects us from the mass assignment by making sure that only the values which are defined in the fillable array are used in the create method. Everything else is rejected. Well, we did not want it to rely on the user input for the user ID, so we did not included this user ID as a fillable property. We wanted it to handle ourselves. So how we can do that? Well, instead of using this create method for the story model, what we could do is we could get the authenticated user, and now we know that user has a relationship with the stories which can be fetched using the stories method, and within this stories method we call this create method. We do not need to pass the user ID, and now let's see what happens. We submit it again, and now we are getting this here that we die and dumped. So it seems our create method has worked, and as we see in our database, a record has been inserted, and if we check the user ID, even though we did not pass it, Laravel has automatically inserted it for us based on the authenticated user. Great. Now instead of doing a DD over here, what we need to do is we need to redirect back to the listing of the stories. So we could easily do that using return, and we have a redirect helper, and we are going to tell it to redirect to a route stories.index. Okay, let's delete this record from the DB. Let's reload our page, and now we see that we have been redirected to the stories listing page, and we also have our record added automatically. Now it would be nice if we could show a flash message while we are redirected to this page. Well, we could do that easily. We could pass the status and then the actual status. I'm going to pass story created successfully. Okay, now we need to display this status. Well, I'm going to do that in the layout file. We have our layout file in the resources, views, layouts, app.play.php, and within this, before we display the content over here, I'm going to display the flash message. I could easily do that if session has status, if then we need to display a div with class of alert, and I'm just going to give it alert success, and here we need to display the message. We could do that using session status. All right, now let's create another story and see how this works. I'm going to say our second story is some dummy body. Type we are going to give as long, status as yes, and if we submit our form, there you go, we see our flash message and also our story has been added to the DB. Well, this has been a long lesson and we have covered a lot of things, but there's still some stuff that we need to cover. We will do it in the next lesson. See you. Welcome to the second lesson of the create story. We saw that in the last lesson we were able to store our record into the database and display the flash message. We also created our form using raw HTML. We used the CSRF protection and we inserted the record into our database using the authenticated user, and then we displayed the flash message. However, there is one more important thing that we need to cover before we can wrap it up. If we go to our form and submit it, let's see what happens. Well, we get this SQL error. That is because we haven't done any server-side validation. For now, we will do a validation to make sure that all our fields are required. In one of our later lessons, we will cover more advanced validation options. You can do this required validation at the JS level by including the required tag, and modern browser will give you a nice warning, but we are only interested in the server-side validation. Let's see how we can do that. Well, we need to validate our data before we call this create method. Now we can do that by calling request, and then we have a validate method. This validate method would take an array which would be the validation rules for each field. For the time being, we just want to make sure that all the fields are required, so user enters all the field and none of the field is empty. We could do that easily by passing the array. We will pass the key as the column that we need to validate, and then the value would be the validation rule, which in this case would be required. We will do the same for all the 4 fields: title, body, type, and status. Okay, let's see now what happens. We are again going to submit the form. Now you don't get any SQL error. However, you're just redirected back to the form. So what is happening? Well, actually this Laravel validate method, it is very smart. It does all the validation. If validation passes, it lets you go through, and however, if the validation fails, it does an internal redirect back to the same page from where you came. So in this case, it is redirecting back to the add form. But now you might be wondering, how do I tell the user about the errors? Well, actually, all the validation errors are stored in the Flash session. We've already seen how to display the Flash success message. Let's see how we can display the Flash errors. Well, we go to the create.play.php and we are going to display our errors, let's say here before the form starts. So what we are going to do is we are going to use the if directory. All the Flash errors will be present in the $errors. So we tell if there are any Flash error message, then we display a div with alert and alert danger class, and within this div we are going to display a list, and within this list we are going to fetch each error and display them. We can fetch each error using the for each directive, and we can fetch the errors using errors all, and then using a loop like this, and we are going to display it inside a li, and this is the error message. Let's now resubmit the form without filling any details. And we get all the errors. We get the title field is required, the body field is required, the type field is required, and the status field is required. So our validation is working fine. But it would be cool if we could show these error messages next to each input. Well, we can easily do that using the error directive. Let's see how we can do that. Well, for this title field, we are going to use the error directive. We are going to say if there is an error with the for the field title, we're going to close this error directive. Then we display a span with class error, and we are going to give it a role of alert, and within this we can display the error message using the message. Within this error directive, if there is a error for the title, we can fetch that using $message. Let's see if it works or not. We submit the form again, and we do get that the title field is required next to the title field itself. Well, we can improve this by using the bootstrap classes. First thing that we need to do is we need to give it a class of is invalid when there is an error. We can do that error title and end error. So when there is a error on the title field, this is going to add is invalid class to this input field. And instead of using this class error, we could use invalid feedback. These are all bootstrap classes. So let's submit the form again. And now this is looking much better. Great. Now let's do this for all the other fields as well. I'm just going to copy it and I'm going to give it the class whenever there is an error on body, and I'm also going to copy this error directive and change this title to body. I'm going to do the same thing for this select input as well. Give it a class of error when the error is error in type, when there's error on type field, and we can also copy this thing, and instead of body we can use the title. And the last thing is the error on the radio button. I'm going to copy it here and use status, and I'm also going to copy this error over here and going to change it from type to status. All right, let's just submit the form again, and we see that we are getting the validation error next to each field, and this looks much better than showing them at the top. So we could just remove it from the top. Okay, this looks good. But let's see what happens if we enter everything except for the title. Entering some body text, type is going to be short, and then the status is going to be yes. If I now submit the form, I do get the validation error that the title is missing, but everything else is gone. Well, this is not good from the user point of view. We need to make sure that those values are preserved in case of an error. Well, we can do that using an alt directive. Let's see how it works. So I'm going to give this a value tag, and within this value tag I'm going to give it an alt directive. Now this alt directive, it would take two values. The first value would be the key, and that key would be the same key as this one, and if that key is present in the post data, it will display the value from the using that key from the post data. So that is going to be the title, and the second value is going to be the default value, which we want to be empty. All right, let's see if it works or not. This time I'm going to enter a title. Just enter a title, and I'm not going to add anything else, so I should get validation error for these three fields, but this should remain preserved. Let's see if it works or not. And we see that our title is preserved, and we are getting the validation error for all the other fields. So that is good. We could do the same thing for all the other input fields as well. Let's add this old directive to the other inform elements. For the text area, we just need to enter it between the tags, and there is going to be no value. So we're going to add old body. For select box, what we need to do is just going to copy this thing. For select, we need to enter the selected attribute. Well, we could do that. We are going to tell if the value is short for the old type, then this should be selected, otherwise it should be empty. We could do the same thing for long, so this will be long. All right, for radio box we need it to be checked instead of selected, so we can do that if fun is equal to old status, we do a checked, and same thing for 0. If 0 is equal to old status, then we want this as checked. Alright, let's confirm if everything is working fine. Well, we're going to remove the title, we are going to enter a body, we are going to select type as short and status as yes. So when we submit the form, we should get a validation error for the title. However, these all fields should remain preserved. Let's see that. Well, as we can see, it is working fine. And another thing that we need to make change is that instead of repeating all this code, the validate method, it returns the validated data. So instead of repeating all this code, we could just pass this validate data, and that should work as well. Let's try to create a form, a story, a second title, and click on add, and it is working fine. So that completes the create part of our CRUD application. We have covered a lot of detail in the last 2 lessons. Next few lessons will be built upon the things that we have covered so far. So if you are not following, I would suggest you to go through these lessons again, so you don't have any difficulty in the following lessons. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. We will work on the edit part in this lesson. So first of all, we need to make sure that we have an edit link in this listing section, and then we are going to show a form when user clicks on that edit link, and that form is going to show you all the existing values, and then user can submit the form to save those values. Let's work on it. Let's go to our views, resources, stories, and index.plate.php, and we are going to have, just like this view, we are going to have a edit button. And what is the route for edit? Well, let's check over here. It is this one, photos.edit, which in our case would be stories.edit, and we are only going to pass it story. The Laravel is going to create it automatically for us. Let's go over here, reload this, and we see our edit button. So when we click on it and we get an empty page, let's go to our controller and let's return a view. Return stories.edit, and within this view we are going to pass our story. Remember, we already have access to this story. Okay, let's create this view. Edit.play.php, and I'm going to just borrow some code from the create file, and let's see what changes we need to make here. First of all, we need to change this add to edit. We need to change this route from store method to, I think it is update method. Yep, that's right, update. So the route name is update, and we also need to pass it story. Okay, now this needs to be a put request or a patch request, but browser only support post requests. So Laravel has a thing which is called as method spoofing. Well, we will add a directive over here, and we will tell it that this should use a put method, even though we have specified post method over here. We are specifying a put over here, so we want this to be handled internally by the Laravel. Now different developers, they have their own preference as to whether you should use a put or a patch. Well, I don't have any preference, and it doesn't matter what you put over here, so I'm just going to go with the put. Either of them is fine. All right, and at the very end we change this add to save. Okay, now let's go and reload this. Now we do see our edit form, but we need to make sure that this form is pre-populated using the value in the database. Well, we know that the old directive that we are using over here, it takes a second parameter as well, and we have this as empty from our add form. Let's change it to the value that we get from the $story. So I'm going to use story title, and let's see what we get now. Well, now our title is populated, so we can make the same changes everywhere. Story body, $story type, and same thing over here, and $story status. Now our whole form should be pre-populated. Let's see. Well, this looks good. So now we need to submit our form, and we know that once we submit our form, it would go to this update button. So we are just going to do $request all over here and dump it. Let's just submit our form, and we're just going to make a slight modification to the title and we submit the form. Now we need to do the same thing that we did in the store method. We need to do, well, I'm just going to copy everything from here. We need to first of all validate the data, and that code would remain same. Instead of using this crate, we could use $story update and pass this validate data, and we could change story updated successfully. Let's reload this. And we get the flash message and our title has been updated. Let's see if the validation is working fine. We are going to remove it and click on save, and we see that our validation is also working fine. So that is it with the update part of our CRUD application. Normally we see that the update part is difficult than the addition part, but that was not the case over here. In the next lesson, we are going to make some more enhancement to the create and update part of our application, so stay tuned. Hello. In the last few chapters, we built our add and edit form. But now we have a lot of duplicate code. Any changes that we make to the form, we will need to make it at two places. As our application grows, this becomes difficult to manage. So we will need to clean up a bit. Let's see how we can do that. Now we go to our edit.play.php and we see all our code from here down to here. This is all duplicate. So we are going to create another file and we are going to call it as form.blade.php, and what we are going to do is we are going to copy all this code and put it inside this form.blade.php. Now remember, this code, it was common to both add and edit form, and we have placed it inside this new blade file we just created. All right, now what we need to do is that we need to include this form.blade.php inside this edit.blade.php. Well, how we can use that? Well, we could use @include and then stories.form. Great. Let's see if it's working or not. Well, we go to the listing and then we go to our edit form. And we see that our form is getting populated. And if we make some change to it and click on save, well, that is also working fine. So that was easy. We have removed everything from the edit.blade.php and put it inside a form.blade.php. Let's make similar changes in create.blade.php. Well, we are going to delete everything from here to here, and we are going to replace it with @include stories.form. Okay, let's see now. We go to the browser. By the way, we still don't have an add link, so let me just add that as well. Go to the index.play.php and right over here I'm going to add that link. href is equal to route stories dot create, and I'm going to give it a class float right. Add story, close the anchor tag, reload this, and then there we have the link. Right, let's click on this link and see. Okay, now we are getting this undefined error. Story, the story is undefined. Well, if we check our edit method, we see that we were passing this story variable to our view, which is then being inside the form.play.php. But for the create method, we are not passing anything. In fact, we do not have anything to pass. So how we can fix this error? Well, what we could use is we could create a dummy story, new story. This will create a new instance of the story model, and it will have all the attributes of the story model, and then we could pass it story $story. And now if we reload this page, that error is gone. Let's see if it is working or not. Our latest title, this is just a dummy body, type is short, and status is now, and it is working fine. So now our code looks a lot better. Our edit file is very compact, and so is our create.play.php, and we are following the do not repeat yourself, which is also known as the dry principle, by moving all our form to form.play.php. Hope you have enjoyed this lesson. See you in the next. Hello and welcome back. We did cleaned up a lot of code in our last lesson. However, if we check our controller, this validation code is still being repeated here and down here. This again is going to become difficult to manage as our application grows. Moreover, having all the validation logic in controller is not ideal at all. So we need a way to refactor it. Well, Laravel provides a way to do that in the form of form requests. This is the documentation. Let's open up our terminal and here PHP artisan list. Now within the make, we'll have this make request, which create a new form request class. Let's see. PHP artisan help make colon request. So it accepts a name. So let's create one. PHP artisan make request, and we need to give it a name. We are going to call it story request. It is always a good practice to name it based on the controller itself. Okay, we press enter, and this will create a new file in app http request directory. If this directory does not exist, it would have been created, and here we have this file. Okay, it has got two methods, authorize and rules. Authorize is currently returning false. Let's just change it to true. We'll come back to this in one of our later lesson when we discuss authorization and policy. Now this second method, which is rules, this will hold all the validation rule, and this is of particular interest to us. This method is supposed to run an array of validation rule. So let's copy our this code from controller and paste it over here. Okay, these are all the changes that we need to make in this file. Now within the story controller, well, first of all, we need to include this file at the top. So use http request and then story request. Okay, all right. Now we need to make sure that this story request is referenced in controller instead of the normal request. So we'll change all the reference of request to story request. Let's do that now. Let's see where it is being called. Here and down here. So what we are using is we are using type hint over here. And so what happens is that when it calls the store method, since we are using type hinting, Laravel will automatically call the validation before this method is called. So this way we won't clutter the controller with the validation logic. So we can remove the validation logic from here, and Laravel will automatically call the validation based upon the validation rules that we have defined over here. We don't need to do anything. Laravel is going to take care of it automatically. And instead of using this data, we could use $request all, and this $request is now validated data from the story request. We can do the same changes in the update. Remove this validation code, and instead of using this data, we could use $request and data. All right, let's open up our browser and we go to add story. Let's see if validation is working fine. We submit it and we get all the validation error. So even though we have removed everything from the controller, the validation is still being triggered using the form request. Let's see if edit is working fine. We go to edit. We just remove this title, click on save, and it gives the error message that the title is required. So our validation for both add and edit is working fine even after using this story request. So we have cleaned up our controller further and we don't have any duplicate code as here as well. So that is how the form requests are used. Hope you have enjoyed this lesson. See you in the next. You know, when you're working on a project and deliver it to a client, sometimes clients come back with a number of change requests. If you have been in this field long enough, I'm sure you have faced this scenario. Well, in our project, our client has come up with a few change requests. Let's see what they are. Well, the title should have a minimum length of 10 and it should have a maximum length of 50. Body should have a minimum length of 50 and the user cannot enter title as dummy title. Well, that's a unique request. Okay. Next request is that if story type is short, then the maximum length of the body should be 200. Okay. And title has to be unique. And the last thing is that error message should be changed to please enter title. Okay, now we will need to make this change request. If you watch carefully, all these changes are nothing but validation changes. Currently we only have required validation, but as is usually the case while implementing business scenario, they are not enough. Luckily, Laravel comes up with a lot of inbuilt validation rules that we are going to implement. Let's see how we can implement them. Well, these are the available validation rules in the Laravel, and we are going to use just a few of them. Let's see. So far, we have only defined one validation rule per field. But if you want to have multiple rules per field, you can change this to an array. So for title, we need to have a minimum length of 10. So we can change it to array and use the min rule, like this, min colon, then the minimum length that is required. Let's test this in a browser. We go to add story. We enter a title which is less than 10. We submit it, and sure enough we get this error. The title must be at least 10 characters. So this is working fine. Same way, we need to define a validation rule that the maximum should be less than 50. For testing purpose, just keep it to 20, and we are going to test this again. I'm going to enter a title which is more than 20. I think that should do. I press submit and I get this error. The title is not, it should not be greater than 20 characters. Great. Let's change it to 50. Now we know how we can enter multiple validation rules for one field. Okay, let's make the next change, which says the minimum length of the body should be 50. Okay, let's see if it is working fine. Just give a dummy value, and when we submit it, we get that error message that the body must be at least 50 characters. Okay, now our next validation rule is that a title cannot have a value as dummy title. Well, how do we implement that? Well, Laravel provides an easy way. We can use a closure. Let's see how we can do that. We are going to write a closure, and this closure will have three attributes, three parameters: attributes, value, and fail. And we say if value is equal to dummy title, then in that case we are going to call the fail callback with the error message, and the error message would be attribute is not valid. Let's see if it is working or not. We give it a dummy title, we submit the form, and we get the error message that title is not valid. How easy was that? Okay, our next validation, it is a bit tricky because it involves two fields. We need to set a validation on body field only if the type field matches a certain criteria. We need to set an error message on body field if it is more than 200 characters, and when the type is short. Okay, well, we cannot really do this inside the rules because it is just returning an array. We need to define a conditional logic. Well, what we could do is we could use a with validator method. We define a new method with validator. It is going to take an attribute, oops, $v. Well, this is a hook to a form request, and it is called before the validation rules are actually evaluated. It accepts the validator as a parameter, which at this stage contains all the rules we have defined in the rules method. So remember, this is called before the validation occur, but after the validation rules in the rules method have already been defined. So what we can do is we could use what is called as sometimes. We would pass it the body and the maximum of 200. Next we will pass it a closure. The closure would take $input as parameter, and this validation rule is only going to run if the closure returns a true value. So what we need to do over here, well, we need to check over here if the type is short. So what we could do is return short equals to $input type. Well, let's see if it is working or not. We are going to give it a short, and we are going to enter a long body. I'm just going to copy paste it so that we are sure it is more than 200, and the type is short. So at this stage our validation should kick in. We submit the form, and sure enough we get that body must not be greater than 200 characters. If we change the type to long, we should no longer see that validation error, and there it is gone. So this is how the conditional validation works. All right, we have one more validation, that title should be unique. Well, this is such a common validation that Laravel has an inbuilt validation rule for it. It is called as unique, and we could apply it to our title using rule unique and the name of the table. Now when I included this rule, it included this file at the top, so don't forget to do that in case your editor doesn't do that automatically. Okay, now let's go back and try to enter a new story, well, using this title to see if the unique validation kicks in or not. Well, I'm going to use the same title, click on it, and we get the message that the title has already been taken. So that works. But now if I go back to the edit, let's say this one, and try to edit without changing the title, I'm just going to change the body, but I'm not changing the title. Let's Press save and see what happens. Well, I'm getting the same validation error that this title has already been taken. Well, this is because this title already exists in the database, even though it exists for this very record that we are trying to edit. So we need a way to tell Laravel to exclude this record while we are checking for the unique value. Well, Laravel has an ignore parameter that you can pass to it. Ignore, and it will take an ID. Let's say story ID for the time being. But how do we get this story ID? Well, we could get it using the route. Story ID is equal to this dot route story dot ID. Let's see if it is working now. We click on save. And now we are not getting any error on the validation, on the unique validation. Okay. Well, now you might be wondering what happens in the case of add. Well, in the case of add, we do not have this story ID. Story ID is null. And we are basically telling Laravel to ignore the row with ID null. Since there is no such row, the validation works just fine in case of add. Well, you will be using the unique rule many times in the development, so keep this little trick handy. Right, now we are down to our last change request. We need to change the error message. Well, if I go back and click on add and submit the form, these error messages that you are seeing, these are the custom error messages which are provided by Laravel. Well, they are really very useful in most of the cases, but sometimes you need to change them depending upon your project. Well, how do we change them? Laravel provides an easy way to change them. You need to define another new method and call it messages. What this messages will do, it will return an array, and within this array, key will be the name of the field. Let's say in this case it will be title followed by the validation rule. So if we want to make changes for the required, so it will be title dot required, and the value, well, the value would be the error message. So let's say please enter title, and now if I submit it, this error message would change, and sure enough it is changed. Please see that all the other required, okay, we have some issue over here. Okay, let's see why that is happening. This should have been type. Sorry for that mistake. Let's submit it again. Okay, now that is fine. So we see that for the required, we are getting this validation error. However, for all the other required validation, it is still giving us the custom Laravel error message. Well, if we want, we can change it for all the default error message for all the required. Well, we could do it using required, and please enter. We are going to pass an attribute, and what Laravel will do is automatically change this attribute depending upon the form element. So now if we press enter, we see that error message has changed for all the input fields. If we want, we could still have the different error message for title. We could add you must enter title, or we could say attribute. Let's see, and that works as well. So this way you can change the error message, any error message that you want. And since your rules and messages are defined in the separate methods, it is all very clean. So in this method we have learned some of the advanced validation rule, and in case you haven't noticed, all our changes were done in story request file only. That is the beauty of the Laravel. We didn't touch any other file. Well, there are still a lot of other validation rules. You can go through them in the documentation. You can even create your own validation rules. I would strongly recommend you to go through the documentation, as it is going to be very helpful. Thank you. Hi, this brings us to the last of the CRUD operation, that is delete. Let's open up the terminal and let's check the route list. And for delete, we have this one. This is the URL, and it would be handled by the destroy method. Okay, let's create a delete button over here. We go to the view file, and we're going to create a form with action is equal to route stories dot, let me check once again, stories dot destroy, and we're going to pass story to it. The method is going to be post, and what we are going to do is that we are going to use Laravel spoofing and change the method to delete, and we will also have this CSRF protection. Okay, now we need a button which would have class of SM, and in fact it would have a class of button and button dot danger, and it would say delete. Okay, let's see how it looks. Well, the design is a bit thrown off. Let's fix it by using a internal style. Display inline block display. Let's check now. Okay, we could just make the button a bit smaller so that it is further distinguished from the other two buttons. Okay, that looks okay. So as you can see, we had to create multiple forms within the loop, and for each form we had a CSRF protection, and of course you understand that action was to the destroy method of the stories controller, and method was post, but we used Laravel spoofing to tell internally to Laravel that this should be handled internally as a delete. Okay, let's go to the destroy. Well, this is relatively easy. We just need to call the delete method, and then we need to redirect to the index method with story deleted successfully. So as we don't have a view for delete, this is relatively simple. Let's delete our latest title story. Click on delete, and we get the flash message, and our story has been deleted internally. So that was a short lesson, and as you can see that our CRUD application is complete. We have successfully created, read, updated, and delete our resource, which was story. In our next lesson, I show you one final improvement that we are going to make to our project. So stay tuned. Hello and welcome back. We are almost done with our CRUD application. However, if we go to our home page, we still see this default Laravel page. We would like to change it and instead display the login page. Let's see how we can do that. We go to the terminal, we display the route list, and we see this is the login URI, which is handled by the auth login controller, and within that show login form. Okay, so we go to the routes file. We comment this out as we no longer need this. We can also comment this home controller, and now we define a new route for the home page, which would be handled by auth login controller @ show login form. Now if we reload this, and now we can see the login page as the home page. Okay, another thing that we would like to change is change this Laravel to our project name, which is Storyfy. Well, how we can do that? We go to the environment file, and here we have the app name. We can change it to Storyfy, save it. Before this is reflected, we would need to configure the cache. As we have learned before, we can do this using php artisan config cache. Now if we reload it, it displays Storyfy. Okay, now instead of logging the first user, what we are going to do is we are going to log in with this second user, for which we have some stories added previously. So when I log in with this user, well, we get to the stories page, and we see that we are shown the stories for this user. And if we go to the view page, this is working fine. However, if I manually change the ID, let's say to 13, well, then I can view the story of our another user. Well, this is not much of a problem. However, if I go to the edit, I can see the edit form, and if I let's see if I can change it. I would change to hacked, and I will change the body to your story has been hacked by a malicious user. Let's see what happens when we click on save. Okay, I think well, let's save it now, and it says that story has been updated successfully. Well, this isn't good. We need to have some sort of check in our application. What we are looking for is the authorization process. We need to check if a current logged in user is allowed to perform an action or not. Well, this is different from authentication. As we've just seen, a user might be authenticated but he's still not allowed to perform a certain action. So how we can implement this authentication? Well, Laravel provides gates and policies to determine whether a user is allowed to perform an action or not. We will see how both of them work. Let's begin with the gate. You could define a gate in the app provider and within that auth service provider. Within this boot function, you can define all the gates. Let's define one gate, and I would include this as at the top. So you need to include this file at the top if your editor is not doing it automatically. So we are going to define a gate. We are going to give it a name. Let's call it edit story, and this is going to take a closure which will have two parameters. The first one is going to be the user, and the second one is going to be the story that we need to edit. Remember that the first parameter is always user, whether you pass it or not. Okay, so here we need to return true or false depending upon whether a user can update and edit a story or not. So how we could do that? Well, we need to make sure that user ID is equal to story user underscore ID. So if the user underscore ID column in the story is equal to the logged in user ID, that means user is allowed to perform that action. And in that case, we could return true. Okay, let's see how we can use it in the stories controller. Now within this edit method, I need to check whether a user is authorized to edit a story or not. We could do that using gate, and don't forget to include this at the top if your editor is not already doing it. And we could use authorize and then the name of the ability, that was edit story. If you remember over here, this was the name of the ability, and then we ask it whether the user can update this story or not. If you see here closely, we have not passed it the user. This will be automatically inserted by the Laravel. So even though we have only passed it the story parameter, Laravel internally is going to handle it, so we do not need to pass it. So now if we go to our URL, we see that we are getting a forbidden error. And if we change our gate again, so let's say we return a true over here, and then we try to reload the page, now user can again edit the story. So that means our gate is working fine. We again switch back to our original code, and we see how we can define a gate in the auth service provider, and then within the controller how we can check if we can check using the same gate whether a user is allowed to perform an action or not. Now as you can see, we need to define multiple gates for all the actions, and if we had more than one eloquent models, we will need to define gate for all of them. This would clutter our auth service provider. A better way to define authorization, especially in the case of resource controller, is to define a policy. Let's comment our code and let's see how we can create a policy. If we go to our terminal, we see a list of commands. Okay, I made a mistake over there. And within this make, we have a make policy command, which creates a new policy class. Let's see the help for this one. PHP artisan help make colon policy. So we need to pass it the name of the class. So let's do that, and we are going to also pass the model using -m parameter, and we know the name of the model is story. So let's do that. PHP artisan make policy, and the name of the policy is going to be the story policy -m, and the model name story. Well, it says the policy has been created successfully. So let's see, we have a new folder policies inside app, and within that we have a story policy. Okay, now within this story policy we will have a number of methods, and for each method we need to return true or false depending upon whether a user can perform an action or not. So let's do that. First one is view any. This one is for viewing the list of the stories. So we are going to return true. We do not need to check the user over here because within the controller we are always fetching the stories for the authenticated user. Okay, now this one is whether a user can view a story or not. Now this is very similar to the gate that we defined. So we are going to say if the user ID is same as story user ID, then user should be able to view a story. For create, we will just return true. Any authenticated user can create a story. For update, we will use the same code where we will check if the user ID is same as the user ID of the story, and same thing we are going to do for the delete. Well, we could ignore the restore and the force delete as they are not in the scope currently. Okay, now that we have defined all the method, how we can check inside our controller. Now the same way we checked how, now the same way we did a check using gate, we need to do the same thing using policy. We could do that using this authorize name of the method. So for edit it was update, and then we need to pass it story. We do not need to pass it the user. That will be handled automatically by the Laravel. So now if we go to our browser and reload it, we still get this 403. So that means our policy is working fine. Okay, let's go to the listing. Let's do the same thing to our add story. Let's say we decide that we no longer want user to be able to add story. So within the story policy we are going to return false instead of return true for the create, and within our controller we would again need to check using this authorizes create. We do not pass any parameter. So now we have disabled adding of a story. So now if a user go to add story, he gets a 403 forbidden. Well, that's cool. However, if we could find a way to disable this link itself when our policy is returning false, that would be very cool. Well, we could do that if we go to our view. We are going to make use of the can directive. So we will say if a user can create, and since we are checking for story, we are going to say app story class. If user can create a class, and then we are going to have and can. Only then this link should be displayed. Let's see if it is working or not. Okay, it is not working because, well, I need to change this dollar to @ directives are always using @. So let's try once again. Sorry for the mistake. So now we see that our @link has been removed. And now if we change our policy and return true instead of return false, we will see that it will be shown back again. So how cool is that? We could do the same for the view, edit and delete as well. We go to our index and we could use the same directive can. So for the view it would be view, and then we are going to pass it the story and can. For edit, again we could pass it the story, and the name of the ability is going to be update, right, and can. And for delete, it is going to be delete story and can. Just formatting it a bit. Now if we go to our view, well, we are not going to see any difference. We will still see all the three buttons. However, let's say that you have a new functionality and you want to disable the delete functionality. Instead of removing the code from the controller and removing the code from the index, you could simply make a change in your policy. You could tell that we do not want to delete a story in any case, so we can return a false. And once we do that, this delete link would forever be gone. So as we can see, it is so much easy by using the policy method. Well, we have learned a lot in this lesson. We have a much better control on our application, and as you can see, we can easily change a lot of things by just changing the flag. Hope you have enjoyed this lesson. Thank you. In the last lesson related to gates and policy, I forgot to cover one thing. We discussed that we can use authorize method at the beginning of each controller method to check if a user is allowed to perform an action or not based upon the policy. However, now we need to call this authorize method at the beginning of each controller method. Well, Laravel provides a shortcut in case of resource controller. What we could do is we can have a constructor, and within here we could call this authorized resource. We are going to pass it the name of the model, and then we are going to pass it the name of our resource. Well, now this way Laravel will automatically call all the policy method without us having to call the method manually inside each method. So We could comment this out, and this way our code will be a bit more cleaner. Remember, this only works for resource controller and if you have followed all the convention. So this is one trick that I missed in the last lesson and wanted to cover over here. Thank you. Now that we are at the end of our section, let's recap the topic that we studied. We started with the installation process and saw how we can install Laravel and all the prerequisite for it. We checked how routing works in Laravel. We saw how views are being rendered and how Laravel uses blade templates inside its views. We saw the advantage of using layout. We checked how controller works. We connected to our database. We used migration to make changes to our database. We saw how we can use eloquent models to interact with our database. We saw how routes can be protected using a middleware. We saw the importance of using a resource controller when we need to perform various operations on a resource. We saw how we can use form request to validate all of the requests. We learned about the authentication. We checked how gates and policies can be used to authorize a single request. And we also saw how we can use Tinker as well as Artisan CLI to interact with our application. So in the next session, we take our application to another level by implementing more functionality, and we will be covering these topics. This is going to be a very interesting section, and it would increase your knowledge in Laravel tremendously by covering wide range of topics. So stay tuned, and I will see you in the next section. Thank you. Laravel provides us the factory to conveniently generate large amount of database records. They are very useful while doing unit testing, but they can also be used to generate random data during development. Laravel already provides us the user factory for us. If we go to database factories, we have this file. We see that it uses faker class to generate fake data. Here we see that it is using faker class to generate a name, an email, which is also unique, and then it is also using this str class to generate a random token. Let's see how we can use this to generate a random user. Let's open up the Tinker. We could use factory class to generate a new user like factory, name of the user class, and then we are going to call create method. This is going to use this convention that is defined over here to generate a new user for us. Let's see. And there we go. It has generated a new user for us. It has given it a random name, random email, and all the other fields it has also generated for us. We can also use factory to generate multiple user. We can do so by passing a second argument over here. By default, it always generates 1. So now if we pass 3, it will generate 3 users for us. And there we go. If we check our database, we refresh it, and we see that now we have 3 users. Well, let's just delete all the users except for ID 1 and 2. All right. We will also want to remove all records from our storage table. Well, we can also do that using command line. We can do app story, and then we could call truncate method, and it will delete all the records from the story table. So now let's create a factory class for the story. We do an exit, and if you go to php artisan list, within the make we have this make factory. Okay, let's check the help for this. php artisan help make factory, and it accepts the name of the class, and we could also pass it the name of the model. Okay, let's create one using php artisan make factory. We are going to call it story factory, and the model we are going to pass as story. Okay, it says factory created successfully, and if we go to our editor, we see a story factory. It has imported the model for us, and it has also imported the faker class for us. So now we will use this to generate our random records in the storage table. So let's see how we can do that. Before we begin, we are also going to copy this str class because that would be very helpful. So what are the things that we need to insert? First of all is the user ID. Now I'm going to keep it simple. We know that we only have two users with the ID 1 and 2. So this user ID column can only have one of those two values. So we can use faker, and within that we have a function number between, and we are going to pass 1 and 2 to it. This way the user ID column always have value of either 1 or 2. Okay, let's go for title. We know that a title has to be unique. We already saw how Laravel uses the unique, and we are going to use the same technique. Faker unique, and we are going to pass it a word method. We'll come back to it. For body we could use faker, and then we could have a paragraph. And for type we know that we could have only two values, so we are going to use faker random and then random element, and then we are going to pass it an array with two values. So this way it would choose one of these two values. And for the active we are going to have faker, and we are going to pass it the boolean method. So this way it will generate a random boolean for us. All right, now what we could do is, let's try to create for us. We again go to Tinker, and we use factory app story class. Let's create 10. Now let's keep it 5, and we call create method. Okay, it says unknown column active. Okay, this is supposed to be status. And remember, whenever we make a change in our code, we need to come out of Tinker. Only then our changes would be reflected. So I need to come out of Tinker. I go back again. And now if I try to generate these 5 stories, Well, now it works. We see that it has created a title for us. It has created a body. The user ID is 2, type is long, status is false, and for this one it has generated a random status, and we see that it has generated 5 stories for us. Now one issue with these stories is that it is not following our validation. So remember, we have a validation that title has to be at least 10 characters long, and we also have a validation that when the type of the story is short, we should have 100 characters. So those are kind of the changes that we will need to make. So for the title, what we could do is we could use the lexify method, and within this we could pass 10 question marks. This way it would generate a word of 10 letters. Okay, and for the other thing related to the length of the body in when the type is short, well, we'll need to make certain changes. What we could do is that we could move this type over here into a variable, and we could check over here if type is equal to long. We could generate the body same way as we are doing now. However, when it is short, we could call the faker class and call the text method with the parameter which is the maximum number of characters. So this way, when the type is short, it will generate a random text for 2 characters. And now we could use this body variable over here, and here we could use the type. Great. Now let's go to the Tinker again. Well, since we have made changes, we need to come out of Tinker and then go back to the Tinker. Now let's create 10 stories. Press enter, and that works. We have got a longer title now, and if you will notice, it is also following all the validations. We can generate 10 more stories so that we have enough records to play along. You know what, I will add 10 more so that we have a total of 30 stories. Okay, so in this lesson we learned how to use the factory class, and within that faker class, to generate and store random records into the database. Hope you have enjoyed this lesson. See you in the next. In this video, we are going to discuss factories. You should only follow this video if you are using Laravel 8 or above. If you are using Laravel 7 or below, you should check the other video related to the factories. Alright, so what are factories? Well, factories are a convenient way to generate large amount of data. They are used to generate data during testing. However, they are also very useful to generate random data during development. So Laravel comes inbuilt with this user factory, and if we check, it has a definition method which returns an array. Now this array contains the logic which will be used to create a user. So we see that it has a faker class attached to it which generates a name. It also generates an email which is also unique, and it is also used to generate all the other values. So let us see how we can use this user factory to generate a user. What I will do is I will go to Tinker, and in order to generate a user using user factory, I will call the users model, and then I will call the factory method which is attached to it. and then I can simply call create method. If I do this, it will create one user on the basis of this logic. If I press enter, and there it is. It has generated a user for us with ID 3. It has given it a unique name as well as unique email. We can also generate multiple users if we want. In order to do that, we need to have this count method, and this count method will accept the number of users that we want to create. So let's say if we want to create 3 users, and here we go, it has generated 3 users with ID 4, 5 and 6. So that is how easy it is to use a factory. All right, let us create a factory for our story model as well. I'm going to exit Tinker, and if we check the PHP artisan list, then the make, we have this make factory. So let us check the help for this. PHP artisan help make factory, and it accepts an argument which is the name of the class, and we can also pass the model using m flag. So let us do that now. PHP artisan make factory, we are going to call it story factory, and the model that we are going to pass is going to be story. And there we go. Now we have a story factory which is linked to the story model. Now that we have generated the story factory, what we need to do is within this definition method, we need to return an array which will define the values of all the columns. So let us first of all define the columns. We have user ID, and then we have body and title, type and status. All right, so let us define the value of all of them. For user ID, I'm going to keep it simple for the time being. What I'm going to do is I'm going to assign it a value of 1 or 2. So we can do that using this faker, and then we can have number between 1 and 2. So this way user ID will have a value of either 1 or 2. We are going to revisit this in our later videos, but for the time being I'm going to keep it very simple. For the title, well, again I'm going to copy this, and yeah, we can use this faker unique, and then we can use the word method. For the I am going to use this faker paragraph, and for the type, we know that type would be short or long, so I can use this method random element, and this would be an array which would have the value short and long. So faker is going to select one of those two values, and status can be again boolean. All right, so let us generate a few stories using this definition. I'm going to go to the Tinker, and there we can say app models story, then we can call the factory method, and then we can create. So this create a row in the story table for us. We see that we have the title, we have a body, type, it has generated short, and status, it has generated true. All right, now this is, even though this is working fine, this is not this is not honoring the validations that we have defined. So I'll make a few changes. First of all, this title, this should be minimum of 10. So instead of word, I would use lexify, and here I would pass 10 question mark. So this would generate a 10 letter word for me. And for the body, we know that if the type is short, the maximum length should be 200. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this outside. I'm going to give it a value of type, and then I'm going to check if type is long, then body would be a paragraph. Otherwise, we know it is short. In that case, the body would be a text which has a maximum length of 200. So this way, it would honor all the validations that we have defined. So now I can replace this with body, and this one I can replace with type. So let's test this again. We need to come out of Tinker, and then we will enter the Tinker again. And now if we create, oops, we get an error because we forgot a comma over here. All right, let's do this again. And now it has generated a story for us, and it is also honoring the validation for us. We can of course create multiple stories using the count method. So if I pass 10, it will generate 10 stories, and there we go. All of them would honor the definition that we have defined, story factory. So I'm going to generate a total of 30 factories, 30 stories, so that we can use them in our next video. So this is how easy it is to use the story factory to generate random data that is going to be very useful during the development process. Hope you have enjoyed this video and have got a good understanding of how factory works. Thanks for watching this video. See you in the next one. Let's build a front end for our application. The front end, instead of displaying this login page, would display all the active stories. We will also implement pagination, and we will also give a user to filter the stories by type. So let's work on this. First of all, we will need to create a route. We will create a route for the home page. And this would be handled by the dashboard controller, and within that index method we are going to create this controller in a bit. We are going to name this route as dashboard.index. all right, we are going to comment this one out. Okay, let's create a controller. We go to our terminal. We can create a controller using php artisan make controller, and then the name of the controller, which is going to be dashboard controller. All right, the controller has been created, so let's go to that. All right, we are going to borrow some code from the stories controller. Yeah, this index method. What we need to do is, instead of having this condition for the user ID, we're going to fetch only the active stories. We could do that using status equal to 1. and we will also change the pagination to have 10 records, and we'll change the view to this one, dashboard.index. And now if we go to the resources folder, views, here we are going to create a new folder, dashboard, and within that we are going to have this file index.blade.php. Okay, we are going to borrow some code again from the storage. What we could have is we can remove this add story link. We'll change the heading to, let's say, the home page. What we are going to, we can remove this action, and that will also remove everything from this column. We can also remove the status because we are show the active stories. However, we could display the author over here, and we can display the story user and then the name. Okay, let's go to our browser, and now if we reload it, let's see, will we get an error? That is because we have not included the story model over here. Let us do that, and now if we reload, that error should be gone, and we get all the stories on our home page. These are only the active stories that are being shown over here. Now behind the scene, this dashboard is creating n+1 problem. Now you might have heard this term n+1. Let's check it out, what it actually means. What we are going to do is we are going to enable the query log and then dump the query log. Let's see how we can do that. We need to include this illuminate support facades db over here. We can enable the query log like this, and what we are going to do is within this stories at the very end, let's say over here, we could just dump all the queries, db get query log. Alright, I think this should work. Let's go and reload it, and now if we check this query log, these are all the queries. So the first one is, it is fetching the count of the stories which have status active, and the second query is, it is actually fetching all the stories, first 10 stories. Okay, now if we check all the other queries, what it is doing, well, it is fetching some records from the user here, 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 here. So these are all the same queries. What it is actually trying to do is, since we have this, since we need to display the user, what it is doing is, it is calling the user table again and again to get the name of the user associated with this story. So now since we are having 10 rows, what it is doing is, it is calling the user table 10 times. So this is known as the n+1 problem. It is fetching the, it is giving the query to the users table again and again, and this could very well result into a performance issue. So we have a fix for this one. and it is known as eager loading. So what we could do is we could tell Laravel that when it is fetching the stories, it should also fetch the user for this story. Okay, now if we reload it and check the query log, we see here now we have only 3 queries. First is of course the query to get the count. Second query is to get the 10 records from the table. And then we have this third query, which is fetching all the users which we need for these stories. So this way, when we told Laravel to fetch the user, then it is getting all the users in one query itself. So that fixes the n+1 problem. Remember, you can run into performance issues if you have large database, so it is very important to understand this. Okay, so let's now remove this thing from here, and we will also disable this query log. Okay, now let's create link so as to allow user to filter long and short stories. We are going to have a div over here, and that will be float right, and here we are going to have this route which will display all stories, and then we can have another route to display stories of type short, and finally another route to display stories of type long. What we are going to do is also pass an extra parameter over here, which is going to be type short, and same thing over here with type long. Let's go to our browser, reload it, and we see these links. Currently if we click on it, we are not filtering it, but we see how the URL has been changed. Let's see how we can make the changes so these stories are filtered if user clicks on short link or long link. Well, we go to the dashboard controller. We are going to make certain changes. We are going to call it as query, and this would be stories. Okay, so first of all we are going to fetch the type from the input, and then we are going to check if type is one of short or long. Then we are going to have this where condition type. All right, let's test this out. And now we are only going long stories. If we click on short, we are only getting short stories, and if we click on all, we get all the stories. But let's see this thing. If we click on short and if we go to the second page, well, now we are getting all the stories, and we see that the type has been removed from the URL as well. So how we could fix this? Well, it is an easy fix. If we see the links over here, we could tell it that we want the links to include query strings as well. Now if we click on short and go to the next page, it still has this short type equal to short in the URL, and it is still filtering everything based upon the URL. All right, great. Now let's create a detail view for this story as well. First of all, we are going to create a route. Well, we could have something like this. Route get story, and this should be handled by dashboard controller at the show method, and this would be dashboard.show. Remember one thing, we are including these routes outside this middleware. This way these two methods are available to all the users which are not authenticated as well, and that is what we want the guests to be able to view the homepage and view all the stories as well as view the detail link to the stories. So since we have kept this outside the middleware, these routes are available to all the users. Okay, now let's create this show method inside the dashboard controller. And you know what, this is very similar to the show method we have in the stories controller, so I'm just going to copy that, and here we go, and I'm going to change this to dashboard.show. Okay, and if we go to the dashboard, I'm going to create this file show.play.php. This file is also very similar to the story file, so I'm going to copy that. Okay, we need to change this route to dashboard.index, and what we could do is we can also display the author over here, story.user and name. So we are going to have title and name. We could remove these status and type thing. We had them in the backend, but we do not need them in the front end. All right, now what we need is we are going to have this title link to the detail page. We can do that using a href route as dashboard.show, and we are going to pass it the story, and that is it. Let's reload this, and now if we click on this, well, we get the detail page to the story, we get the body of the story, and we also see the title over here. Great. Now if we check our stories table, we see we have the story with status as 0. So let's see what happens when we go to this URL, stories with ID 1. Well, we are still able to see the story which is not active. Well, we'll need to fix this because the unauthenticated user should not be able to view the story which is not active. So let's see how we can do that. Let's see our first approach, which involves defining a global scope. Now this global scope, it will applies to all the query that we will make on the story model. So let's see how we can do that. If we come down over here, yeah, this is what we are looking for. We are going to define a global scope on our story model, and we will tell it to only fetch the stories which are active. So let's see how we can do that. We are going to copy, first of all we are going to include this builder, and then we are going to copy this method and define our scope. We are going to call it, let's say, active, and we'll tell it to fetch only those records which have status as 1. So this way, this condition would apply to all the queries which are made on the story model. So now if we go to our URL, reload it, and now it will throw us a 404. Great. Now let's do one thing. Let's log in. Now once we log in, it takes us to the listing. Well, now we are getting this error because we have two conflicting routes in our route file. This one, it is conflicting with another route which was created by the route resource. So I'm going to change this to story and then the ID of the story. Now if I reload again, okay, that works fine. However, now we have another problem. This list is now only displaying active stories. If I comment our code from the stories model and then reload the page, now we see that it is displaying all the stories of this user, including those which have status as no. So this global scope is causing us the problem. So this is not what we want. So we are going to keep this code commented, and what we are going to do is we are going to define our own resolution logic. Currently, Laravel fetches this story for us from the DB based on the ID. But now we need to override this by defining our own resolution logic. So let's see how we can do that. Well, we go to route service provider, and within the boot method, we can define our own resolution logic. We are going to call route bind, and we are going to pass it a key which we will call as active story. And this will take a closure which would have the ID passed to it. And here we are going to tell Laravel to find a story whose ID is the one passed as an argument, and also check if the status is 1. And then we could use first or fail method. So this is the key, and instead of using this story, we could use active story to tell Laravel to fetch the story record based upon our own resolution logic that we have defined. We also know that in order for route model binding to work, this variable should be same in controller. So let's change this to active story, and we are going to change this to active story as well. And now if we go to our front end, and if we click on our story, that works fine. However, if we now go to a story which is not active, we get a 404 page. So that works fine as well. So that completes our front end for now. We have created a new controller for our front end. We implemented pagination. We also used query parameter to filter our stories. And we worked how the global scope works. And then we implemented our own resolution logic to fetch only the active stories. Hope you have enjoyed this lesson. See you in the next. Thank you. We are going to discuss mutators and accessors in this lesson. Mutators and accessors allows you to format eloquent properties while retrieving them or saving them. Let's start with accessors. Well, if we go to our browser, we see that our title is all small case. Well, we want the first word to be uppercase. Well, we could do that by going to the view file and using the UC first method. Now if we reload our page, we see that this title is now uppercase. However, if we now go to our detail page, we have the same issue over here as well. Well, we could use the UC first method in the show.plate.php as well. However, a better way to handle this is to use accessors. Let's see how it works. Well, we are going to open our story model, and within here we are going to create a new method. Well, we are going to call this method as get title attribute. Now remember, the format is always get, then the name of the attribute in the uppercase, followed by the word attribute. This is the format for an accessor, and what it will do is it will have a parameter. This parameter will have the value of title, and what we are going to do is going to simply return UC first value. Okay, now if we revert this code and first of all go to our detail page, this is automatically uppercase, and if we go back, this is also showing as uppercase. So this is how accessor works. In fact, you can define a custom accessor as well. Let's do that. Well, we are going to call it, let's say, get footnote attribute. So footnote is the name of our parameter that we are going to set. Well, this method won't have any parameter passed to it. What we are going to do is we are going to access all parameters using $this. So what it is going to do is it is going to return type, and what we can do is this type created at date imd string time $this created at. All right, so we have this footnote attribute created. Let's use it inside show.blade.php, and we could display the footnote over here. We are going to give it as a class of font italic, and here we could display $story footnote. Go to the detail page and we see that we get this footnote. So we have a completely new property created using the accessor, and then we can use that property anywhere. Now it's not the best example, but you get the idea how you can combine two fields or multiple fields and create a completely new model attribute. Okay, great. Okay, now let's look at mutators. Well, accessors were used to get the attribute value. Mutators are used to set the attribute value while saving to database. Well, currently we are displaying our story in the front end using an ID. What we are going to do is we are going to make our URL SEO friendly and implement Slug. Okay, first of all, we will need to create a column in the table, and then we will need to save this column during add and edit. And finally, we are going to change our route model binding to use this Slug instead of ID. Let's see how we can do that. Well, let's create a migration file. First of all, to insert data to insert a new column, we could do that using PHP artisan make migration. We are going to tell add slug to stories table, and we could also specify table as stories. Okay, the migration has been created, and if we now go to our editor and go to migration, we have this migration created. Let's create the column as $table type string, and the name of the column is slug. And we are also in the down method, we are just going to drop this column slug. Okay, now let's run our migration. PHP station migrate, and now we have our slug column added to the stories table. Well, now we need to make sure that this column is populated while we are adding and editing stories. Well, we are going to use mutators for it. So let's define a mutator. We know that an accessor uses the get, then the name of the property, and then the attribute naming convention. For the mutator, it is going to be set instead of get. So what we can do is public function set title attribute. Remember, we want our slug to be changed whenever the title is updated. This will of course take a parameter as title, and we need to set attributes. This attributes title we are going to keep as same as title, and then we are going to define a new attribute which is slug. Well, what we could use it, we could use illuminate support str, and over here we could use str slug and value. So this is going to set the value of slug whenever the value of title is changed. Well, let's create a story. And we are going to call it our slug story. Let's define our body as some dummy value, type is short, status is yes, and we click on add. It says story has been created successfully, and if we check in our database, let's see what we have. We'll go to the next page, and here we go. We have this slug column which has been populated for our newly added story based upon the title. Well, great. Let's see if it is working on edit. And we are going to change our title to our slug. Changed. Save it. And if we now check our browser, that has worked fine as well. So our slug is getting updated using while add as well as edit using the mutators. Okay, now let's go to Tinker, and what we are going to do is we are going to truncate our storage table again, and we are going to generate new stories using the factory method. Let's create 30 of them. I made a mistake. Story class. Okay, now if we check our database, refresh it, we see a slug has been generated for all of them. Great. Now what we need to do is that on our front end we need to make sure that the detail page uses slug instead of using id. Well, we are going to go to our route file again, and we are going to tell Laravel that this should use slug. We can do that using colon and then the name of the column. By default it uses the id, but we know we can override it. And now what we are going to do is we are going to go to our route service provider, and we could change this id to slug over here, and we can query the slug column instead of the id column. Now if we go to our browser, refresh it, and now if we go to the detail page, we see that we are using slug instead of using the id. So we have successfully changed our URL to SEO friendly URL. So in this lesson we checked how mutators and accessor works and how they can be useful in various ways. Hope you have enjoyed this lesson, and see you in the next. Sending email from your application is one of the common functionality. So in this lesson we are going to see how we can send an email using Laravel. Well, we are going to send an email to admin whenever a new story is added. So let's see how we can do that. Before working on the actual functionality, let's see how we can send an email using Laravel. Well, we are going to go to the environmental file, and here we are going to change this mail mailer to log. This way, instead of sending the email to the user, Laravel will write email to log. This is very beneficial during the development process where you don't want to send an email to any user accidentally. As usual, after making a change to the env file, we can configure the cache using php artisan config cache. Alright, well, let's create a dummy route to test this. We go to our routes file, and we are going to create a email route, and this would be handled by email function in the dashboard controller. This is just a temporary method so that we can check how the email works. So let's create this email method in the dashboard controller. Okay, now we need to include email facade. Okay, and what we could do is we can send an email using the raw method. This would take the subject. Let's say this is the test email, and then it will take a closure. Here we could specify to whom we want to send an email. Let's say we want to send an email to admin, and we could also change the subject. Let's say a new story was added. Okay, all right, let's hit this URL from the browser. Before we hit it, let's do a die over here. All right, let's hit this URL, and we get this debug message. Now if we go to our logs, we could find them inside storage, logs, laravel.log. Well, we see that Laravel has logged this email, and we see it has the same subject, it has the to user, and this is the body of the email. We don't have this from address. Well, we can add it in the environmental file. Let's add it over here, admin@storyfy.com. Well, we configure the cache again, and now if we reload our browser and check our log, we see that the from address has been populated as well. Great. Sometimes in development you might want to see the actual email. Log is not helpful in many cases, so Laravel recommend you using Mailtrap in this case. Well, you can create a free account by going to mailtrap.io. I've already created one account, and if you click on the Laravel over here, it will give you these configs that you can copy in your environmental file. So I'm going to copy them. In fact, let me copy it, write it down. Okay, we configure our cache again. Now if we reload our URL, well, this time we won't see anything in the logs. However, if we go to our Mailtrap inbox, well, we see that we do have a email, and it has got the same subject, from, to, as well as the text, and we see that it is a text email. So in this way we can easily debug our email. Well, this is a raw email, so we are going to change this to HTML. So let's see how we can do that. If we go to the PHP artisan and check PHP artisan list, we see that we have a make mail. It creates a new email class. Let's check the help. And it just expects the name of the class. So let's create a new one. We are going to call it PHP artisan make mail, and let's call it notify admin. Well, it says it has created a new file. Let's go to app, and we have a mail folder, and within this we have this notify admin.php. So if you check, this has a build method, and here we can specify the view which will have the contents of the email. Now it is a good practice to have all your email templates inside the email folder. So I'm going to write emails dot Let's give it a name same as the name of the class, notify admin. So we will need to create a emails folder inside the resources views. Here we will create a new folder as emails, and within that we will create a new file, notify admin.plate.php. So here we can write all our HTML. For the time being, I'm just going to write a new story was added. And we can have a please check the homepage or whatever. Okay, so now if we go to the dashboard controller, well, we need to first of all include this mailable class, use app mail notify admin, and we're going to comment this out, and instead we're going to use mail to well, we're going to send it to admin@localhost.com, send, and then we are going to create a new object, new notify admin. Great, let's test this one out. We're going to reload our URL, and now if we go to our mail trap inbox, well, we do see our email, and we can also see this is an HTML email, and we can also see the HTML source. Well, we can further clean it up, and what we could use is within this view method we can have this to, and we can specify who we want to send mail over here itself, and this way we can remove this from our controller. And now if we reload it and check our inbox, we still see that it is working fine. Now this is basically a static email. What if we want to pass a parameter from our controller to the email? Well, we could easily do that. Well, let's say we want to pass the name of the title of the story, let's say this way. Well, we could create a public property, let's say title, and since we are passing the title over here, we can set it inside constructor like this way. Now any property which is defined as public, we could reference it inside the view just like this. New story as added, and a story with title was added. This way we can reference any dynamic variable inside our HTML. Let's reload our browser again, and if we go to inbox, we see that this has been populated correctly as it was being passed from our controller. Great. Right, even though we are sending the HTML email, it is still lacking the design appeal. Well, what we could do is we can move one level up by using markdown mailable. Let's see how we can do that. Well, if we check the help section of the mail class, we have this markdown. We have this markdown option, and it will create a markdown template for us. So let's create a new mail class with this option, PHP artisan make mail, and we are going to call it new story notification. and we are going to use this markdown, and we are going to specify a new template. This will be automatically created. So within the emails folder we are going to create new story notification. Let's press enter, and now if we go to our mails folder, we if we go to our mails folder, we see that it has created a new class. Now it is similar to the previous class. Now instead of view we have this markdown over here, and if we open that markdown we see that it is using some sort of markup over here. Now let's go to our controller and use this to send an email. Let's see how we can do that. First of all, we would include it at the top. Use app mail new story notification, and we are going to comment it out, and we are going to use mail send new story notification. And another thing that we need to do is that we need to specify this to method. We can do it same way. Now let's send an email, and if we go to our mailbox, we see that we have a much better email with a nice header, body, as well as a footer that is being sent. So this one looks much better. Well, let's make same changes and pass the name of the title of the story. We are going to pass it through the constructor, and here we are going to create a public property title, and we are going to populate this in the constructor. Okay, and what we could do is we could also specify the URL, and we could link it to the homepage. And we could say a new story is added with title. And now if we reload our browser, now we can see that a new story was added with title of the story, and if we click on this link, it is going to take us to the home page. So this is how the markdown mailables work in Laravel. What we can do is if we want to customize this email template, we can do that as well. Let's see how we can do that. Well, what we would need to do is we would need to give this command php partition vendor publish, and we are going to pass it a tag Laravel mail. When we press enter, well, this would copy everything from here to here. Now since this has moved from our vendor to this directory, we could change any file to customize our template. Well, let's go over here, resources, views, vendor, mail, sources, views, vendor, mail, and we could go to this HTML file. Let's go to this button.play.php and change this color from primary to, let's say, red, and now by default it would be, the color would be red. Let's reload our browser again, and now if you check, the color of the button is now red. Great. Similarly, you can change this header, you can change the footer, you can even customize the CSS, and you can change anything in this mailable class to customize your email template. Great. Now that our mail class is ready, let's copy our code from this dummy route to the actual story controller. Well, we need to send an email when a new story is created over here. What we could do is that take this one as a story variable, and from the dashboard controller we are going to copy this thing, and we are going to pass it the title. We are also going to include this facade at the top, and we are also going to copy this mailable class. Great. Now let's create a new story. We are already logged in. Let's call it email notification title, and give it a body. Give the type a short, status as yes, and if we click on yes, we get the notification. And if we go to our mailbox, well, we get that a new story was added along with the title. Great. So in this lesson we started from creating a raw email which was going to the log. Then we introduced the mail trap and sent the raw email to the mail trap. Then we sent an HTML email using mailable class. Then we passed parameter from our controller to the email template. And finally we worked on a markdown mailables. And finally we saw how we can even customize the template provided by the Laravel for the markdown mailables. Hope you have enjoyed this lesson. See you in the next one. Let's say we want to write to the log when a new story is created. Let's see how we can do that. Well, first of all, we need to include this facade at the top, and then within this store method, when story is created, we could use log info story with title was added. Let's create a new story. Let's submit the form. And now if we check our logs, we see that the information was written to the logs successfully. Okay, that works fine. Now we see that in the story controller, whenever a story is added, we are doing two tasks. We are sending an email notification and we are writing to the log. In future, we might be doing 10 more tasks when a story is added, like adding to the audit table, sending a notification to all users who have subscribed to this author, checking the story for the profanity or the cuss words. Well, all this functionality will need to be handled in the controller. Well, Laravel provides a better way: events and listeners. Well, listeners are classes which are waiting for an event to happen, and whenever that event happens, those listeners begin executing their logic. In our case, the addition of story is an event. So we will create listeners for these two tasks. And then we will make an announcement to the system that event has been created. So those listeners will then automatically run. Let's see how we can do that. Well, first of all, we need to create an event file. If we go to PHP artisan help make, well, it accepts the class name. So let's create an event. PHP artisan make event created. Well, it will create a new directory known as events, and within that we will have this file story created. Well, let's make sure that this accepts an title from the constructor. So we will define a public property, and this constructor is going to set this property correctly. Well, we can fire our event using event new story created, and then we're going to pass it story title. If I go to the top, I see that this event has been imported, and now what I can do is that I'm going to comment these two lines, and I'm going to create listener for both of them. Let's see how we can create a listener. We go to PHP artisan help make listener. We see that this listener can accept an event using E. So let's create both the listener. PHP artisan make listener. Well, first one will be send notification, and we are going to set the event as story created, and same way I'm going to create another listener, and I'm going to call it write log, and again I'm going to pass the same event. Okay, let's open up both of them. Well, within the app we have this send notification. We already see that it is having this event passed to the handle method. We are going to copy this mail code from here to here. This would be event title, and we will also include these two files at the top. And within the write log, we are just going to write again the same thing. Let me copy it. Log info, and this would be event title, and I'm going to include this log file at the top. Okay, well, we will go to the event service provider and tell Laravel that the event app events story created is linked to the listener's app listeners write log, the app listeners send notification. Now if we create a new story, and submit the form, if we go to the log now, we see that the log has been written correctly. And if we go to the mail trap, we see that we've also received a notification. So this is how events and listener works. It follows the observer pattern, and anytime system makes an announcement of the event, all the listeners subscribe to that event, implement their logic. Well, as you can see in our controller, we are just making an announcement. All the logic is present in their respective files. In future, if we want to write more action to happen when story is created, we can just create an event listener. Now there is one another thing that I would like to cover. It is event subscriber. Now the documentation is not very clear on this, and it is quite confusing as to when you should be using them. Well, event subscriber can listen to multiple events within the same class. They are used to combine similar logic. So let's say we want to write to log when the story is updated. Well, instead of creating a new listener class, we can create an event subscriber which will handle logging of both add and edit story. So let's create a new event. PHP artisan make event story edited. The event has been created, and we are going to make same changes. We are going to set a public title, and we are going to set it through constructor. And within the story controller, we are going to include this event. And just like we made the notification of story created, we are going to make a notification that story has been edited, along with passing the title. Now we are not going to create a new event listener. What we are going to do is we are going to create an story event subscriber. Let's go to the listener, and here we are going to create a new file, story event subscriber.php. It is going to use namespace as app listeners, and it is going to be event class name is going to be story event subscriber, and within this class we are going to have a subscribe method which will have events, and within this events we are going to pass, and within this class we will define all the events which would be handled by this class. So it will handle app events story created, and this would be handled by this class itself. Made a typo over here. App listeners, story event subscriber, and within this we are going to have handle story created. I'm going to create this method shortly. And same way, this would handle another event which would be story edited, and this would be handled by handle story edited. So I need to create these two methods within this class. Oops. These are going to take event, and what I could do is I would log facade over here, and I would log this thing over here, and to differentiate I would also write inside subscriber story with title was added. Same way, I'm going to have another function for edit, and the name of the method is handle story edited. Story with title was edited. Okay, great. Now we need to tell our events service provider. First of all, we could comment this out because this would no longer be handled by this one. And here we are going to define a subscribe array, which would take the name of our listener, story event subscriber. And now if we add a new story, if we check our logs, we see that we get this message from inside the subscriber, and if we check our inbox, we see that we have got a new notification with the same title. So now we see that the email is being sent using this listen array, and our log is being written using this event subscriber. So for same event, we have two different type of listeners, and both of them are working fine. Let's now edit this story and see if the log is written or not. We go to logs and we see that the log has been correctly written. So now if we want, we can remove the write log listener. This is no longer required. This has been managed inside the story event subscriber class itself. So the event subscriber, they work in the same way as events and listener. However, it gives you the opportunity to combine similar listeners in one class. So hope you have understood the concept of events and listener. It is a very powerful concept and it allows you to nicely manage your code. Hope you have enjoyed this lesson. See you in the next. Currently, when a user deletes a story, we are permanently deleting it from the database. This is not always desired. Sometimes we only want to soft delete the record. By soft delete, we mean that some column will be set which will tell us that the record is deleted or not. And when we are querying on that table, we are going to filter the records in such a way so as to not show the records which are marked as deleted. Let's see how we can do that in Laravel. First of all, we are going to create a migration. PHP artisan make migration, add soft delete to stories, and we are also going to specify the table as stories. Let's see this migration file in the editor. Okay, now Laravel provides a helper to create a soft delete column, and what this will do is it will create a deleted add column, which will be by default set to null. When a row is soft deleted, Laravel will set that column to the current value of date and time. In the down method, we are simply going to drop this column, deleted at. Okay, let's run this migration. PHP artisan migrate. Okay, now that the migration has been run, let's go to our story model, and on the top we are going to include a trait illuminate database eloquent soft deletes, and here we are going to tell it to use soft deletes. Now let's see what happens when we delete a story. We are going to delete this event subscriber story. It says the story has been deleted successfully and we no longer see it over here. Now if we go into database, refresh it, this is the story with the ID 41, and we see that deleted at column has been populated, and that is why the record is no longer visible. And if we copy the slug and try to visit this story in the front end, well, we get a for not for error. So that is how easy it is to implement soft delete in Laravel. We just need to use this soft deletes trait. Hope you have enjoyed this lesson. See you in the next. In the last lesson, we created soft deleted records. Now let's create an admin interface to manage those soft deleted records. In order to create an admin interface, we will need to create a new column in the users table to identify the admin. We would create a new admin namespace and we will write all of our admin controller in that namespace. And we would also need to create a middleware to protect the admin namespace routes. Let's begin on it. First of all, we need a way to identify if the logged in user is admin or not. We will do so by creating a type column in the users table. Our admin will have this type column as 1 and the other standard user, which we are going to call author, will have the column value as 2. Let's create this migration. We go to our console, PHP artisan make migration, add type to users, and we are going to specify the table as users. Let's go to this migration. We are going to create this type column as a integer, and the default value would be 2. And in the down method we are simply going to drop this column type. Now let's run this migration. PHP partition migrate. Okay, now let's go to the database and see, and we see this type column has been added and it is currently 2 for both the users. Okay, we are not going to include this type column as the fillable property because we are going to create the admin manually only once. Okay, let's create this new user. We are going to go to Tinker. But we are going to create a user using factory and create method. Now one trick that we have not discussed is that we can override any value by passing the key and value to the create method. So in this we are going to override email. So we are going to pass it as email and we will specify email as admin@storyfy.com. We press enter and we see that email that the user has been created with the email that we just overwrote. Okay, now what we need to make sure is that we need to change the type and we also need to change the password because the current password is encrypted. We cannot simply pass the actual password. So what we will do is we will say user password is equal to hash make and we are going to specify our password as this, and then we are going to say user type is equal to 1 and then user save. Okay, now let's see our database and there we go. We have the type as 1 and email is the one that we specified. We do not care about the name, but if you want you can change that as well through Tinker or otherwise. Now let's add a link to our layout file which only admin can view. We go to our layouts file and we are going to add a couple of links over here. First one we are going to route to the stories.index, which is the one to display the listing of stories to the authenticated user, and another one we are going to display, we'll specify the anchor tag afterwards, but this one is only going to be deleted stories. We need to make sure that this particular link is only visible to admin, so we'll have a if condition over here. If auth user type is equal to 1, only then this link is viewable. Okay, let's go to our URL browser, reload this I am logged in with admin, so I'm only seeing this link. Okay, I think I made a mistake over here. Let's reload it and fix the styling. Okay, so only the storage link is visible. Now I'm going to log out and log in with the admin that we just created, admin@storyfy.com. I type in the password, and now we have both the links visible because now we are logged in with the user with type equal to 1. Okay, great. So that one works. Now we need to create a route for it. Okay, let's go to our route file. And for the time being, what we are going to do is we are going to create a route.get, and we are going to call it deleted underscore stories, and let's just route it to the stories controller at the index for the time being. Now what we need to do is that we need to make sure that all of the admin routes are prefixed with /admin automatically. Okay, so how we can do that? Well, first of all, we would need to enclose them in a closure, and here we could use prefix admin. Now all the routes defined within this closure would have admin prefixed automatically. Let's go to our Tinker, we have a command line, and check the route list, and there we go. We see that admin has been prefixed for this route. Now this could be anything. We can change it to super admin, and now if we view our route list, we have this super admin prefixed automatically. So you can use any value that you want, but we are going to go with admin only. Okay, now other thing that we do not want is that we do not want our admin controller to be sitting in the same directory as our other controllers. We want to put them in a separate directory. Well, we can do that using namespace. What we are going to do is we are going to add a namespace, and we are going to tell it, we are going to call our namespace as admin. Now for all the routes defined within this closure, since we have given the namespace as admin, the Laravel is going to look into directory app http controllers /admin. It is not going to look into the normal controllers directory. It is going to look for the admin directory within that controllers directory. So this way, this storage controller is different from this storage controller. This storage controller is present within the admin directory, and whereas this storage controller is present in the normal controllers directory. So we will need to create this storage controller. Well, we can easily do that using PHP artisan make controller admin and then storage controller. It says controller created successfully, and now if we go, we will see that we have a new directory within our controllers directory, that is admin, and within that we have a new storage controller with its own namespace. So let's take a moment to revise what we did. We have used this namespace so we can put our controller inside a particular directory, which in this case is admin. And we have also used this prefix so that all our URL are prefixed with this particular keyword, which is admin. Both of these are completely independent. You can use namespace and not use. Same way you can use prefix without using namespace. In this example, we are going to use both. Okay, now let's work on our control. Well, we will first of all include our model at the top. And now we will copy some of the code from the stories controller index method. Okay, so we do not need to check for the user ID. What we are interested is that we need those stories which have been deleted by various users, not only this user, by all the users. Well, we could do that using stories, and Laravel comes with this method only trashed. So this will only give us trashed stories. Let's increase the pagination to 10. And now we need to create a view for it, and instead of returning this view, we are going to return admin.stories.index, which means that this view file should be present within the admin folder inside the resource views directory. So we will need to create the directory. Let's go to resources views, and here we will create a new folder, admin, and within this we would create a new folder which would be stories. And finally we are going to create a file index.blade.php within this stories folder inside the admin. Now I'm going to borrow some code again from the stories index.blade.php. Okay, copy it. We'll need to make some changes. First of all, we can remove this add story link. We can call the title as deleted stories. We remove this action column. Well, we can change this status and instead display user. So here we will display story user and then name, and obviously we can delete all this column. Great. We save it. Okay, one thing that we forgot to do is that we did not give any name to our route, so let's give it a name. We are going to follow the convention and name it as admin.stories.index, and we are going to specify the same inside our layout file, route admin.stories.index. Okay, now if we go to our URL and if we go to the deleted stories, we see all the stories which have been deleted. Now if you remember from one of our last lessons, this is resulting in n+1 problem. So we could fix this by eager loading. Well, I'm not going to show you the query log again, but we know from the previous lesson that this would result in the n+1 problem, which we could fix by using the eager loading. Now if the URL, that issue is fixed. Great. So in this lesson we created an admin interface, we modified the user table, we created a new namespace for admin controllers, we saw how we can prefix the routes with admin keyword, but we still have a security issue with the admin interface. We will tackle that in our next lesson. Thank you. Welcome to the second part of the Laravel admin interface. As we ended our last session with discussing that we have a security issue in our admin interface, now let's find out what is that security flaw that we are having. Now I'm going to copy this URL and I'm going to log out. And if I type that URL manually, we see that we can still access it. So we need to make sure that our route is protected. And if we go to our routes, we know that we can protect it by using the auth middleware. So let's copy it and apply the same over here. Okay, now let's try to access this URL, and we are now redirected to the login page. So auth middleware is working fine, and a user which is not logged in is not able to access our page. However, let's just log in with the author user. I'm referring to the author user as those users which are of the type 2. And this user is also able to access this particular page, but we only want the user with type 1 to access this URL. So how we can fix that? Well, the first way is to make sure that we can create a constructor method over here and check the type of the user within that method. But let's look at the better way. We are going to create a new middleware. Let's see how we can do that. Well, we go to PHP partition list, and if we check over here, we have a make middleware command. Let's check the help for this one. Okay, this accepts the name of the class. So let's create a new one, PHP artisan make middleware, and we are going to call it as check admin. Again, make the typo error. Okay, now let's go to our editor, and if you check, we have a new middleware inside the middleware folder, check admin. As we have already discussed, middleware intercepts an incoming request. Now we need to make a check over here. If it satisfies our condition, we are just going to pass the request further into application, and it might be intercepted by other middlewares. However, if it doesn't meet our criteria, we could redirect the user to a 404 page over here. So the check that we are going to do is if request user type it is not equal to 1, then we can simply abort and go to 404. Okay, now we need to apply this middleware to all our admin routes. Well, we can do that using check admin class, and we also have included this middleware at the top. Okay, now if we reload our page, we are redirected to the 404 page. Great. Let's log out and log in again with the admin. And if we check, now we are able to access this page as an admin, whereas all the other users would be protected, would not be able to view this page because it is now protected using this middleware check admin. Great. So now that we have created a new middleware and protected our routes using the same, let's implement some actual functionality. What we are going to do is we are going to create two buttons over here so that user can restore the record or permanently delete the record. Okay, let's create routes for both of them. We are going to create our routes within this closure, and what we are going to do is, if this request is put stories restore and story, this would be handled by stories control and within that restore method. And remember, this stories controller is the one within the admin namespace, and as usual we are going to give it a name, admin stories dot restore, and we are going to create another route. This will be a delete route, and it will link to stories delete and then this actual story, and this would also be handled by the stories controller and within that delete method. And we would name our routes as admin.stories.delete. Great. Now let's create these two methods. First one is public function restore, and this is going to have this story. And how can we restore? Story restore, that is the name of the method. And after we restore it, we're going to return back to the route admin.stories.index with status that story restored successfully. And same way we are going to have a method delete with story passed to it, and once we get this story we are going to force delete it so that it is permanently deleted from the database. If we use delete, it would be just marked as delete. We copy this code and we say story deleted successfully. Great. Now we need to create these buttons over here. We are going to call it action, and I think I can copy a bit of code from over here. Oh yeah, that's one that I'm looking for. The first one is going to go to routes admin.stories.restore. The method is going to be put, and I'm going to call it restore. The other one is going to be delete, and I'm going to call it delete, and the method would be delete as well. Okay, now let's just reload our page and let's just test both of these methods. We're going to first test this restore. We click on it and we are redirected to 404 page. Okay, let's test the delete one, and we are again redirected back to 404 page. So what is happening? Well, we are using this route model binding, and as we know that Laravel will automatically fetch the story for us if we specify this story over here, and it is going to fetch the story based upon the ID. But since we have specified in our story model that we are using soft delete, So Laravel is not able to find these stories for us, and that is why it is throwing that 404 error. Well, I can prove it to you if I remove the route model binding over here and just do a DDO over here. Let's see what we get. Well, now we are able to reach our controller. So that proves that route model binding is the issue because of that soft delete. So how we can fix this? Well, we have two options. First of all, we can define our own route model binding. Just like we did here for the active story, we could define one for the deleted story and define it same in the route service provider. However, since we have already done that, let's go with the second option. What we are going to do is that we are going to remove the route model binding completely for both of these routes. We are going to query it ourselves. So let's just change to ID just to be a bit more specific. And in the controller, I am also going to change this one to ID. And instead, I'm going to fetch the story myself. What I'm going to do is story with trashed find or fail the particular ID. I'm going to make the same changes in the delete method. I'm going to change this to ID, and then I'm going to find the story myself. And now if I restore this story, which has an ID of 41, well, it is gone from here. And if I check the database, we should see that the deleted at column has been set to null for this one. And we see the deleted at column is null for ID 41. And if we check other story, let's say event story, this is the one with ID 36. And if I click on delete, it is going to permanently delete that record from the database. And if I refresh it, that 36 is nowhere to be found. So both our restore and delete are working correctly. So that completes our second part of the admin functionality. We created our own middleware to protect our routes, and then we implemented force delete and restore functionality. Hope you have enjoyed this lesson. See you in the next. In this lesson, we are going to add images to our stories. We will allow users to add image to their stories and display the same on home page as well as detail page. Again, this is a very common functionality when you're building a web application. So let's see how we can do that in Laravel. Well, we are going to use image intervention library. It is a very famous library and it is compatible with Laravel. Let's go to the installation page. And these are the system requirements. And you should have one of these libraries installed. Normally, we use GD library. So let's see how we can install it. So this is how we install using Composer. Instead of using the command that they have given, we could do it in a simpler way. We can type Composer require intervention image. We press enter and wait for some time. Now that our composer has installed the image intervention library, well, we need to create our config app.php as specified here. Well, let's open up that file. And here within the providers array, well, we need to include this class. We will include it at the bottom. And also what we need to do is we need to add this in the aliases array. Again we do it at the bottom. So we save the file, and now our image intervention has been installed successfully. So let's create a dummy route over here so that we can experiment with this one. We are going to call it image, and we're going to have a closure. Well, now the first question that arises is where you should store your images. Well, Laravel suggests storing them in the storage, app, and public folder, and it expects you to create a symbolic at the public storage folder, which would point to this folder. Well, we can do this using the following command: php artisan storage link. We press enter, and now it has created that symbolic. Okay, now inside the storage app public folder I have this image unsplash.jpg. So I should be, since that now we have created that symbolic, so I should be able to access it using storage and unsplash.jpg, and there it is. So anything inside this storage app public folder, it can be accessed using this particular URL. Okay, now let's see how we can use this intervention library to create a thumbnail. Well, we know that this is the path to the image. I'm going to copy it, and we are going to declare a variable image path, and we could access that path using this helper public path, and we are going to pass the path to the image. And now we can make an image using the image make method. This would accept a parameter which is the path to the image, and then using the resize method we could resize it into a thumbnail. Let's give it a width of 225 and a height of 100. Now we can return this image as a response, and it would be JPG format. Okay, now let's open up in a browser, and now we see it has returned us an image of 225 by 100. This was the original image, and this is the image that has been, this is the thumbnail that has been returned by the intervention library. What we can do is we can also save this image. Let's create another variable, call it right path, and what we can do is we can copy it, and we are going to just give it a name of thumbnail.jpg, and we could save it using the same method and passing this right path. Okay, let's try it again. We reload it, and it is going to return us an image. But now if we go to the storage thumbnail.jpg, we should see the same image, and there it is. So this is how image intervention can be used to save thumbnail. Now that we know how the image intervention works, let's work on the logic to upload file using the add and edit form. Well, we are going to keep it simple, and what we are going to do, we will just create a column in the storage table, and that will store the image path. Okay, so let's create the thumbnail file, the migration file. We could do that using php artisan make migration, and we are going to say add image to storage table, and we are also going to pass it a table of stories. We press enter, and now it has created a migration for us. Let's go to our migration at database migration, and there it is, this one at the last. We are going to create a column, and we are going to call it image, and we would also make it nullable, and in the down method we are just going to drop this column. Okay, we have done this so many times, you should have got a hang of it by now. So let's run this migration. PHP artisan migrate. Okay, now it has created that column for us in the stories table. All right, so first thing that we need to do is we need to define the validation for this image. So we can do that in the app http. We have our request file, and then we have story request. So here we are going to define the validation for the image column. So Laravel comes up with the inbuilt image validation method. This allows you to add JPG, PNG, GIF, and SVG image. But in case you want to be more specific, we could also do the validation using MIMES and specify JPEG, JPG, and PNG. Well, there are also other validation rules for size and dimensions that you would normally use in a web application, but we are going to keep it simple and ignore them for now. We also want user to add or edit stories without any image. So we are going to use this sometimes parameter. What uh, this would do is it would make sure that validation would only kick in if there is an image uploaded by a user. If there is no image, there would not be any validation and it would just work fine. Okay, now let's create our form. What we can do is we could go to resources, views, stories, and within the create.play.php, first thing that we need to do is we need to specify the enc type as multipart form data. We need to make the same change in the edit.play.php as well. There we go. And now we need to create the actual input field in the form.play.php. I'm just going to copy this one and I'm going to paste it at the very end. Let's see, it would be image. This would also be image. Type is going to be file, as we know. Name would also be file, and this would be image. We are not going to have any value field, so I'm going to remove that, and this would be image as well. Great. Now let's go to our browser and we go to stories create. We do see the new field that we have added. So first of all, let's try to create a story without adding an image to see if that validation is working fine. So I'm going to give a title story without image, and this is just a dummy body. Type would be short, status yes. So I'm going to submit our form, and we get this success message, and that is working fine. Now let's try to add a story with an image, but we are not going to use the actual image. We are going to upload a file which is not an image to see if that validation is working fine. to choose a file, and I'm just going to upload this PHP file. So this should give me a validation error. So let's see if, and there we go. We do get that error. The image must be of file type, and these are the extension. So that validation is also working fine. Great. Now we need to make changes to upload and update the image column. Well, let's see how we can do that. We need to go to the stories controller. Okay, and this is where we are adding the story. So here what we are going to do is we are going to check if the request has file and the name of the input is image. So we could say to get the image using request file image. Now we need to give it a file name which is going to be unique. We can do that using file name is equal to, we're just going to give time, and then we need to specify the extension. We are going to get it from the uploaded image itself. We could use get client original extension. This is going to give the extension of the file that was uploaded by the user. And now we need to create a thumbnail for it. Well, we could do that using image make image. This image is the one that was uploaded by the user, and then we are going to use resize method, and we are going to specify again 225 and 100, and then we are going to save it to a public path which would be storage, and then the file name that we just generated dynamically. There we go. This would make sure that the thumbnail is stored in the storage directory. Be sure to include this intervention image facade image at the top. And now what we need to do is we need to make the thumbnail is created, but we need to make sure that our database is also updated with the file name. So we could do that story image is equal to file name, and then we just save it. Great. Let's try adding a image. We're going to upload this image, and then we are going to click on add. And now it says that story has been created. Let's check our database. And we see that we have this column updated with this image, and if we check our folder, we have this same image in the folder itself. So that is working fine. Now let's make changes in the update method. We are going to copy the same code, and what we are going to do is have it over here. Okay, that should work. Let's go to our browser and let's edit this one. And we we are going to change the title to story with image edit, and we are going to choose a file. This time we are going to choose this one, and we save. And we get the success message, and if we check in our database, we see that the column has been updated. So this is also working fine. Now we do have a bit of duplicate code. This code is present in the add file, the update method, as well as the store method. So we are going to clean it up a bit. What we could do is we can copy this code and we could have it in another function. Let's create a private function and call it store upload image, and it is going to have two parameter, request and story. So over here we could call that same method, and we're going to pass it request and story, and same thing we can do in the store method. To remove this and use this method. So now that is a bit clean. Okay, now let's do one thing. Is on the front end to display this image. What we can do is we can create an accessor. Let's go to our story model, and we are going to create a accessor to get the thumbnail. What we could do is public function, and we know the format of the accessor is get, and we're going to call it thumbnail and then attribute. Okay, now this is what we are going to do inside this method is we are going to check if the image column is not empty. Then we need to return the link to our image. We could do that using the asset method, and we know it is stored in the storage, and then we could just return the image. However, when there is no image, we also wanted to return a default image that we can show in case no image has been added by the user. So in that case, we .jpg, and we are going to return that same image. So this is going to show in case no image has been uploaded by the user. So let's use this function to display image on the front end. We are going to add a new column for the image, and here we are going to display the image. We can do that using story, and we know that we have that accessor that we can access using thumbnail. Now this is going to return us the source to the image, so we could wrap it inside a image tag, and this would be source, and we can also specify an alt tag as image, close the image tag, and now let's go to the browser and see how it is looking. Well, we seems to have some issue over here, so let's check it out. Well, it seems that we have a typo. This should be storage. Okay, let's reload now, and now we see the default image when nothing has been uploaded by the user, and when a thumbnail has been uploaded we see the actual image. Another thing that we could do is if we go to the backend, if you want, you can display the images in this listing for the authenticated user, but I'm going to keep it as it is. If you want, you can make the change. All right. Now, if we go to this edit form, we would like to display the current thumbnail. Currently, we are not displaying anything. So let's see how we can do that. I'm going to use this thumbnail code, and I'm going to copy this into form.play.php. Let's copy it over here. We go to the browser, and this is currently giving us the path, so we can copy the whole code and paste it over here. Let's reload now, and now we see the image that was uploaded for this. If you go to the add form, you will see that user will see the default thumbnail. If user want, he can upload another image, or if they want, they can leave it as it is. So we see that this accessor was very helpful. All the images are being displayed using this accessor itself. So that brings us to the end of this lesson. Uploading an image is a very common task that you are going to perform again and again. Hope you have enjoyed this lesson, and see you in the next. Hello and welcome back. Since introducing images in our homepage in the last lesson, our design has become rather bad. Having a table is not going to serve the purpose for us. So let us work a bit on the design. Well, I've found this bootstrap design, and this is what we are going to use to display our homepage. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this view source, and what we need to do is we need to copy everything inside this main role. Before I do that, let's create a backup of this one. Alright, this is the backup, and this is the file that here we are going to change our new design. So let's do one thing. Let's copy everything from the main role from here to here, and we are going to copy it inside our section. And another thing that we need to do is this has a style, and I'm going to copy this one, and for the time being I'm just going to include it here itself, and we will deal with this later on. Okay, now if we go to our page, let's see how it looks. Yeah, I mean there are a few issues that we need to fix, but overall this is the design that we wanted to mimic this one. Okay, so now let's see what we can do. Well, we're going to start from the top, and we can call this our home page, and this could be the text which would say great stories from our author. Here, instead of these two buttons, we can have our anchor tags, and let's see, this would be all, and it would link to this one, and this would link to short, and we're going to have another one which is going to link to long, and this would be long as well. I can now remove this, And now if we reload, we have our links, we have our home page title, and just a single line. Now let's come down. This is the div, and it has a container div and another div as row, and then this one is repeating for all the stories that we have. So what we are going to do is we are going to remove from here to here, and we are only going to have one div, and we can instead put it inside the for each loop this way, for each, and this div ends over here. At the end we can have and for each. We could also go to the dashboard controller and change the pagination to, I think it's 10, we can change to 9 because it is displaying 3 in one row. Alright, and now let's see what we can do. We have this image, and we know that we can get our image using story thumbnail. So we're going to change this data source to source, and here we are going to define this static image to our story image. Inside the text we are going to display the title, well, we are only going to have one button, and that will display the author, and in fact it is known as the user name. And here we can display the type. Great, let's see how this one looks now. And this one looks much better. We have this name not populating because we forgot to include this in our curly braces. So we change it, save it, and now it is displaying fine. We have an extra brace over here that we can remove. Alright, so this one is looking nice. Well, we don't have the pagination, so we can copy the paginate link from here and we can display it. Well, I'm going to display outside this div, and let's see. And here we go. Well, it looks nice. Alright, and okay, now what about the CSS? It doesn't look nice over here, and let's see how we can tackle that. We go to the layout, .blade.php, and we see that we have this CSS over here inside the CSS folder. So let's add our CSS. We are going to create a new file which would be homepage.css, and we are going to copy everything from here to here inside the homepage CSS, and we can also remove these style tags. And now we can include this CSS like this. And now if we reload, well, this does work fine, but if you see that we do not, now we are including this homepage.css in our layout, and this would be included in all the pages. However, we only want this CSS to be loaded on the single page, which is our dashboard.index.blade.php. So how we can do this thing? Well, so far in our layout we have only created one section, and this is that section, and we are only displaying the content within this section over here. What we could also do is we could create multiple section as well. So let's see how we can do that. I'm going to cut this, and instead we could display another yield over here, and we are going to call it styles. We're going to save it, and then within this index.blade.php we could create another section, and now this would be named as styles. I'm going to end it over here, and now within this section I can include that same CSS. So now this CSS would be included only on the home page. Notice how we are using two sections and displaying different values for those two sections and rendering it in our layout. We haven't done this till now. So far we were only displaying one section. Now if we go to our URL, reload it, and it still works fine. Okay, a few more changes before we wind it up. We are going to link this one to our detail page. So we could go over here, we can do a href, and this would be route, and if we check the route name, it is dashboard.show. And it is expecting a story, and now if we save it, reload it, and now this is linked, and if we go over here we get this detail page. We can also make few small changes over here. This is the show.blade.php. We are not even displaying the image over here, so what we can do is first of all we can comment this out, and instead of displaying, we can copy this thing, and this, instead of displaying this title, this would be body, and I think rest everything should be fine. We also need to display the image. Where we are going to do that, let's say I don't know, maybe over here itself. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, I mean, it's not looking very good, but it is not bad either. I'm going to keep it as it is. So now let's look at our application. This home page is looking much better. We have our pagination work, and we have made certain changes to the detail page as well to keep it compatible with our home page design. So in this lesson we worked on implementing some bootstrap design to make our application a bit better. Hope you have enjoyed this lesson. See you in the next. Hello and welcome back. In this lesson, we will add functionality to add tags to our stories. Since one tag can be linked to multiple stories, this would involve many to many relationship, which is also known as belongs to many relationship. This could be confusing to implement first time, so let's get started on this. First of all, we will need to create a new table for tags. So we are going to create a new model, php artisan make model, we're going to call it tag, and since we also need the migration, we are going to pass the m flag. We press enter, and now it has created the model as well as migration for us. So let's go to the migration first, and there it is. It has already assumed that the name of the table is going to be the tags, which is fine. And here we are only going to have a string field which will be called as name, and we are also going to make it unique. All right, in the down method we are going to drop this table. All right, since this is a many-to-many relationship, we will also need a pivot table which would link both stories as well as tags. Now Laravel does not create it automatically for us. We will need to create it manually, and we are going to do it within this same migration. So I'm just going to copy this one, and the name of the table, well, Laravel assumes the name of the pivot table will be formed by joining the two model names in the alphabetical order. So in this case it is going to be the story underscore tag. Story is going to come before tag in the alphabetical order, and remember both of them are singular. Then we will have two columns. First one will be an integer. It would be story underscore id, and then we are also going to have tag underscore id. Okay, and in the down method we can simply drop this table. That is it. Now let's run our migration. PHP artisan migrate, and now it has created the table for us. Okay, now let's define the relationship in both the models. We have this story model and we have this tag model. Within this story model we can define it, let's define it over here, public function tags, and this is going to return the relation which is going to be this belongs to many, and this would take app tag class. We do the same thing inside the tag model. We define it as stories, and this one will have the same thing. We are going to return app story class. All right, now that relationship has been defined, we need to insert some tags. We've already seen how we can populate our table using factories. Let's check another method to populate our table. It is known as seeding. Let's check the help command. PHP artisan help make seeder. Now it just accepts one argument, which is going to be the name of the class. So let's create one using PHP artisan make seeder, and we are going to call it tag seeder, and it says that seeder has been created successfully. So now if we go to database seeds, we have this tag seeder. Now factories were used to return the random data. Seeders can be used to insert non-random data. You can explicitly set the data that you want to insert. So we will define the tags that we want to insert. Well, we will define an array, and we can define tags like PHP, Laravel, Bootstrap, CSS, HTML, JavaScript, and let's define view as well. All right, what we are going to do is we are going to loop through these tags, and we are going to insert one by one. We are going to insert using db. We are going to include this class at the top, db table, and the name of the table is tags, and then we can do insert, and this would take an array. We only have name to insert, and we are going to do that this way. So now we need to call this seeder to insert records, but before we do that, we need to tell our composer that we have created this new file, and we need to register this in the autoloader. This is a very common mistake, so please remember, whenever you create a new seeder, you need to run this command, composer dump autoload. This is going to register your class in the autoloader. Now that our command has done, we could run our seeder using the following command, php artisan db seed, and then we are going to pass it an argument class, and then the name of our class which is having the seeder. If we run it, it says that seeding has been completed successfully. So now let's check our database, and if we go to our tags table, we see that they have been populated correctly. We do see them, these two columns as null, but we can ignore them for now. We are anyway not going to use them. Okay, now before we change our forms to allow users to add tags to their stories, let's do some experimentation using Tinker. We go to Tinker, php artisan Tinker. I'm going to fetch a story. Yeah, let's say one with id 43. Okay, if I do a story tags, well, I get an empty collection. Well, this is correct because we don't have any associations as yet. So let's see how we can link this particular story to a tag. Well, we can do so using the attach method. So what we are going to do is story tags, remember to call it with parentheses, and then we are going to pass attach, and we are going to ask it to attach this particular story with tag which has id of 1. We press enter, and now if we check our story underscore tag table, well, we see that we have our story id and the tag id 1 populated correctly. And now if we do a story refresh and then get story tags, we do get our tag with id 1 which is php. We can also attach multiple stories using the attach method. We can do story tags, and to attach we could pass an array. Let's say we pass an array with id 2 and 3. If we click it and refresh our database, we would see that we have two more entries with id 2 and 3. Same way, we have a detach method which removes the association. We can also remove one as well as multiple by passing the IDs that we want to detach. So let's say if we detach 1 and 3, the 1 and 3 will be removed and we will only be left with tag 2. If we refresh, we see that we now only have tag ID 2, 1 and 3 has been removed. Now I'm going to again attach 1 and 3. Now this story has now 3 tags, 1, 2 and 3. Now we have seen attach and detach method. We also have another method which is known as sync. Let's see how it works. Story tags, and I'm going to pass an array to this sync, and it will have an ID 1, 2, and 4. So now what this will do is, we know that we have ID 1, 2, and 3 which are already linked to this. So it is going to attach 4, but now since we have not passed 3, it is going to detach 3. So let's see. We press enter, it gives us the information what it has done. And if we refresh it, we do see we have now 1, 2, and 4 being attached to this story. This sync method is very useful when you are using a form to submit and you want to add and remove association based upon the user input. So this is how many-to-many relationship work. Now that we understand the attach, detach, and the sync method, let's work on our form. Well, first of all, what we need to do is we need to pass our tags to the form, and we can do that over here. First of all, we are going to include our tags at the top, and here what we can do is we can get all the tag and pass it to our view. We can do the same thing in the edit method, and this is the one. We fetch all the tags and we pass it to our view. Okay, now within our view we need to display a field. Here we are going to display a field. We are going to display the checkbox so that user can select any tags that he want. So let's do that. I'm going to create a div with form check. Now we can display the tags over here within our form. So I'm going to create a div with a class of form group, and over here I'm going to loop through all the tags, and for each tag I'm going to display a checkbox. Name would be tag with this array notification. Value is going to be tag ID, and then we are going to have a label with class form check, and the value of label is going to be tag value. In fact, it is going to be tag name. All right, now we also need to store these tags whenever the form is submitted. So we are going to do over here inside the store method, we are going to check story tags, and then we are going to use the sync method that we just discussed in the tinker, and we are going to give the input as request tags, and we are going to do the same thing in the update method over here. Okay, now let's create a new story. We do see that all the tags are being displayed along with the checkbox. So let's create one story with tags. We are not giving any image, and we are going to select PHP, Laravel, and JavaScript as the tags. We submit, and we get the success message. And if we go to the database and check our story tag table, we do see that our story ID 46 has been linked to the three tags that we selected. All right, let's do another thing. I'm going to add a story, but this time I'm not going to specify either the title or the body so that we get an error message, but I'm going to select the tags at PHP and Laravel. So when I click on add, I should get the validation error, and there we go. But if you have noticed, it is not remembering our tags checkboxes. We need to make sure that our checkboxes are preserved in case of an error. So we know that we can use the old tag. So let's see how we can use that in this case. So what we are going to do is we are going to check for in array, and if our this tag ID is present in the old tags, and the second parameter is going to be empty array, then we can say we can check it, otherwise we can keep it as empty. So we are only checking if the tag ID is present in the old tags, then we make sure that it is checked, otherwise it is empty. Let's see if it is working or not. I'm again going to select PHP and Laravel, and now when I submit it, we get this validation array, but this time our checkboxes are preserved. So that is working fine. Now let's go to the edit story. This is the one with tags. If we go to the edit story, we do see the tags, but again they are not preserved. So what we need to do is we need to make sure that this instead of this empty array, we pass it the tags by fetching it from the database. So let's see how we can do that. It is a little bit tricky, but let's see. What I'm going to do is I'm going to dd story tags over here in the edit method, and now if I go to the URL, well, I do get all these tags, all these three tags. Currently this is returning a collection, but we would like it in an array form. Let's see how we can do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use the plug method, and I'm going to ask it to plug the ID. So let's see what it gives now. And now if we check this array, we are only getting the IDs, but we still need to convert this collection into an array. So we could do that using toArray method. And now if we reload it, we get this array. So this is the one that we need. So what I'm going to do is this: I'm going to copy this, remove this line, and within our form.blade.php, instead of this empty array, I'm going to write that line. So see, it is going to get all the tags of the story. It is going to pluck the ID and then convert that collection into an array. Let's go to our browser. Now we are going to reload it, and it should check the three tags 1, 2 and 6, and there we go. It has those tags are now checked based upon the database values. So this is how you submit a form and save many-to-many relationship. Now what we are going to do is we need to display these tags on the front end as well as the back end. Let's display on the back end first of all. Over here, what we can do is we are going to fetch the stories and we are going to fetch it with tags. Alright, and if we go to the stories index.blade.php, over here we are going to have another column as tags. Let's say over here, and here we can then display all the tags using for each story tags as tag. We're going to end for each, and then within here we can just display the tag name. Alright, let's see if it is working or not. I'm going to reload it, and here we go. We get the tags for these two, and if no tag is present we get an empty. I'm not going to format it because I just wanted to display how these tags can be displayed. We are going to make a similar change on the front end as well. So let's see what we can do over here. We go to the dashboard controller, and along with the user we are also going to fetch the tags. Okay, and we are going to display these tags. Let's say we display it somewhere over here. So okay, I'm going to give a br tag over here, and here we can display the tags as story tags as tag and for each, and here we can display it like a button with class of button small, and I'm going to give it as button outline primary, and here I am going to display the tag name. Alright, let's see how it looks now. We are only going to have tags for these two, so yeah, so this is how the tags are going to look on the home page. We could go into the detail page and we could make similar changes over here. I'm just going to copy the code and I'm going to display it over here, save it, and if I reload it I see all the tags related to this story. So in this lesson we were able to use many-to-many relationship to link multiple tags to the stories. We saw how we can save those tags using a form, and finally we displayed those tags on the front end for the user. Hope you have enjoyed this lesson. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. So far in our tutorial we have looked into one-to-many relationship and many-to-many relationship. In this video we are going to check one-to-one relationship. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a profile table and we would link it with the user table. However, to make it more challenging, what we will do is we would update both the tables using a single form. So let's get started on it. Well, first of all, we would need to create a profile model and its migration. So we can do that using the artisan command make model, We're going to call it profile, and we would also create a migration for it. And there we go. So let's open up the migration. All right, this profile table will have a user ID column, and I would also create an index on it. Next, we would need a couple of fields for the profile. Well, let's add biography, which would be a text field, and let's add an address field. I'm just going to keep it simple. Our main motive is to make sure that we can update both the users and profile table using a single form. All right, in the down method, we are just deleting this profiles table. All right, let's run this migration. PHP artisan migrate, and the profile table has been created successfully. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the profile model, and here first of all I would specify the fillable fields like we always do, and it would be an array, and I'm going to have biography and address inside it. Next, we need to define the relationship between user and profile model. So profile for profile we will have profile belongs to users, and in the user table we would define the inverse of this relationship. Profile, and this would be has one, and there it is. User has one profile and profile belongs to user. All right, now what we will do is we will define some routes in our routes file. So I'm going to go to web.php, and here within this middleware we need to define two routes. First one would show the form to the user, and second one would update it. So I'm going to create a get route. Let's call it the URL as edit profile, and this would be handled by profiles controller, and within that edit method. Remember, we need to create this controller, and I'm also going to give it a name of profiles.edit, and then we would have a put, which would again go to edit profile, and we're going to pass it a user, and this would be handled by profiles controller, and within that update method. And then I'm going to give this router name profiles.update. All right, let's create this controller. We can do so using the command php artisan make controller and profiles controller. So let's open up this controller and create edit and update method. There it is. I'm going to first of all include the users model at the top, and then we would have a edit method and a update method. Edit method, we would need the user, which we can get from auth user, and what we are going to do is we are going to return a view which would be profiles dot edit, and we give it a user. All right, for the update method, well, this would of course accept a user, and we'll come back to it after some time. All right, let's create this view file. So within this views folder, I'm going to create a new folder and call it profiles, and this would have a edit.blade.php. I'm going to copy this storage.edit.play.php and paste it over here. And this also includes a form which I would copy for the time being, and then we would make changes over here. In fact, you know what? Let me just remove this, and I'm also going to remove this link, and we will have edit profile. Here the route would be profiles.update, and we are going to pass the user. We can remove this multi-part form data since we are not uploading any file. All right, this should work for the time being, and we're also going to include this edit profile link in our layout. I'm going to include it over, let's say, here, and this would be edit profile, and the route would of course be profiles.edit. Let's test this out. I'm going to reload it, and we see a edit profile link. And now if I go to edit profile, I see the form or the page, so that is working fine. So now let us work on the actual form. I'm going to copy it and paste it over here. I think I only need the input, so yeah, let us just delete all of this. And now we can create various fields that we need in the profile form. First of all, we are going to have a name, which would be name. We can change all the title to name. This story would be user, and this would also be name. Same thing we will have for email. And there we go. Let us view this now, and this seems to be working fine. We have got our name and email populated correctly. All right, now there's another thing that I'm going to do. I'm going to make this email as the read-only field. We would not allow users to change the email, so I'm going to change it into read-only. And I think I can also remove this error. And there we go. In fact, value could also be only user email. Let's reload it, and there we go. So that is fine. User can update the name. Email is just a read-only field. Okay, now we are also going to include the biography and address. For biography, I would copy the text area from here. Let's copy this one. And this would be biography. And I'm going to change everything to biography. and here instead of user we need to check for user profile biography, and since a user profile might not exist, this is going to throw an error. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a default of empty. So this is a PHP 7 syntax in case you are not aware. This double question mark means it would check if this value is set. If this value is set, it would assign this value, otherwise it would assign the empty value. All right, and the last one is address, and this one would be profile address. And I think that should be it. Let's open up our form, and there we go. Now we have got all the fields. All right, so next thing what we are going to do is we are going to create a request file which would handle the validation for it. So we can do that using PHP artisan make request, and we are going to call it profile request, and the request file has been created successfully. So I'm going to go into HTTP request, and there it is. So as usual, here we are going to return true, and within this we need to define all the validation rules. So first one is name. Well, I'm going to keep it simple and give it an required, and let's say a max of 255, or we can even do it 32. Next one is email field is not there, so we do not need to have any validation for that. And next one is biography, and I'm just going to give it required, and same thing I would do with address. So I've made all these things required. So now let's make changes in the controller. I'm going to include our request, and here I'm going to typecast this request and dump all the request over here. All right, let us test this now. I'm just going to save it, and it should throw me the validation error, and there we go. Field is required. If I remove this one as well, it should throw the validation error for this as well. And I see the old one didn't work. This should have been name, and now if I type something, that is working fine. All right, now that validation is working, what we need to do over here is we need to save the information to the profile, and then first of all we need to save information to the users table, and then we will save information to the profiles table. So let us make some changes and enter the biography and address, and if I click on save, it should now take me to the controller, and I have these fields coming from the request. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that username should be request name, and then we are going to save the user. And we can save information to the profile table using the create method, and we are just going to pass it request all. Since we have the fillable fields, Laravel will take care of itself, and it would pick biography and address from the request, and then we can simply redirect. We can redirect to the profiles, edit with status profile updated successfully. So let us test this. I'm going to reload it, and we do get the message that profile has been updated successfully. However, there is an issue. Now that profile has been created for this one, we need to make sure that the next time we come over here, we do not create a profile. In fact, we should update it. So we can do that. First of all, we would need to check if the user profile exists. Then we should update over here. Else we can simply create over here. So how we can update? Well, I'm going to use the same syntax. However, instead of using request all, I need to specify the exact fields. So I can use request only, take an array, and there I can specify biography and address. So let us try that now. I'm going to change it to biography changed, address changed, and have some value over here. If I click on save, well, it updates the users table as well as the biography table, and if you see over here, the change is also reflected in the top. So that one is working fine, and with that we have come to the end of this video. We saw in this video how we can update two tables using a single form, validating all the data. Hope you have enjoyed this lesson. See you in the next one. Hello guys, and welcome to this video. So Laravel 8 was released yesterday, and now as you can see, the documentation has also been updated to the latest version, which is 8. So in this video, we are going to see how we can update our current project to Laravel 8. So the documentation says that it will take approximately 15 minutes for you to update. Before we attempt the update, we need to make sure that we have all the packages and dependencies that we are using in our project. They are compatible with Laravel 8. So in order to be sure, there is this awesome tool known as laravelshift.com. Here we can check if the dependencies that we are using, if they are compatible with Laravel 8 or not. So what we will need to do is we will need to post our composer.json file over here, and it will give us the result. So let's do that. So this is our composer.json file, and I'm going to paste it over here, and there we go. These are all the packages that we are using in our project currently, and as you can see under version 8.x, we are getting this check mark, which means all these packages are compatible with Laravel 8, and so we are going to upgrade. We need to make sure that we are using PHP version 7.3 or higher. So let's check our version. We can do it on the command line php -v, and we are using 7.4.9, so we are good in that regard. Alright, so let's see how we can update. Well, we need to update our composer.json file and specify these versions for these libraries. So let's do that. First of all is this of course Laravel framework, which we need to specify version 8.0. So let's search for it. Here it is. Currently we are using 7.24. So let's change it to 8.0. Then we need to change this to 5.0. Here we go. And Guzzle needs to be updated to 7.0.1. There it is. And lastly we have this facade ignition, which should be 2.3.6, and there it is. And that is it. After updating the composer.json file, we can simply do composer update, and this will update all the libraries to the version that we have specified. We press enter, and this is going to take some time. And now that the composer has finished running, all our libraries have been updated. Now there is another thing that we need to do. If we come down over here, we will see that model factories, they have been completely rewritten, so old one would not work. So in order to make that work in Laravel 8, we will need to install this package. So that is what we are going to do next. Now that the package has been installed successfully, our update process is almost complete and we are ready to check if our project is working fine. So I will start the development server. We can do so using PHP artisan serve. And now if I open up this URL, we see that it is working fine. However, if you see down, we see that we have these next and back pages coming in a funny way. Well, this is because Laravel is now by default going to use Tailwind CSS for pagination. So if we come down below, there it is. So it says the paginator now uses the Tailwind CSS framework for default styling. So if we want to continue using Bootstrap, we need to make a change in the app service provider. So I'm going to copy it and open app provider, app service provider. I'm going to include this at the top, and then within the boot method, I'm going to tell Laravel that paginator should use Bootstrap. And now if we reload, we are back to using Bootstrap pagination style again. So that is it. Our Laravel project has been updated to the latest version 8. Another important change that I want to discuss with you regarding the Laravel 8 is that it will have a models directory by default within the app folder. Now, since we updated the Laravel project from 7 to 8, it did not created one. But if you are creating a new project, it will have a models directory. So if I create a new folder over here and call it models, and now if I try to create a model using the PHP artisan command, let's say I want to create a model name as category. So since this models directory is present, it will create this category model inside this models directory. And here we go. If I now open this models directory, we have this model created within the new directory. However, if this model is not present, so I'm going to delete it. And now if I run that same command again, well, we'll see that it creates the category model in the app folder itself. So this is very convenient. If the models directory is present, model will be created in the models directory. If it is not present, it will be created in the app folder like it used to do previously. So for now, we are not going to have this models directory, but in the later videos, we will be making changes to have this models directory and move all our models and any reference to them in our project accordingly. So that's it for now. Hope you have enjoyed this video and hope you also upgrade your project to the latest version. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. As I briefly discussed in the last video, that one of the newest features in the Laravel 8 is the presence of model directory. If this directory is present in your project, Laravel will assume that all your models are present within this directory. However, if this directory is not present, Laravel will work under the assumption that all your models are present in the app directory itself. Since we have updated our project to Laravel version 8, it will be good for us to include this directory in our folder as well so as to make our project compatible. Remember, when we move our folder to the models directory, we will have to change all the references that we have made. So for example, in this controller, we have this app story. We would need to change this to app models story. I will first of all create a new folder and call it models. And I'm going to move all our models inside this new directory. A good thing that we only have 3. All right, now that we have moved them, what we need to do is, first of all, we need to change the namespace at the top. So the namespace would be app models. And what we would also need to change all the references within this over here. All right, now that we have made all the changes in our models, we need to make changes in other areas of our code. Now it would be difficult for us to search where all the references have been made. So I'm going to make use of my editor, and I'm going to use this find in files functionality. I will first of all search for tag that has been used in least number of places. So it says there is only one occurrence of it. So I'm going to open it and I'm going to change it to app models tag. All right. So let us search for the other thing. I'm going to search for user. So these are all the places where user model has been used. Now it is difficult for me to go into each and every file and change it manually. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use replace in files, and I'm going to replace it with app models user, and then I'm going to click on it and say yes, and that would change all the occurrences of user model. Same thing I need to do for the story, and this I would replace with app models story, place all, and that is it. All our references have been changed. Now we are just going to clear our cache. We can do so using php artisan config cache, and that is it. If you go around and play with your application, you would see that it is still working fine. So that was easy. Now our project has app models directory, and it is much more compatible with Laravel 8. Hope you have enjoyed this video. See you in the next one. Thank you. Another important change in Laravel 8 has been the introduction of model factories. Remember when we updated Laravel, we installed a package to maintain backward compatibility. In this video, we are going to change our code and make our factories class based. So these are our current factories. I'm going to rename them backup. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to generate new factories using the command php artisan make factory, and we can pass the model to it. In fact, we need to pass a name user factory, and we can pass the model which would be user. In same way, I'm going to create factory for our story model as well. I'm going to call it story factory, and model of course be story. All right, let's open this up. So this is how the new factory looks like. Now it is class based. If you look at the previous factory, it was just plain PHP code, which has now been changed to be class based. It has a protected property as model, which specifies the actual model to which this factory is linked to. And here within the definition, we need to return the array, and this would have similar logic as was present over here. However, instead of copying it from here, I'm going to copy it from the documentation. This is the code, and we can simply copy it over here. So here we see it is using this faker class to generate the name and email. However, this time this faker class is already available to this factory. Let's check story factory as well. Here also within the definition, we need to do the same change. So I'm just going to copy that code again and paste it over here. Would need to change this faker to this faker. Alright, here we go. This should work fine. However, it also gives us a chance to improve upon our factory class. If you see over here, for the user ID, we are just returning a random value between 1 and 2. We did so in the earlier lessons to keep it simple. However, let's do it in a proper way. What I'm going to do is I'm going to include the user model, and instead of generating a random number between 1 and 2 for the user ID, I'm going to call user factory. What this would do is it would generate a new user every time a story is created. Alright, I'm going to delete these backup files now. And before we can start using these factories, we need to tell Laravel in the models that these models have a factory class. We can do so using a trait has factory. So as you see, it has included this trait at the top. We need to do the same in stories model as well. And there we go. Now we are ready to test our factories. Before we can start using these factories, we would need to regenerate the composer autoload file. We can do so using the command composer temp hyphen autoload. Now that the composer has regenerated the autoload files, we are ready to test our new factories. We need to go into Tinker. We can do so using PHP artisan Tinker. And here we can test our factories using command app models user, and then on this we would call the factory method and then create method. So this is the new syntax for creating a record using the factory. And there we go. It seems to be working fine. If we want to create multiple users, we can use the count method. So if I pass 3 to the count, it would now generate 3 users. And there we go. It has generated 3 users with ID 5, 6, and 7. Now let's test our story factory. We're going to generate one story. Remember, this would generate a story as well as it would generate a new user. And there we go. It has generated a story, and as we can see, the user ID is 8. The previous user ID was 7. So that is working fine. So now it is time for some magic methods. What if I want to create a user and then create 10 stories for that user? Let's see how we can do that. Well, I'm going to create a user using the factory, and then I'm going to say this user has stories, and I'm going to pass it the number of stories that I need. Let's say 10, and then I'm going to use the create method. And if I press enter, I see it has created a user for me. And now if I try to fetch the stories for it, I should get 10 stories. And there we go. It has generated 10 stories for this particular user. So this is the syntax if you want to generate data based upon the eloquent relationship. So it seems our factories are working well. At this stage, we can remove the package that we installed to maintain the backward compatibility. And with that, we have upgraded our project to use the latest factories. Hope you have enjoyed this video. See you in the next one. Thank you. Hello. In this video, we are going to see how Laravel Telescope works. Laravel Telescope is a official package which is very helpful in debugging your Laravel application. So let's see how it can be installed. Well, we are going to install it via Composer. We are going to copy this command and paste it in our terminal. Well, this will take some time to install. Well, now that Telescope has been installed, let's run these two commands. Well, this will publish the asset. And this is the migrate command. And this will create the tables which are being used by the Telescope. Well, now that the Telescope has been installed, let's scroll down a bit. And it says that we need to remove the Telescope service provider from the app. And instead, we need to register it manually in the app service provider in the register method. So let us do both of these steps. We will go to config app.php and we are going to comment this line. And what we are going to do is we are going to copy this and paste it in the register method of the app service provider. And that is it. Now we are ready to use Telescope. Before we open up the Telescope, I'm going to open up our app and I'm going to just open up a couple of pages. This is the home page and this is the detail page. All right. Now what we can do is we can open the Telescope page using the Telescope URL. And what it will do is it will open up this page. So this shows us all the requests that has happened. So as we can see, it shows that we went to the home page, we went to the detail page. It also shows us the status, time it took to render that page, and it also gives us the time when this request was processed. There are other useful things. We call them watcher and they are being mentioned in the documentation. So these are all the watchers. What we are mainly interested in the query watcher. So if we go to the queries, we will see all the queries that have been implemented as you were running your app. It will give you the list of all the queries. And if certain queries take more than 100 milliseconds, it will show them in a red format. So these were all the create and alter queries. So you don't need to optimize them, but it just gives you an idea. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit a story. And I'll save it. And if you go to the request, it will shows us that we went to the edit, we had a put request, and afterward we were redirected to the stories page. We also see the status along with the time it took Laravel to implement that request. Now within this edit story, I had an event. So if we go to the events tab, we see that that particular event was fired. And I'm also writing to the log when a story is edited. So we can see that message in the log watcher as well. If we click over here, we can get more detail about it. We can see the authenticated user, we can see the log message, and we can also check the whole request. And if I add a story, let's say and if I save it, and now if I go to the Telescope and check the request tab, it has all the details of all the requests. And if I now go to the events, we can see that we have another event that was created and fired, and we see that it has 2 listeners, and these are the listeners that were fired. And if we check the mail tab, we see that that email was also sent, is also logged over here. And if we check the detail, we can see the whole mail text that was being sent. So this is very useful. You can get a lot of debug information over here, and it is very useful to have, especially during the development process. There are a bunch of other watchers as well. You can explore them on your own. Another thing that we can do is, if we check the list of commands, we have this telescope clear, and this will clear all the entries from the telescope. Now, as we can see that telescope is logging a lot of information, so you should run this command once in a while so that number of entries are small. So I'm going to run the telescope clear, and now if I refresh the page, everything is empty. This will only be populated once I start browsing my app. So hopefully this video gave you an impression of how powerful the Laravel telescope is. I always use it during my development process, and once you start using it, you will love it as well. Thanks for watching the video. Hope you have enjoyed it. Hello and welcome to this video. In one of our previous videos, we did discuss global scopes. In this video, we are going to discuss local scopes. This is one of the most exciting features of the Laravel Eloquent. So let's see what it is. Well, if we go into our dashboard controller, we have this condition to only fetch stories which have status of 1. Instead of writing this condition in the controller, we can change it to use local scope. So let us do that. We will go to our story model, and here I am going to create a method. Well, since it is a local scope, it will always begin with the keyword scope followed by the camel cased scope name. So in this case, I'm going to name my scope as active. So it will be active with a capital. This would take the query parameter. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to return the same query that we have over here. This one, I'm just going to copy it. And there we go. This is our local scope, and we have given it a name active. So how we can use it in our controller? Well, it is very simple. We just need to call the function name active. Remember, we are not using the keyword scope. Laravel will automatically do that for us. So this is going to call the method scope active, and it will now fetch only those stories which have status of 1. And if you go to our browser, reload it, we are still only seeing the active story. So this is how simple it is to use local scope. However, let's do something a bit more complex. Let us say that we need to create a stats page for the admin user. So in this stats page, we will show all the stories, all the active stories which have been created in the past month. So let us do this with the help of local scope. So first of all, we are going to create a new route for it. Well, we will create over here in the admin namespace, and it would be a get route, and I'm just going to give it a name of stories stats, and this would be handled by a stories controller, and within that we will create this stats method, and we can give it a name of admin.stories.stats. Now this also gives us an opportunity to clear this code. And we see that all the routes we have defined within this namespace, they have this admin.stories in their name. So just like we did with the prefix method, which prefixed all the URL with the keyword admin, We have a same method to prefix all the names, and that is known as name method. So I'm going to pass it admin.stories dot. So what this will do is it will prefix this name to all the names that we have defined. So now we can remove this admin.stories from all the routes. So here we go. This will still work the same way. However, it is a lot more cleaner. All right. Let's go to our stories controller. And remember, it is the one within the admin namespace. And here we will create the function stats. And what it would do is it would fetch the stories which are active and which are created in the last month. So we can again use the active scope so as to only fetch the active stories, and we can also use with user and as well as paginate. And we can, I think we can also use this order by, and here we go. We will return a view which would be admin.stories.stats, and we are going to pass this stories. Here we go. Let's create this view. In fact, it should be stats and not stories. Yep. And I'm going to copy this code from index.play.php and I am going to make some changes. This would be stats, title, type, user. Instead of action, I will have the created at, and I can change this. Have story created at. All right. I will also create a link for it in the layout over here, and it would be admin.stories.stats and I'll call it stats. Let's reload it, and now I see the stats, and if I go to it I do get an error. That is because I forgot the semicolon. Let's try again, and here we go. Currently it is displaying us all the active stories. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the created at field for some of the records. I will go to Tinker, and here I will check if the ID is greater than, let's say, 20. Then I'm going to update created at with this one. All right, let's refresh, and now if I see some of the records have been updated to have this created at field to 1st of Jan. All right, now let us change this so as to only display stories which have created in the past month. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to again create another scope, and I will call it where created this month. So this is the scope. Let us create it. So remember, the name of the method would have to be prefixed with scope, and then this w would be capitalized, and it would take query. Now for the time being, let's hard code the start date, as this one and end date as this one. And now we can return the query where between created at, and this will have an array started at with start date and end date. So this will give me all the rows which have been created between these two dates. So now let's test this, and if I refresh, we see that all the stories with the date 1st January are gone. So now it is giving us all the stories within the month. However, we are yet to make this date dynamic. Currently they are just static. So we will use the Carbon library to create these dates. If you are not aware of the Carbon, it is a very powerful library which can be used to deal with the dates. Now it comes pre-installed with Laravel. So all I need to do is select it and it will be imported at the top using use carbon. So let us use to create the date. We can do now and start of month. If you are not aware of this library, I urge you to go to the documentation and check all the methods that are available. And we can also change the state using carbon now, end of month. All right, now we have changed our scope to be fully dynamic, and if we refresh it, we still get the same results. So in this video we saw how we can create local scope and use the same in our controller to make our code clean. We also saw that we can use more than one scopes over here, and we also used Carbon library to generate dates for us. And if you look at it, our code is now much cleaner. Otherwise we would have to write this query in the controller, which would have been much difficult to read and maintain. So hope you have enjoyed this video. See you in the next one. Thank you. In our story controller, we have these events which are fired whenever a new story is created or updated. Even though it is working fine, all of this code is in our controller, which is not a very good practice. So it would be nice if we can move this code from controller to, let's say, models. Well, turns out there is a way. Our eloquent model have these life cycles. So what we are interested is in created and updated life cycle. So what we will do is we will hook into these life cycle and move our code from controller to model. So let's see how we can do that. Well, we will go to our story model, and within the booted method we will hook to created, and it would take a callback which would have story, and same way we would create a lifecycle hook for updated, and over here we can move from controller to model. So we can comment this out and move this to model, and same way we can comment this out and move it to model as well. Remember to include these events at the top of your model. And that is it. Whenever a new story is created anywhere in your system, this event, this lifecycle hook will be fired, and since we are calling this event will be triggered. Same thing will happen for updated. Whenever this story model is updated, this lifecycle hook will be fired. So now this is a great way to organize your code. This way, whenever anything happens in any of your system, you can You only need to check at one particular place using these lifecycle hooks. This way we can make sure that our controllers are more cleaner. Hope you have enjoyed this video. See you in the next one. Thank you. If we type this command, we know that we get a list of all the commands available in the Laravel. And in fact, we have used a bunch of them. But did you know you can also create your own custom command? In fact, there is a make command available which help you to create your own command. So let us see that php artisan help make command. So we need to pass it a name. Let's do that, php artisan make command. And what we are going to do is we are going to create a generate stats command. Let's press enter and it says command console command has been created successfully. And if we go to app console commands, we see our command. Now it has a signature where we need to give the exact command that user will run. So we are going to give it generate colon stats, and description will be generate stats of the system. Let's run the php artisan list again, and we see our command along with the description. All right, that's cool. Let's work on it further. It has a handle method which would be run when your command is fired. So here we will write all of our logic. For the time being, let's just return some of the text. And see what happens when we run our command php artisan generate stats, and we see that the info text has now been displayed on the console. Alright, let's do something meaningful. Let's import our model, and what we are going to do is we are going to have the count, and this count we will display in the console. There are a total of count users. Let's run this command again, and we get the message there are a total of 9 users. We can also display the information using a table. This table, and we are going to pass it a header which would be an array, and this would be count, and next parameter is the various rows of the table. This expect an array of array, so I'm just going to pass count. We only have one row, and if we now run our command, we do that, get that count and 9. Now let's change this to display the name and email of all the users. So I'm going to use select, and I'm going to pass name and email. Then I'm going to use get, and then I will convert this to array using toArray method. And then I will pass these headers, and this would be users, which I can then pass over. There we go. Let's run this again, and now we get the name as well as email. Let's make it a bit more interesting and also get the count of the stories for each user. We can do that using with count method, and we are going to pass it stories, and here we can pass the header as stories count. If we now run this, we also get the stories count. Alright, this looks nice. So now let us work on the argument and option. A command can accept argument as well as it can accept various options. So let us work with the argument. So what we are going to do is we are going to pass an argument. We are going to tell that this command can accept an argument which would be user, and we are going to pass this question mark which would make this optional. We can fetch the argument using this argument and then the key. Let us test this. So if we pass nothing, we get null. However, if we pass the ID, we are going to get that ID as the argument. So since this argument is optional, we need to support both the cases. So let us see what we can do when user ID is passed. First of all, I'm going to move this code to a different method and I'm going to call it get users. And over here, if user ID is here, we can make some changes. Here we are going to check if the user ID is not null. Then we can use where ID is user ID. So let's test this. And now we get stats of user with ID 1. If I pass 2, I will get stats for user with ID 2. And if I pass nothing, it still works. However, it fetches details of all the users. So this is how argument works. Now let us work on options. Again, we are going to change the signature and we are going to accept a sort parameter, which would be by default be ID. And we can get this using this option sort. So now if we run the command, if we don't pass anything, we get the ID. And if we pass the parameter, we get that parameter. We can also pass this parameter using the shortcut S flag, and that would work the same way. So here we will get this option. And then we will validate this. It should be either ID, name, email, or stories count. If it is not one of those, we are going to just default to ID. And here we can use order by using this key. So let's test this out. By default, we will get it as ID, and if we pass the name, we see that our users have been sorted by name. We can also sort using email, and we can also sort using stories count. And there we go. So with that, we have created a command which accepts an argument as well as an option. If you want to customize this further, you can create another option which would give the user the option to return the columns. In fact, if you check the PHP artisan help of route list, it already has this option known as columns. So maybe you can check how they have implemented it and make the same adjustment to this command just as some sort of exercise. So hope you have enjoyed this video and have a good understanding of how console command work in Laravel. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to discuss blade components. Now, blade components have been a part of Laravel from version 7. However, they have recently become popular with the introduction of Jetstream plugin. So let us see what are blade components and how we can use them. If I check this list up, we have this make component which creates a view component class. So let us check the help for this. And it accepts the name of the class, and that is all. So let us create one. I'm going to call it alert, and its component has been created successfully. So now if we go to our editor, we see that we will have two files. One is present in this app view components alert.php, and the other one is in the resource view components alert.blade.php. So within this alert component, we have this render method which renders this particular view file. So this is how these two files are connected. So I'm just going to paste some text over here. And now in order to use this view file, what I can do is I'm going to go into my view, and since the name of the view is alert, I need to prefix it with x hyphen and then use alert. As simple as that. So now if I go to my browser, we see that we have this HTML being rendered using this particular tag. So this is how components are used. If you have a common functionality, you can wrap them in a component and then use that component at multiple places. So let us do that. I'm going to have a HR and then paste it a couple of times. And there we go. Now we have this component being rendered 3 times. So now let's say I want to make some change into this component. So I only need to make it in the view file, and it would be reflected at all the places where this component is being used. So I'm just going to give it some bootstrap classes. And now if I reload it, those classes are reflected at all the places where that component was being used. However, currently our component does not do much. It is just a static component. It would be great if we could pass some data to this component. So let's see how we can do that. I'm going to pass it a message component, a message variable like this. And here I'm going to type the message. And I will pass different messages to all the 3 components so as to distinguish between them. And now I can fetch this message in the constructor of this class, just like this. And I'm going to assign it to a public property message. I will create that public property. And now in order to access, now the components works in such a way that any public property defined over here is accessible inside this view. We can simply access it using $message. So let's see if that is working or not. And there we go. Now our HTML is dependent on the message that we have sent. Another important property with the component is the attributes. Currently all these three components have these two classes. What if I want a different, what if I want to add another class for, let's say, this second component? Let's say I want to pass it a class of width 25. However, if I reload it, nothing will happen. So in order to make that work, we can use the dollar attributes merge property. And here we would pass all the default properties, and rest it would take from the variables that we have passed. So w25 would be appended to alert and alert info in case of second component. Let's see if it is working or not. And there we go. Now this has a width of 25 itself, because that's what we passed as an extra attribute. We can even override the default attributes. Let's say we are passing this danger class, and now we see that the danger class has been applied in case of the second component. So this is how blade components work. So you can define a blade component for, let's say, your button, and then if you have to make a change, you only need to make a change at one place only. So let us go to this form.blade.php, and here we see that this error code, it is repeating again and again for all the fields. So let us try to extract this into a new component. However, this time, instead of creating a normal component, I am going to create a anonymous component. The way anonymous component works is it only has a blade file, it does not have a view file. So I'm going to copy it and paste it over itself and give it a name. Let's say form error.blade.php. And from here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this and paste it over here. Now here, the only thing that is dynamic is this title. Rest all things are same. So we can use the props for it. For currently, I'm just passing this field, and then instead of title, we can use the field. So I'll need to pass this field over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this and use the X form error, and I'm going to pass the field as title. So let's see if this works or not. I'm going to go to add story, and I'm going to add a story without a title, and we see that we are still getting the error message even though we have extracted our code to the component. So let us do this for all the other fields as well. And now let's see if it is working or not. I'm going to submit it again, and we see that we are still getting all the error messages. However, now our view file is a lot more cleaner. So this was one practical example of using a blade component, and you can create a blade component for label. You can create it for the text area, select box, input box, radio button, and then whenever you want to make a change, you only need to make the change at one place. The blade component is a very powerful concept, and you're going to see a lot of blade components being used in your Laravel projects. Hope you have enjoyed this video. Thank you. Well, we are going to install a brand new version of Laravel by going to command line and entering Laravel new rest underscore API, where rest underscore API is the name of the folder that I have given. This is going to now start installing Laravel and all its dependencies using the composer. Well, this is going to take some time to install. And now we see that Laravel has been successfully installed. In the next video, we are going to install Laravel Sanctum. Well, I've already created a database using phpMyAdmin, and now I'm going to update the credentials of the same in our environmental file over here. Alright, now we are ready to install Laravel Sanctum. We can install it using Composer using this command. So I'm going to copy it and paste it. Laravel recommends using Laravel Sanctum for single page application authentication as well as authentication for token based APIs. Well, this is going to take some time to install. Now that Sanctum has been installed successfully, we can publish configuration file as well as the migration file using this command. Uh, Next, we can run this php artisan migrate command to create all the tables. And that is it. We are now ready to use Sanctum to create API. One thing that we missed in our last video after installing Sanctum was that your user model should use this has API token trait. So I'm going to copy it and paste this in user model, and then make sure that our user model is having this trait. So alright, let's create the login method so that users can authenticate via our API. Well, for that we are going to create our controller. We know we can create the controller using make controller command. Now for API, I want all my routes, all my controllers to be available in the API folder. So I'm going to prefix the API, and then I'm going to create an auth controller. Remember, this controller would be created in the API folder within the HTTP, and there we go. Here we have this auth controller. Within this, I'm going to create a login method. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste this code over here. Now this is a standard code. It is going to validate the incoming request, make sure it has email and password, and then it is going to attempt the login. I need to include this facade at the top, auth. So it is going to then attempt the login. If the result is not valid, it is going to give the JSON response. And if the user is able to authenticate, we are going to use this create token method. Now this is the method which is provided by the Sanctum package. So this is just going to create a token and return, and then we are going to return that token in the response, and the token type will be bearer. So let's create a route for this method. Now previously we have been creating all our routes in web.php, but since this is an API, all our routes would be created in api.php. We see that we already have one route present over here. Now the difference between routes defined in the API and web.php is that all the routes in your api.php will be prefixed automatically with the API keyword. Now that is very important to remember because it is a very common mistake to forget about the API keyword. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a post request, and I'm going to call it authenticate. Remember, this would be prefixed automatically with the keyword API. And then I'm going to use the auth controller class, and within that login method. By the way, this is the new way to use the route in Laravel 8. We have to include the controller manually, and that is it. Now let us test this. Before we test it, we need to create a couple of users. I'm going to do that using Tinker. I will create 2 users using the factory method, and I'm also going to change the email and password for them. All right, now let's test this thing. I've already created a postman request. Before that, we need to start the server. Now I've already created the postman request. This is the URL that we defined in the api.php. Remember, I have prefixed it with API keyword, and within the body I'm passing the email and password with the same values that I defined. So let us send it and see what is the response that we get. And there we go. We have got the access token and as well as the status code as 200 and token type as bearer. So that seems to be working fine. Now remember, we already have a endpoint, so let us check what happens. So this is the get call with the API user, and within the header, now what we need to do is we need to pass that token, and remember we need to prefix it with the keyword bearer space and then the token, and that should be present in the header with the key as authorization. Alright, now that we have our project set up with authentication using Sanctum, let's create some API endpoints. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a projects table which would be linked to the users. So one user can have many projects, and then we will create API calls for listing, adding, editing, deleting. So let's see how we can do that. It's a very simple API call. So let's see how we can do that using Laravel. First of all, I'm going to create a model. and I'm also going to create a migration as well as factory for it. Okay. Going to call my model project. There we go. So first of all, open up the migration. We already have the ID as well as the timestamps which are going to created and updated that column. I'm going to have a user ID column. Store the user ID, and I'm also going to have a name column. It is a very simple table, and let's run this migration. All right, now let us go to the model, and here we are going to define first of all the fillable property, and it would be an array with just name. Next, we are going to define the relationship. So a project belongs to a user, so I'm going to create a user method which is going to return belongs to user class. And I'm also going to define the inverse of the relationship in the user model. So this would be a function name as projects, and this would return has many. All right, so pretty basic stuff, nothing that we haven't done before. All right, let's define some projects using factory. So I'm going to go into Tinker, and I'm going to create project. I'm going to create 10 of them, and I'm going to link them with user ID. In fact, we haven't defined the factory, so let us define the factory. So here we would have the user ID and we would have the name. Name would be a figure using Word, and the user would be just user factory, and we are going to include it at the top. All right, this is our factory definition. So let us go to Tinker, and create ten records, and I'm going to override the user ID by passing it 1. So all the 10 records will have user ID as 1. And there we go. We have 10 records, each with user ID 1 and a random name. All right. Let us create the controller for it. Again, we are going to use PHP artisan make controller. We would have the API folder, and within that we would create the projects controller, and I want it to be resource controller. However, since we are creating the API, we do not want to create methods for showing addition form and showing the edit form. So I can pass the API flag and create my controller. So now if I go into the controller, we have index, store, show, update and destroy method. If you check, we do not have the edit method as well as the add method, which are used to show the form to the users, because we do not need them while creating the API. All right, so let's keep it simple, and we're going to include our project model, and within the index method we are going to have these projects, and this would just return all, and then we would return these projects. In our earlier videos we used to return the view, but this time, since we are creating an API, we do not need to return any view. We can simply return an array, and Laravel is smart enough that it will convert that array into a JSON form. Alright, so we have created the model, we have created the controller. Let's create the route, and all our route will have the middleware auth sanctum, and then we will have a closure which will have all the routes. So I'm going to create a route API resource, I'm going to call it projects, and this would be handled by projects controller. And remember, this projects controller would be included at the top. Alright, let's test this in the Postman. I already have a get call pointing to API projects. In the header, I have specified the authorization key with the bearer and the token, and that is it. Let us test this, and here we go. We get all the projects, so that is working fine. So let us see in the next video how we can enhance our API. Now currently in our index method, we are returning all the projects. However, we only need to return projects of the authenticated user. So how we can get the authenticated user? Remember, we are passing the token in our API call, which belongs to the authenticated user. But how we can use that token to fetch the logged in user? Well, it turns out Laravel Sanctum makes it very easy. We just need to fetch the user as we would fetch in a normal application if when the user was logged in. So we can just use the method auth and then user. Let us just do dump and die and see what happens. And we see that we are getting all the details of the user, much like the same way if the user was authenticated using this session. So that is very convenient. We do not need to do anything special to get to fetch the authenticated user. So let us make some change. We are only going to fetch those projects which belongs to the logged in user. Now we see that for each record we are returning the user ID. Now since we are returning project related to the authenticated user itself, we do not need to return the user ID. So one way would be to use a select statement over here and then manually specify all the columns. Now if we check, the user ID column is no longer there. So this is how we can remove a column from the response. However, we will see soon that we have a better way to manage it. Now let us work on the show method as well. This is going to show the detail of a individual project. So we do have the ID and we need to fetch the project. Now if you remember from the earlier videos, we can use route model binding, and if we keep it as project, Laravel will automatically fetch the record for us, and then we can simply return this array and Laravel will convert this into a JSON response. So let us test this out. This is the call. It is again a get call and we are passing the authorization along with the token. We're passing the ID in the URL itself, which is the standard format for the get call. And here we go. We get all the details of the project over here. But as we see, we have got a same problem. We have this user ID column, which we would not like to include in the output. So what we can do in this case? Well, as it turns out, Laravel provide a way to format the response. If we check the route list, we have this make resource command. So if we check the help for this one, well, it accepts the name of the class. So let us do that. Let us create a resource class for our project. PHP artisan make resource project. And if we press enter, a resource file would be created in the new directory within the HTTP. And if we open it up, it has a toArray method. Here what we can do is we can return all the columns that we want in the output. So we want the ID, we want the name, we want the created at, and we also want the updated at. So this is the format of the response. And how can we get the value? Well, we can simply use this and then the name of the property. So this would be same, and that is it. That is, our resource has been created. Now we need to go into our controller and we are going to import this resource. Now since our model is also named as project and our resource is also named as project, we are going to import it as project resource. So just to distinguish between two. And now in the show method, instead of returning the project, what we are going to do is we are going to return new project resource and then we are going to pass the project to it. And now if we check our output, we see that the user ID is gone and our output is now formatted in a better way. It also has this data property and then all the properties that we defined in our resource. This one. In our last video, we saw how we can use project resource to send the JSON response. Now let's see what we can do in case of index method. We can use the same project resource to return the JSON response in case of index method. However, since we are returning multiple projects in the index method, Laravel provides a better way. Well, instead of, we can create another resource using the same command. and we are going to call it project collection. And within this project collection, again, we are going to return an array which will have data as this collection, and we can pass any other data as well. Let's say we need to pass status. Okay, and now we are going to import this project collection. And here we can use, instead of returning the projects, we can use return new project collection projects. We can even remove the command if we want, because now we will only be passing the columns that we have defined in our collection. So if we go over in the postman again, and now we see that we have this status key as well, and all our results are wrapped in the data object as is specified in our project collection. So we can name this key anything that we want. We can change it to, let's say, results, and there we go. This way we have a much better control on the output that we are sending. And we can also change this get to paginate, and now if we see the response, if we go down, we will see that we have another meta key included in the output, and this contain all the links and other details as well. So this is very useful in the pagination API response. And now if we compare our result with the single project where we are using the resource instead of the resource collection, we see that here we are not passing that status OK key in the output. Well, we can do so. If we go into our resource, we can create a function with, and here we can pass return status OK. We also need to pass request to it. And now if we check our API call, we see that we have this status OK present over here. So now our API response from both the index method as well as the show method are both compatible to each other. So in the last two videos, we have seen how we can use resource and resource collection to format our API response in a nice way. In this video, we are going to work on our add, edit, and delete method. So let's work with the add method. Well, add method is very simple. We are going to get a request and we will store it in the project table. Now in the project model, we have not defined, we have only defined name as the fillable, but we also need to store user ID. Well, we can save on the project model using the authenticated user. So we are going to get our user using auth user, and then we are going to get the relationship user model that we have defined, which is projects, and here we are going to call the create method, and within this create method we are going to pass request all. This way in our projects table, user ID would be automatically stored based on the relationship. This is going to return the project. However, instead of returning the project like this, we can do the same thing. We can return the project resource. This way our response would be consistent. Let's make the same change in the update method, and again I'm going to use the route model binding and change this to project. and then I can use project update and then request all, and again I'm going to return the project resource. Destroy is corresponding to delete. Again, first thing that I will do is I will change this to route model binding so that I don't have to query myself. And here I'm just going to call the delete method so that this would be deleted. Here I'm not going to return the resource. I'm just going to return an array with status okay, because in this case since the project has already been deleted, so it doesn't make any sense to use project resource. All right, that is it. Now that we have defined our, now that we have done all the coding for the add, edit, and delete method, let us test them in our postman. Well, first of all, we are going to check our call for add. It is going to be a post call, and this is a URL. And within the authorization, I've passed the bearer as usual. And in the body, I'm just passing the name. Let us call it postman project first. And this is the request body that is going to go into our controller. And if we test this, we do see that our project has been added with ID 11, and we also get the name as well as the status as okay. So that is working fine. Let us test edit. Remember, for edit it is going to be put request, and ID I'm going to pass the same one as 11, and within the body I'm going to pass the name, which would be project updated, and within the header I'm passing token as usual. So let us test this one, and here we go. We get that the project has been updated and we get the status as okay. All right, so let's test the last thing, which is project delete. This is going to be a delete call, and this is the URL. I'm going to change the ID to 11. We do not have any body over here. In the header I'm passing the authorization key as usual, and if I send this, I simply get the status okay as. Now, one thing that we haven't looked while creating our API calls is the validation. So let us work on the validation part as well. So as we know that we are going to handle all our validation in the request class. So let us create that request class. We can use PHP artisan make request, and I'm going to call it project request. And if I open up that file, first of all I'm going to change this authorized to true, and now we only have one field to validate, and which is name. So I'm just going to keep it simple, and I'm going to make this required, and then I would also change it to have minimum of 5 and maximum of 32 characters. Let us change our controller to use our request, and I'm going to change the project request here and here, and that is it. Now our validation is completed. However, let's see what happens when we make an API call with wrong data. So I'm over here, and I'm going to pass name which is less than 3 characters of or 5 characters, and let us see what happens. Well, it seems that we are getting the home page of the Laravel. Well, so what is happening? Well, actually, when our validation failed, Laravel threw an exception. However, we are not catching any exceptions. So by default, Laravel is throwing the home page as a response. Remember, whenever we have a validation error in a normal form, what Laravel does is it redirects us back to the previous screen along with all the errors from where the form was submitted. Since in this case we did not have any form to be submitted, so Laravel is not sure where to redirect back to, so it just gives us the home page. So we need a way to catch all these exceptions and return correct response to the user. So let us see how we can do that. Well, we would go to app exceptions handler, and here what we will do is we will create a render method. This would take two arguments, request and an exception. At the end, we're just going to return the parent render method. But however, over here, we need to catch our exception. So I'm just going to dump, and let's see what happens if we now pass the invalidated data. Well, sure enough, we get our exception. So what we can do is we can check if $e is instance of this exception, then we can return the response here itself. And what is the response we are going to return? We are going to have the status as error, and we can get all the errors using get errors. And as a second parameter, we are going to pass the HTTP status code, which is going to be 422. And now let us see what happens. And now we are getting our JSON response. And we also have that error that name must be at least 5 characters. So this way, inside this app exception handler, we can catch all the exceptions that would be thrown by our API calls. One thing that we should make sure is that we should only return these errors when it is an API call. We can do a check here if request is API star. This way, we should only return this exception when this condition is true. Then I can format the result like this. Now if we give an empty, you should get the same error that the name field is required. Same way, if you have other fields and other validation rule, you can define them in your request class over here and catch the exception over here. In our following videos, we will see how to catch other exceptions as well. But for now, you get an idea on how you can catch the validation exception. What I have done is that I have logged in with the second user that we created. I'm passing the token belonging to the second user in this authorization key. However, I'm trying to fetch the details of the project which is belonging to the first user. So let us see what happens in this case. Well, it turns out we are returning the project details as it is. So this should not be allowed. We should have a check to make sure that one user cannot fetch the details of any resource which do not belong to him. So how we can do that? Well, if you have been watching this course, you know by now that what we need is a policy. So let us create that policy. Well, we can create a policy using PHP artisan make policy and we are going to call it project policy, and we are going to pass a model which would be project as well. It says policy has been created successfully. And now if we check the policies folder, we have it. Now here we have various methods, and we need to return boolean true or false in order to decide if a user can access a particular resource or not. So let us do that. Now view any corresponds to the index method. So yes, any user can access it because we are only fetching, because inside the index method we have a check to fetch only the projects related to the authenticated user. So we can simply return true from here. View, it corresponds to the show method. So how we can check that? Well, Laravel is already passing the user and the project instances over here. So here we just need to check if the user ID is equal to the user underscore ID column in the project table. If both of them are same, then a user can view a resource. Otherwise, if this policy would return false, and the user would not be able to view that resource. Any user can create, so I'm just going to return true over here. For update, I'm going to have the same condition as we had for show, and same for delete as well. We can ignore the other two methods. Now how we can make sure that this policy is called for all our methods? Well, since it is a resource controller, I can simply create a constructor over here, and here I could call this authorize resource, and here I could call the project class followed by projects. This way Laravel will automatically call all the policy method whenever a method is invoked. If you are not sure about it, do watch the previous video where we have discussed the policies and gates in detail. So now let us see what happens if we give the same API call. Well, we see nothing is returned. So however, if we go in our handler class and do a DD over here, well, we see that we have a exception, authorization exception, and we get this message that this action is unauthorized. So that means our policy is working fine. And what we need to do is we need to catch this exception and return the message. Here we are going to return the 403 code. Now if we check, well, we get that status, the action is unauthorized, and we are getting 403 forbidden error. Now just to make sure this is because of our policy, let me do one thing. Let me just return true over here, and now if I give the API call, we should get back the resource again, even though this project does not belongs to the authenticated user. Simply returning true from the policy allows you to access that page. That is how the policy works, and this is how we can capture any authorization exception related to the policy in our handler class. The same exception will be thrown if a user tries to edit any project belonging to the other user. So hope you have enjoyed this video. In this video, we implemented authorization using policy, and we have made our API a lot more secure. See you in the next one. Thanks. Hello and welcome back. So far, while creating API, we've handled these two exceptions. In this video, we are going to catch various other exceptions that you would normally need to catch. So let's go to Postman. I'm back logged in with user ID 1, and when I give this and when I try to fetch this resource, we do get a response. However, what happens if I try to give an ID which does not exist? What happens in that case? Well, we're not getting anything even though the status is showing 200. So let us catch this exception. So again, I'm going to remove this tie and dump. And now let us see what exception is thrown. So we get a model not found exception whenever we encounter this scenario. So let us catch that as well. I'm just going to copy this and then I'm going to copy the actual exception and paste over here. And I'm going to return a 404 in this case. And let us test this now. Well, this works. However, instead of returning no query result for app models project, well, we can return a generic error because that error does not make much sense to the user. We are just going to say resource not found. And if we test it again, well, that works fine. All right, let's see what happens when I give an URL which does not exist. Let's say something like this. And now I get a not found HTTP exception. So let's sketch this over here itself. And we can return the same response. Now if I test it again, well, we get a status error and the errors is resource not found. In fact, I can change this errors to error. That would make more sense. Great. So what other exception we can check? How about if the token is invalid? Well, I'm just going to remove some characters. And now if I send it, well, sure enough, we get authentication exception. So let us catch this. And I'm going to return 401. So now if we test it, well, we do get the unauthenticated error message. Well, we have got various exceptions here, but there might be some exceptions that might be missing or we might not have got them. In that case, we cannot allow Laravel to just render the home page over here. So what we can do is we can render a common exception over here with the error message that something went wrong. And here we are going to return the status code 500. This is our fallback when all these exceptions fail or are not caught. So in that case, we return a generic response to error, a response to the user. So in this video, we saw how we can return response to the user when there is some error. This is a very important aspect of the API. And since we have combined all our logic in this handler class, it is very easy for us to maintain or make any changes to the API response in case of failed error messages. Hope you have enjoyed this video. See you in the next one. Well, with that, we have come to our end of this section of the Laravel API. We started with the controller, and initially we were just returning an array which Laravel was itself converting into the JSON response. Then we checked how we can use resource and resource collection to return a JSON API response. Then we checked how we can implement validation using the request class. And finally, we implemented authorization using the policy. And in the last video, we saw how we can catch all the exceptions in our app exceptional handler class. We have also seen how we can make all the calls using Postman, and we have also validated the response of all the API calls. Well, this was a very simple API call with only one field and a direct relation to the authenticated user. In the next section, we are going to go one step ahead, and what we are going to do is we are going to create a task model. This task model would be related to a project in such a way that a project will have many tasks. We are not only going to create API endpoint for tasks, but what we will do is whenever a user requests details of a project, we are going to also send all the task related data in that project API call. The API calls that we are going to create for tasks are going to be very similar to the API calls that we created for the project. However, since we are one level deeper, there are going to be some key differences. So let's get started in the next video with this section. Hello and welcome back. So as we discussed in the last video, what we are going to do is we are going to create a task table, and each task will belong to a project. In other words, a project will have many tasks. So let us work on creating the API endpoints for this. Well, as usual, we are going to create a model. We're going to name it as task, and we are also going to create migration and factory for it. Well, if we go to the migration, well, since this belongs to a project, a task, so we are going to have the project ID, and I'm also going to create an index on it. It will have a field name, which would be a string, and then I'm also going to create a date column, which would be due date, and I'm also going to make it nullable. All right, now that we have created the migration, let's run them using PHP artisan migrate, and there we go. Next, we would go into the task model, and first of all we would define the fillable property, and that would be project ID, name, and due date. Next, we need to define the relationship. So task belongs to a project, so I'm going to define a project method over here, which would return the belongs to method like this. Let us define the inverse of the relationship. We're going to define the tasks method over here, which would return has many. Like this. Now let us work on the factory, and we know we have a and name. I'm not including due date because it can be null, so let us keep it simple. Again, for the project I would need to include the project model, and here I'm going to include the project factory, and for the name I'm going to use the faker text method. Alright, that is it. Let us create some tasks. So I would go to Tinker, and here I would call task factory. Let's create 5, and I would link them with project ID 1. I need to give the full name, full path to the task model. And there we go. And I'm going to create, let's say 3 more, which would be linked to project ID 2. There we go. Let's come out. Now we are going to define the routes. I think before route we can define the controller. So again, I'm going to use PHP artisan make controller API tasks controller, and I'm going to pass that API flag. And now if I check, we have this controller. I'm going to include the task model over here. Now here I'm going to make a slight change. We do not want the index method which would return all the tasks. Instead, we are going to return all the tasks within the endpoint where a user fetches the project. So we do not need the index method, and same way we do not need the show method. We can handle them using the project endpoints itself. So we are only going to have the store, update, and destroy method. All right, let's create the API for it. It is going to be the same syntax as the project, and here we would have task controller, and this should be included at the top as well. Now here, since we removed the index and the show method, we need to tell Laravel that we do not need to create routes for it. Well, we have accept method where we could pass the index and show, and this way Laravel would not create any API routes for these two methods. We can test that as well. Let me bring out the help for the route list, and here we have the path. So if I enter PHP artisan route list, and within the path if I give tasks, it should only return 3 calls. And there we go again. We have task store, update, and destroy. The other two which we passed in the accept property, they have been removed. So that's a nice and clean way if you want to skip few methods but have all the other methods related to the API resource. So now that our model and controller are set, let's work in the next video on the actual functionality in the controller. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we would work on the validation of the tasks that we set up in the last video. So let us create the request class for the task. PHP artisan make request task request, and here we would define the validation for the task. First of all, we are going to return true in the authorize method, and within the rules we need to define validation rules for project ID, name, and due date. Let's start with the project ID. This should be required and it should be an integer. Name again should be required, and let's say the minimum is 10. For due date, we are going to allow the null values. So first of all, we can pass the nullable. This would make sure that null is an acceptable value. However, if the value is present, we want it to be a valid date. So we are going to use date. And also, since this is the due date, we need to make sure that this date is either today or any date which is after today, or means in the future. So for that, we have this validation rule, after or equal, and then we can pass it a parameter today. Now this would mean that due date would have to be today or in the future. All right, let's go to our task controller, and here we would include our request, task request, and we would use it in the store method and update method. Let us also change the code to support the store, update, and delete functionality. Well, I'm going to copy some code from the let's say store method, and here we could use task, and here we can use task create request all. And for the time being, I'm just returning the task instead of returning the resource, because we still need to create them. We will create them soon. For update, again we can have similar code. First of all, we need to change this to task and this one to task as well, and then we could say task update request all and return the task. For delete as well, we can use the route model binding, and we could say task delete and then return an array with status as okay. This is same thing that we did in the projects controller, so nothing new. All right, with that our controller functionality is complete. We have implemented the validation as well as we have implemented the code for addition, deletion, and update. So in the next video we will implement the authorization using policy. Hello and welcome back. In this video we are going to implement policies for tasks, and as we will soon see, this is going to be a bit more challenging than when we implemented the project policy. So let us create the policy using the artisan command make policy task policy, and model is task. And within the task policy, first of all, I'm going to remove the unnecessary method. View any view. We need create, update, and delete, and we can also remove the last two. So let us begin with the delete. Well, a user can delete a task if the user ID is equal to task, and then we are going to fetch the project, and then we are going to fetch the user ID. Remember, a task belongs to a project, and within the task model we have defined the name of the method as project, so we can fetch the project using this, and then within the project we have the user ID, which we can make sure check with the user ID of the authenticated user. Same thing we can do for update. All right, and now I'm going to go in the task controller. Since we cannot use the authorize resource like we did in the project controller in the constructor method, over here we need to do it manually, so we can do that using this authorize, and for destroy the name of the method in the policy is delete. and then we need to pass the task. If you have checked the authorization video, you would know that we do not need to insert this user. Laravel is going to do that automatically for us. We just need to pass the task, and Laravel will automatically insert the authenticated user. Same thing we can do for the update. Instead of delete, this would be update. It should be the same name, and there also we are passing the task. However, in case of store, this would not work. When we are storing a task, user will also be passing the project ID, and we need to check if that project ID belongs to the authenticated user. We do not have any task in that case. So this becomes a little bit complicated. Let us create the policy first of all. We would have the user, and the second parameter would be project underscore ID. We're not going to have any task, we're just going to have project ID. Well, I'm also going to import the project model, and here we need to check. First of all, we would fetch the project using find or fail method, and here we need to check if the user ID is equal to the project user ID. So we are making sure that the project ID that user is passing to us, it belongs to the user or not. So here we need to check for the project. Even though this is the task policy, this is the only way we can make sure if the authenticated user is allowed to pass that project ID or not. Now here in the task controller, well, we are just going to use this authorize, and the name of the method is create. Since we need to pass the argument project ID, well, we will have an array. The first thing is we're going to pass the task class. So this way the Laravel knows that we need to check the task policy. And the second argument would be request project underscore ID. So this way, well, so far we have been returning array as our API response. However, as we know, we need to convert this into a resource. So let's do that in this video. Well, we can create a resource using make resource, and that would be task. Let us open that resource. This is going to be very similar to the project resource, so I'm just going to copy it. We'll have ID, name. We'll also have a due date, and remember we are not passing the project ID over here. And we can also have this with request, and then we can import it over here. And need to import it as some different name so that it does not conflict with the task model. So we are going to use task resource, and here we can then change it to use task resource, and same thing would be here. Well, that completes our API for the task. So now let us test all these three calls. I have this add task, which is a post request, and here I'm passing the authorization, and within the body Let us pass the project ID as 1 and task, the due date is going to be empty. So let us see if it is working or not. And there we go. The task has been added and we get the response as we have defined in the resource. Now let us test this edit task as well. Here I am also passing the due date. So let us see if this works or not. Well, now we get the validation error. The name must be at least 10 characters. So we know that validation is working fine. Let's give it a bigger name. And now if we press send, we do get the correct response. So all our API calls are working well. We have implemented the validation as well as authorization, and we have also implemented the resource. So in the next video, we will see how we can send the task resource in the project resource. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we are going to explore few more functionalities of resource. So this is our API call to fetch a single project. What we want is that we also want our API to fetch all the tasks related to this project in this API call. So how we can do that? Well, we will go to our project resource and here we will have the tasks. And here we are going to have the task resource collection, and then we can access all the tasks. We know that we can access all the tasks using these tasks, and this we are just going to pass to task resource collection. Here task resource would be the task which we are going to import as task resource. There we go. I think there's a typo, and there we go. Now let us test this, and here we go. We have a task key and it is getting us all the tasks belonging to this particular project. All right, now let's see what happens when we fetch all the projects. Well, this is also returning all the projects in a paginated way and then all the tasks of those projects. Well, this might not always be desirable because this could lead to a performance issue. When we are fetching all the projects, what we want is that when we are fetching all the projects, we should not be fetching all the tasks. However, we should still be fetching all the tasks when we are fetching a single project. Well, so how we can do that? Well, we can use a property when loaded. So here we are going to use when loaded and pass tasks. So now what happens is we will see that tasks will only this tasks key will only be present when tasks have been loaded for this project. So now if we try to fetch the projects, it is not returning any tasks. So that is good. However, now if we go back and check and fetch a single project, it is now not fetching the tasks for this project as well. This is because no tasks have been fetched in the projects controller. So what we can do? Well, if we know we can fetch all the projects with tasks. So if we have this condition over here, now it will fetch all the tasks in the index method as well. This is because tasks has already been fetched in the controller. However, we do not want the tasks in the controller. We do want the task in the show method. So here we will need to fetch the tasks using project tasks. Well, this does not look a very informative when you look at it because we are not using tasks anywhere, but we need to fetch the tasks. And now if we go and fetch a single project, we will see that we have tasks loaded for it. So this is one way to conditionally fetch a key when loaded. Well, we can, if we want, we can even remove this task and simply do project task. This is going to fetch all the tasks in the background, and then when we pass this project to the resources, because the tasks have already been loaded for this project, tasks would then be returned in the API response. However, I'm going to change this to task is equal to project task so that it does not look very abnormal. I'm going to do the same thing in the project resource as well. In fact, I can do it after the update like this way. So now it is going to give us the task during the show and the edit method. However, in the index method, when we are fetching all the projects, it is not going to give any tasks. So this is how the when loaded property works. Even though we are not loading any tasks in the when we are fetching the index method, when we are fetching all the projects, we would still like to show the number of tasks that project has in the API resource. So how we can do that? Well, in the first of all, in the controller, I'm going to fetch with count tasks. So we know that this is going to give us count as tasks underscore count, and then we can use the same in the resource. Tasks count would be this tasks underscore count. And now if we fetch all the projects, we do get that this particular project has 6 tasks, this one has 3, this one has 0. So this works fine. However, now if we fetch a single project, it leads to a problem over here. We see that task count is null. In any case, we do not need to pass task count in case of when we are fetching a single project because we are already passing all the tasks. So what we can do over here? Well, we can use another property, this when. Well, this works like this would first of all take a condition. So here I'm going to check if the task count is null. In fact, I'm going to check if it is not null, then only pass the task count. So this is only going to pass task count when it is not null. If we now test this, well, we are not getting task count when we are fetching a single project. However, we are going to still get tasks count when we are fetching all the projects. So in this video, we saw how we can use when loaded and when method in the resource, which are very useful. We do not need to do unnecessary checks in the controller or anywhere. We can just make sure with a single line of code in our resource whether we need to include a field or not. This makes our code very clean and maintainable. Hope you have enjoyed this video. Thanks for watching. Well, in our course, we have already discussed what is an model accessor. If you are not aware about a model accessor, you can watch the previous videos in the course. So in this video, we are going to see how we can include a API response. Well, I'm going to create an accessor for the task model. Remember, an accessor is name as get followed by the name. I'm going to call it priority, and then it is followed by the keyword attribute. All right, so I'm going to return this attribute. So I'm going to say if this due date is present, then the priority should be high, otherwise it is low. Well, it is a very basic scenario. Normally you might have a different field for the priority, but I'm just using the due date to determine the priority of a task. So this way, if the due date is present, then the priority is high, otherwise it is low. So now we need to include this priority in the task resource. So if we go to task resource, well, we can have the priority column, priority as a key, and in order to fetch the priority, which is an accessor, we can simply use this priority, because remember, this priority is available as a model property now. So this way we can even include any accessor in our task resource without needing to do anything else. Now let's test this. Well, I'm going to fetch a single project, and here let us see, this is our response, and here we go. If the due date is null, then the priority is low. We do not have any. Oh, and here if the due date is present, then the priority is high. So that is working fine, and this is how simple it is to include an accessor in our API resource. In this video, we will then upload files using the API that we have created. In a real world scenario, your project table might have multiple files associated with them, and each of the tasks might have multiple files associated with them as well. However, we are going to keep it simple. Our main purpose is to demonstrate how to upload a file using the API. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a column in the project model where I'm going to store the path to image. So first of all, let's create a migration. Let's open up this migration, and here we will have a new column which would be a string, and it would have a default, by default it would be nullable. In the down method, I'm simply going to drop this column. Alright, let's run this migration. Next, I'm going to create a new controller to manage the file upload. I'm going to call it files controller. And then within the api.php, I'll have a route for it. I'm going to create a post, and the URL would be upload, and this would be handled by files controller, and within that I'm going to create a store method. So let's create this store method. This will have a request. I'm going to get the image from this request. And I will give it a file name. Store it as this file name. If you have not created the storage link, we can do so right now. There we go. For the time being, I will just return this file name. Let's test this first of all before we validate and save it to the database. So I've got this post request with the URL that I've created, and in the body I'm passing the project ID, and this image is a file that I'm going to select now. And let's see what happens when I click on send. And it has returned me the file name. Let's see if it was uploaded or not. And there we see we have this file name that was uploaded correctly. Only thing is that we need to remove this spaces from the file name. Rest everything seems to be fine. Now let's work on the validation part. We are going to create a new request file. We can do so using php artisan make request, and I'm going to call it file request. And here we can validate the data. Project ID is going to be an integer as well as required, and the file name which I'm calling as image, well, I'm just going to give it an image. It should be an image. You can have various other validation if you want. You can have one for the file size, or you can specifically check for the extension. You can check the dimension of the image, but I'm keeping it very simple. I'm just making sure that the uploaded file is an image. All right, let's use this file request over here. And there we go. Now it will validate before coming to the controller. Let's give it a PHP file and see what is the response that we get. Ideally, we should get the error message. And there we go. Our validation seems to be working fine. So now what we need to do is we need to store this image into the project model. So we can get our project. First of all, I'll import the project at the top. And then we can get the project using find or fail method. And we have the project ID using request project ID. Then we are going to save the file name in the image column and save the project itself. We can return the project resource the same way that we have been doing. I'm just going to copy this code and we'll also get the tasks. and I need to import this project resource at the top. So all right, the only thing that is pending is that we need to make sure that the user who is uploading the new file, he has access to upload file for this particular project. That we can handle in the policy. So I'm just going to open project policy, and I'll have this new method over here. I'm going to call it upload, and here we can call that upload after we have fetched the project. This authorize upload, and then we are going to pass it project. All right, so I think we have covered all the points, and and this should work. So let's, okay, one thing that is still pending is that we need to return this image column in the project resource. So let's do that. For that we are going to create an accessor, and I'm going to call it get image path attribute. The image is null, then we are just going to return null. Otherwise we are going to return asset this is going to give us the full URL. And now we need to use this image path in our resource, and we can do so using image path. So let's test this out now. I'm going to upload a valid image file, and let's see what is the response that we get. And here we go. We are getting the image path in our response. So this is how you can upload a file using API. It is as simple as uploading a file using a normal HTTP request. Hope you have enjoyed this lesson. See you in the next one. Thank you. Let us see how we can implement rate limiting for the API in the latest version of the Laravel. In Laravel 8, this is so easy that we do not even need a new lesson for it. So if you go to your route service provider, here we have this configure rate limiting, which has defined the rate limit for the API. So currently the limit is set to the 60 calls per minute. Change it to 2 calls per minute and see if it is actually working or not. So I'm going to send it once. I'm going to send this call again. And now when the third time I send it, I'm probably going to get an exception that we have not catched before. So if I send it, we do have an exception. And if I go to the preview, we see that we are getting throttle request exception with the status code of 429. So let us go to the app exception handle. Here we are catching all the exceptions. I'm just going to comment it out. And here I'm going to copy this and paste this exception. We would have be returning 429, and the error message we can pass API limit reached. So let's test it again. We get the response, we get it again, and now the third time we get that error that API limit has been reached. So that is how easy it is to implement rate limiting in the latest version of the API. Of course, you have some advanced options, like you can set this limit based upon the user who is logged in, but I will let you check that on your own.